A Duke's Charming Spy. Written by Fanny Finch and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. The cold was finally starting to leave, but a sudden burst of wind made Alice shiver. Tightening the shawl around her shoulders, she unconsciously sank further into the bench, from where she looked over the small garden behind the townhouse. "What are we going to do now?" Josephine asked, the worry trickling in her voice. "I'm not sure." Alice confessed it had been her duty for 8 years to have answers to Josephine's questions. For 8 years, she had tried to calm her sister's worries. After their mother had died, it had fallen to Alice, a child of merely 12 years then, to care for Josephine. With 5 years between them, the Earl of Drakemyre had expected his eldest to do her part. "I never imagined this would happen," Josephine said, her eyes bloodshot and wet, her nose cold and red. "Nor did I. But father is gone now. Despite everything that had happened, we needed him. And now I am not sure what to do. But I promise you this, I shall make every effort to take care of you." Alice promised, although it felt hollow. Making a promise that she likely could not keep was done only for the sake of cold comfort. "Are we expected to pay his debts?" Josephine asked. The question hung in the air. For 3 days, neither woman had dared to ask it. It seemed insensitive somehow. Was a young lady in mourning allowed to worry about such things? Alice had been trying not to think about it. She didn't want to acknowledge the debts. If she pretended they did not exist, she would not have to take responsibility for tracking down those owed by their father. She would not have to find out just how much he had borrowed. Ambition was a blessing for many, but to their family, it had been a curse. The Earl of Drakemyre had fallen time and time again for his quests for fortune, but wealth had continued to elude him in that he had only his inheritance and position to show for it. Every conquest he attempted seemed to fail. And now his daughters were left to clean up after each of them. "I think it is possible. They have not come back to me yet to discuss it, but it will likely impact our inheritance," Alice answered. "I thought as much." Josephine sighed, her shoulders slacking beneath her loose black hair. Alice looked at her sister, a mirror of herself. The same black hair, the same hazel eyes, the feminine form of their father's chin. They had so little of their mother in their appearances, but they had all of her heart. "Don't worry, Josephine. We're going to be all right," Alice said, trying to encourage her sister. She placed a hand of comfort on Josephine's shoulder and gave a brave smile, trying to convince herself that they really would be all right. Alice made every effort to turn cheerful. "Will Charles help us?" Josephine asked. "I'm certain that he will," Alice answered too quickly. In truth, she had no knowledge as to their cousin's intentions. Now that he was to inherit the estate and their father's title, Charles could do whatever he wanted. He had been helping their father, which gave her a bit of comfort. At least he had shown respect for the Earl. In addition to being overly courageous as their father had been, Charles had been trying to help him through the debts. Bearing all of this in mind, Josephine hoped that they would be shown a similar grace. "You don't think that he's going to kick us out, do you?" "Now that he has the estate?" Josephine asked. "I honestly don't know. He may do as he pleases, but we shall not end up homeless. I promise you that. You know that I am going to ensure that you are looked after, Josephine. Please, do not worry yourself on that matter. There are many other things in this world to be concerned about, and this is the last of them," Alice said. "But how can it be the last of them? If we are forced into the street, of course I ought to be worried," Josephine said. "So should you." Alice glanced away again, So much for all of her attempts to bring encouragement to her sister. Josephine was willing to admit what even Alice wasn't. Yes, I suppose that's true, but I don't like to think of it. Our cousin will take care of us. He has to. As the new Earl of Drakemyre, he will want to have a good reputation. He will look after us, Alice said, more to herself than to her sister. What if he tries to marry me off to one of his friends? Josephine asked, worry peppering her voice. That truly made Alice smile, and she looked at her sister with a hint of amusement. Don't worry about that. I have to marry before you do, and you know that I should never allow him to trade you like that. You haven't even entered society. I promise. You will be kept safe from having to marry any of his friends for now, she promised. Josephine did not appear convinced. Her hazel eyes shone with the same fear and anxiety that they had for days. It was almost enough to make Alice wonder if her cousin would really do that. As two unmarried young women, they were certainly at risk for someone trying to use their desperate situation for their own gain. More than likely, the offers would begin soon, coming from men who knew that the young ladies had so few other choices. But Alice tried to maintain her confidence. She could avoid all of that. She could make certain that Josephine wanted for nothing. She simply hadn't yet determined how. With nothing else but worry between them, Alice wrapped an arm around Josephine's shoulder and pulled her close. Her sister leaned in, accepting the bit of comfort. I just don't know how it all came to this, Josephine said, her voice betraying the tears that threatened. Me either. But we are going to figure it all out. We have to, and we will. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Have I ever let you down? Alice asked. Never, Josephine sniffed. And I never will. We may not have father anymore, but we have each other. You are not going to live a life that wants for anything. I will make sure that you are provided for, she declared again. Josephine nodded against her, accepting the consoling comments. Even if Alice didn't know how she would live up to her promises, she knew that she would find a way. She would always find a way to take care of Josephine. The door from the townhouse opened behind them, and the two young women turned. Lady Addington, your cousin is arriving. I thought I ought to let you know, Miss Stafford said, softly. The housekeeper had been immensely caring in the midst of their tragedy. Alice was always grateful for her, but these days it had been a step above and beyond. A bit of kindness when they needed it the most. Thank you, Miss Stafford. We are coming, she said, releasing Josephine from her grasp. They stood and followed Miss Stafford inside, where the warmth hit them in the loveliest of ways. Right, let us greet him when he reaches the door, Alice instructed, wanting to continue instilling proper etiquette in her sister. When they reached the door, Charles was just entering. Ah, my cousins, he greeted, kicking the crusted dirt from his boots. Alice tried not to cringe. The dirt must have been there for at least 2 days since the last rain. It would have been nice if he had cleaned them prior to entering the home he was inheriting. The home that had been theirs all their lives. My lord, the young women greeted in unison, curtsying before the new Earl. Charles held his head up high in a display of pride that he now had such a tremendous position. Indeed, he had known for some time that he would inherit the title from his uncle, but now that it was his, Alice saw that he wore it well. I am glad to come and see you both. Are you well? I know this is a most grievous time for you, he said. It was a polite thing to say, and it gave Alice some comfort that he might be good to them. In truth, she had not known him all that well, and few people had ever spoken of his reputation. When they had been young, there were times that they played together as children, but as they aged, he had far more important matters as a young man. Since then, Alice knew him only for the work he did with their father. Yes, she sighed. It has been extremely difficult. We know that there are better days ahead, but our father was a good man. We miss him very much, she confessed. I imagine you do. I always enjoyed working alongside him. To know that he is now gone is extremely disappointing. I can only hope to do his name and title honour by bringing further respect to the position, he said. Thank you for that. I am certain you shall do a tremendous job in his stead, Alice said. Well, as it happens, I do have a few matters to discuss with you. May we sit in the parlour? He asked, gesturing in that direction. Certainly. Alice nodded, giving way for him to lead. She looked at Josephine, who trailed behind, keeping quiet to allow Alice all of the decisions and speaking. Josephine had been livelier in times past, but these days, Alice was concerned for her. There had been too much tragedy. When all were seated, Miss Stafford brought the tea, and they drank it while continuing polite discussion about the weather and the horses at the country estate. Charles commented on the gardens, and Alice responded about the gardenias. In all, it was the sort of conversation that she knew was leading up to something far more difficult. Now, I suppose we must attend to the real business at hand, he finally said. Yes, I think that would be good, she replied, relieved that her waiting was coming to a close. Your father and I had been working on a new business endeavour. I am sure he never mentioned it, but the first shipment has just been sent to us from the West Indies, he told them, only glancing their way now and then. Alice had not heard any detail of this, but had known that their father had begun a new investment. It seemed as though everyone was trying to get things from the West Indies these days. If it had been promising for so many others, Alice hoped that it would be for them as well. What sort of shipment? She asked. Tobacco. The finest tobacco. The region we are working with is magnificent, and you cannot imagine what a fortune this will be, should all go well, he said, reassuringly. What is it that you plan to do with it? Alice asked. An amused smile played on her cousin's lips, and she felt the small hint of condescension. Why, sell it, of course, he replied. That had not been the answer she was looking for, but realised it was not something to bother him for further detail on. Alice knew that he would be selling it. She simply wondered to whom and where and when. But those were details for the men to work through, and she remained confident that Charles knew what he was doing. He had always been bright, from what she remembered, and if there had ever been any sort of reputation she ought to have known for him, it was that. What of the money from the sales? She pressed, realising that this was the question she truly needed answered. Well, there will certainly be plenty of it. You know that your father had a great many debts, he said, looking as though he felt bad bringing it to their attention. Yes, we know, she said stoically, not looking at Josephine. With the sale of this tobacco, those will all be paid off. There is going to be enough that we can still keep the two of you above scandal. The debt collectors will be paid, and there should be enough to have more shipped. That, of course, will allow us to continue going, he said. Continue going? She asked, needing clarification. In the future. Pay all of the bills that will come next. Your food, your clothing, everything. This endeavour shall keep us all afloat. You needn't worry about anything else, he guaranteed. It was quiet when he stopped talking, and Alice suddenly noticed the little sounds around the room, the crackle of the fireplace, the ticking of the clock, the creaks in the floor outside the room where Miss Stafford was busy arranging things. It was maddening to hear those little things when her thoughts were otherwise busy. So, Josephine began to say, Alice saw her sister second-guess her words. Yes, cousin? Charles asked, prompting her to speak the thoughts. I only wondered, you will make sure that some of the money helps us, she asked. Charles looked at her in surprise and hurt, as if he could not believe she would even ask the question. That is the most important thing of all. I will not leave the two of you to suffer in poverty," he promised. Alice felt her sister release the breath she had been holding in, and then she felt her own escape. They were going to be all right, without their cousin, without the tobacco, without his help. They would stand to lose everything. Chapter 2. The port was near at hand, and James was relieved to know that he had finally arrived. Home was near at hand, and Adelaide was within his reach. He could picture her face, the brightness of her smile, the warmth of her eyes. He would see all of it once they reached land. It took another 15 minutes or so before James was walking down the wooden plank to the ground of England. He looked in every direction, but could not find Adelaide with his eyes. "Waiting on your woman?" Glendale asked, placing a gruff hand on James's shoulder. "She's probably just late. It's hard to say when a ship will arrive. She knew only that it would likely be this morning sometime." He excused her. "This morning? It's evening." Glendale laughed. "You're right. I'm a fool for thinking she would wait here at the docks. I'll head into town and find her at her home. No sense in waiting here," James said, feeling ridiculous for having expected her to wait. Adelaide was hardly the sort of woman who was going to sit in the breeze for a day. No matter how she may have longed for James to finally arrive, she would not put herself in such a position of discomfort. Again, he considered the fact that a ship was unpredictable, and most likely she hadn't even expected him to arrive that day. With all of these thoughts in mind, James hailed a coach and hoisted his bag into it. Giving the driver the address of his own home, James decided to take care of leaving his things there before making his way to Adelaide's family estate. "Mother," James greeted, wrapping his arms around Lady Hastings. "My boy, you've returned to me," she grinned, patting his cheek with her frail hand. His mother appeared aged even further than when he had left. Although she had been older than most when she gave birth to him, James was still often surprised that she appeared to be growing old so quickly. His heart nearly broke with the knowledge of her dwindling youth. "I could not stay away from you, Mother," he said. "How are the West Indies?" she asked, leading him to sit across from her in the drawing room. "A vision! I should like to stay there for all time. The people, the food, all of it makes England appear rather dull." He chuckled, running a hand through his hair as if tugging at the memories he had made. "You must feel very fancy now that you are a man of the world, all travelled and experienced," Lady Hastings commented. "Hardly. I wish I could say that. But as it is, I am just glad to be with you now," he said, remembering himself. No matter how he had enjoyed the adventure, he was back with his mother, and would soon be back with Adelaide. "Are you staying long?" his mother asked, as if reading his thoughts. "I think it best that I make my way to Miss Hatfield's estate quickly. The poor dear probably doesn't even realise that I'm here," he said, feeling the itching beneath his skin to see the woman he loved. "Well, don't let me keep you. I shall be here when you return. I'm going to head back to the country with your aunt soon, but wanted to be here when you returned," his mother said. "I am glad for it." "I've missed you," he said, meaning it with all his heart. "And I, you," she replied. James departed his mother's home and made for the place he wanted to be more than anything. It was a short drive to Adelaide's family estate, but the sun had nearly vanished by the time he arrived. The day had been long and full, but wonderful. Her home was illumined before him, as if it had been waiting for his arrival all this time. All but bounding to the main doors, he grasped the knocker and gave 2 forceful thuds. As he waited for someone to come to the door, his heart stirred within him. But he had to wait only a moment before Mrs. Hudson pulled back the door and revealed the coziness inside. Your Grace," she greeted in surprise. Mrs. Hudson, how lovely to see you, he smiled. We were not aware that you would be coming, she said. Would you like to come in? I shall call for my lord. That will suit me very well, Mrs. Hudson, he said. The housekeeper led him to the parlour where James sat in the quiet for a short span before he heard voices in the hall. It sounded like an argument of some sort. The voices were hushed, but familiar. Adelaide and her father. Once more, James felt all of his happiness swell within him. The door to the parlour opened, and in she came, Adelaide. Slender and beautiful, a petite frame with large doe eyes and a pert little mouth. Everything of English elegance was wrapped in this woman. Adelaide, he whispered, using the familiar of her given name. James, she said back, her voice less sure. For a moment, her eyes darted back behind her, out of the door. James wondered if her father was going to join them for tea. Please, sit, she instructed, entering the room herself. There was a strange hesitation in her steps, but James was not surprised. It had been nearly 2 years since he had stood before her, and he knew that his appearance was rather rugged from the sea. He ought to have cleaned up better before coming. If only he'd been patient, he could have had his face shaven clean the next morning, rather than sporting the short bristles that emerged from it now. Forgive me for coming right away, but I had to see you. I could not wait any longer. My dear, I am finally home. After the journey I have had, it is my pleasure to be home once more and to be in your presence, he said. James, Your Grace, I am delighted to see you as well. She smiled politely. You needn't call me by any title, although I shall always deem you to be my Duchess. That is not for propriety's sake. But when I had to leave and spend time at the plantation, I could not help thinking of finally marrying you when I returned. That day has come, Adelaide, James said, his voice catching. You have returned. It took a very long time, James, she said, almost appearing frustrated. I know, but we knew that before I left. When my father passed, I had little choice. I am so sorry, my dear. I know that our letters were hardly enough, not compared to being with one another. But wait until I tell you about all that I have done, he said. What have you done? She asked, leaning back on the settee and searching his face. I have taken my father's tobacco plantation and turned it into an empire. We are the best, fastest growing, highest quality there is, he said excitedly. James thought back to the day he had said goodbye to Adelaide. It had taken place in this very room. His heart had ached for the loss of his father, for having to leave the woman he loved behind. I promise I shall return. We will marry as soon as I do, he had promised. And I shall long for that day. Please, James, don't stay long. You know that I want to marry you. I would marry you today. I would come with you, she had replied. The West Indies are no place for a young woman like you, but I shall be home soon. I promise. She had looked very much the same that day as she did now, her eyes wide in wonder at him, her face full of wanting to say something, wanting to tell him to stay. What is it? He asked, knowing that she would demand they marry immediately. James. What is it, Adelaide? He asked again, a smile playing at his lips. I have something I must tell you, she said, her face taking a sour turn. Suddenly, James was not so certain he knew what to expect from her. Something was different. Her eyes had gone from wide with surprise to a new and apparent unpleasant thought. James, you did not return quickly, she said. It has not even been a full 2 years. You know how long these things take, he justified. Did you expect me to be gone mere weeks? I expected you to make me your priority, she fired back, those doe eyes suddenly venomous. But you are, he replied, confused. That is why I went, to build a life for us. We have a title, we have wealth, we have a future. Our children will want for nothing." Adelaide scoffed. "Our children? And how old am I to be when I have children?" she asked. "You are 19, my dear. I think there is still plenty of time," he laughed. "We may have them right away upon getting married. I cannot wait to see you as a mother." She breathed in sharply through her nostrils and glanced up at him only with her eyes, her face still trailing to the side. "James, I am not going to marry you," she said in a flat, monotone voice. The words pulsed in his ears, but James did not comprehend them. A prickling sensation ran along the lengths of his arms, and he felt the hairs stand as if rising to attention. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice sounding underwater. "I am not going to marry you. I am engaged to another man, one who did not leave me behind," she said, a haughty note ringing through the words. You are engaged to another man?" he asked, his breath shallow and laboured. "You expected me to wait forever? I think that was very foolish of you. Lord Avonwood was entirely displeased with how you treated me, and he knows what men do when they run off to the Indies," she said. At the hint of accusation, James's jaw clenched tightly. "And what is that?" he asked in a terse manner. "He said that the women there are exceedingly beautiful heathens, and I am not surprised that you would stay for 2 years, abandoning and forgetting me. You ran off to those women," she said. "You know that is never true," he insisted, his voice rising in pitch. "You can't expect me to know anything. Uncouth business practices and foreign women, that's what everyone knows," she said, although the truth was written all over her face. Adelaide wanted to believe it. She wanted to think that James would be unfaithful to her. Believing such a lie would give her an excuse to marry another man. She had accused him of misbehaving in business, but that was not the untruth that wounded him. Although it could destroy his reputation in society among his customers, it did not hurt half so much as calling him unfaithful. "You really think I would do that? Tell me honestly, is that the sort of man you have seen of me?" he asked, leaning forward and holding her eyes captive. Adelaide was hesitant and swallowed in the knowledge that she was trapped. "Men change," she whispered. "But I never have. You know it. You are choosing to believe this lie. Perhaps you even made it. But you know, in your heart of hearts, that I would never do what you have accused me of," he said in a frighteningly calm voice. She looked away, unable to maintain the lie while they still eyed one another. "What has Lord Avonwood promised you? What sort of life is he going to give you that I could not?" he asked, leaning back and accepting the reality of her betrayal. "A good home, a position, and freedom from scandal," she said. "Scandal," James scoffed. "You mean the scandal of my unfaithfulness. This thing that you made up is what you expect him to keep you from." "Do not accuse me of being a liar," she said. "Then do not lie," he shot back, once more allowing his voice to grow in volume. James was not proud of himself, but he could not hold back much longer. Adelaide had said everything she thought might justify her actions, but he would never accept her words. "I have not changed. I am the same man that I always was. But you are quite different, my dear Adelaide. You have allowed yourself to sway with the wind towards a man who knows nothing of me. Or maybe it is quite the opposite. Maybe you wished for a match while I was gone and found someone willing to believe that I had left you," he said. "Whatever happened, you are not the woman that I said goodbye to, the woman I promised to marry." With that, James stood. Adelaide remained seated, the shame bolting her to the settee. I wish you all the best with Lord Avonwood. It is a shame that you shall not be privy to my fortunes and my empire, but I suppose I am glad that I learned your true character now. I wish only that I had not wasted 2 years of my life longing to return to you," he said. With those words, James walked out of the parlour and into the hall where Adelaide's father stood, frozen in place. His eyes were a mix of fury and apology, as if unsure whether or not James really was the man his daughter claimed him to be. But there was no reason to convince him, and no need for the polite niceties of society. Instead, James walked past the man and pretended the hallway was barren. After all, there was little point in pretending. Nothing in the world was so bleak now as the heart he had saved for Adelaide. Nothing was worth wasting his time, hoping that she might take it all back. Chapter 3. Alice looked at the papers spread out before her on the desk of the study. Charles had brought them, after a couple of weeks had passed. They meant nothing to her. Was she supposed to understand these? "What is it? What are they all about?" she asked. "Your father's business. The ship coming from the West Indies," Charles said, his face serious. Alice felt her breathing grow difficult. She knew that the news must be bad, but she was still waiting for Charles to tell her exactly what had happened. "Was the tobacco not good?" she asked. "There is no tobacco. The ship was lost. We have no idea where it may have gone. There is nothing left," he said straightforwardly. The reality sank into her bones, and Alice felt numb for a moment. "That cannot be," she said. "It is. It happens all the time," he sighed, leaning back in the leather chair that had once belonged to her father. "I cannot believe that. If it happens all the time, no one would risk doing business there," she said matter-of-factly. "Ha, really? This business is golden when it goes well. Any man would be a fool not to take such a risk. Your father would have made a fortune, or rather, left you one. But these are the risks that come with such a reward," he said, brushing it off. "How can you behave like this is nothing?" Alice asked. Charles smirked, again with that hint of pride that she was not so sure she liked. "Because it was always a risk. We cannot lose heart because of this," he said. "But I have nothing else. Josephine and I have no hope without this," she said, her pulse quickening with every word she spoke. "That's nonsense. We are going to find a solution for you," Charles said. "What sort of solution?" "The last of our inheritance was tied up in that business. We owe my father's debts." "What are we meant to do?" she asked, the words feeling thick on her tongue. "You needn't get upset," he said. "But we must find a solution," Alice said, now turning to practicality. She stood and began to pace the length of the study. "There has to be a way that the ship can be found. Surely the men on board have families. The men will have gone to them," she said. "The men are—" "Do you know what it is for a ship to be lost at sea?" Charles asked. "Yes, of course I know," she said quickly, waving him away. "But it is tragic, and while I am sorry for them, I also cannot help but be sorry for Josephine and myself. Forgive me if that is callous, but I promised to provide for her." "Yes, I understand the difficulty you face. Please, do not think that I don't recognise that. But you also must remain confident and assured that we are going to find a solution," Charles said. "Please, tell me what sort of solution you believe we may find," Alice begged, continuing to walk from one side of the room to the other and back again. "I can think of an easy solution," Charles said, capturing Alice's attention. "What is it?" she asked desperately. Her feet turned in his direction, and she stood in place, hope welling in her heart. "Well, I can see to your comfort. We can clean up your father's mess," he said. "You will provide for us?" she asked, curious what he meant. "If you marry me. I promise that I will take care of you and Josephine if you just agree to be my wife, Charles said. It took a moment for Alice to realise that her jaw had slackened, but when she came to her senses, she snapped it shut again. Forgive me, I am extremely taken aback, she said, rather boldly. Alice would not look at Charles, but she sensed his eyes on her. Perhaps she had insulted him, but for the moment she could not bring herself to care. The suddenness of his desire to marry her was somewhat overwhelming, although what she knew of Charles was decent. She had never expected this. She never would have thought that he might have such feelings for her, and Alice could not deny that it made her uncomfortable to learn that he did. "Is it really so surprising?" he asked, the edge in his voice alerting her that she had indeed offended him. "I never imagined that you might have feelings for me," she told him. "Why shouldn't I? We are cousins. It would be mutually beneficial. You and your sister would be looked after, and I would have a most beautiful and agreeable wife. I can see nothing about this that would be such a shock to you," Charles stated, as if it were the most obvious thing in all the world. "Yes, we are cousins, but we have had little contact in these recent times. You have worked alongside my father, and we have passed one another, but with so little communication," she pointed out. "We have needed none. We have shared our glances, said our niceties. Do you mean to tell me that all of it was just to torment me?" Charles accused. Alice gasped. How could he think that of her? She had never meant to show any interest in Charles. He had been fine enough in helping their father, but marriage had never crossed her mind. To learn that he had thought of it before now was somehow rather disconcerting. "I never had any intention of tormenting you. What I mean is that I had no knowledge of your feelings towards me. I wish that you had shared them with me before now," she said, honestly. "But I have had no occasion. I thought it was clear," he said. "It was not," she replied, having no other words to utter. "Well, now it has been made clear." Charles sighed. "Clear. But I am still confused. Do you really believe that this is the best option that we have? My sister and I are not looking to marry just now. We want to be in control of our own lives, to marry for love." "And why should you not love me?" Charles demanded, turning on her with an anger she had never seen before. Alice stepped back, thinking she could not have any more surprises than she had already faced with him. I don't. You are asking me to marry you, but do you mean that it is for love?" she asked, trying to discern the thinking of her cousin. "Of course it is. You have every reason to love me, to look up to me and admire me. I am the Earl of Drakemyre now. I have a title. I have wealth from my own father, who was wiser than yours in his investments. I am a bold, strong figure," he insisted. Alice was immediately put off by the ways Charles was speaking so highly of himself. Insisting that he was her ideal husband was one thing, but for him to list attributes about himself that should cause her to love him, it only proved to leave Alice with an unpleasant feeling twisting in her gut. She could not understand why he would be so obtusely arrogant as this. "I am sorry, but I have no love for you, and when I marry, just as I hope for my sister, it shall be for love, as my mother and father did. We played as children, and I have seen you with my father. I am grateful for your willingness to take care of us, but none of that changes my heart," Alice told him. "Your heart is wrong," he growled. "Then it is wrong, but it is the only thing I have left to guide me, and I must follow. I shall find ways on my own to support Josephine and myself. I shall see to it that she is well matched," Alice declared. "And how do you expect to do that? How are you going to overcome all of the misfortunes that have befallen the two of you? You have nothing to your name," he spat. "No, but I have my own wits and abilities. I shall seek employment. It may not be so grand as tobacco from the West Indies, but I am certain that I can find something," Alice said, making up the plan as she went along and believing herself capable in every way. Charles let out a sharp laugh at her expense. "Employment. You are going to seek employment. What makes you think anyone is going to employ you?" he asked. Alice turned her face away, cheeks burning with anger that he would mock her like that after a proposal. "Truly, it amuses me that you would imagine yourself suited for something like that. More than likely, you will fail and come begging me to marry you and save you from your destitution," he continued. "You needn't say things like that. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself," Alice said. "Yourself, maybe, but you have more than yourself to think about. What of your sister? Do you expect her to just get by on the efforts you make? What if you cannot find placement anywhere? Do you not know how difficult it is? There are many women out there who are far more suited to the task," Charles said. Alice could read in his face that his pride was deeply wounded. In return, he sought to wound hers. Charles would not easily give up on his sudden whim of marrying Alice, but he had not taken kindly to the fact that she had refused him. "I would much rather be in charge of our destinies," she said, straightening her back and holding her head high. "Well, isn't that something? You think that you are in control of anything. You know, when you fail, I am going to be the only chance you have left. Think about that. You may be refusing my kindness now, but you shall come to depend upon it later," he taunted. "I never meant to offend you. I mean only to take care of myself and my sister," Alice said calmly. "As do I. It is your stubbornness that is making it unlikely that you shall be able to fulfill whatever promises you have made to Josephine. If you think through it, you shall come to realize that you are deeply mistaken," he said. "Please," Alice breathed, holding up a hand to him and closing her eyes. She tried to steady her heartbeat, but it was racing with anger that he would treat her so rudely. "You really mean to refuse me?" he demanded. "I do. It is nothing against you as a man, but I wish to take my chances in the world," Alice decided. "Then you are making a mistake, but I suppose it is yours to make. I just hope that Josephine does not pay the price for it," he said, standing and readying himself to leave. Alice stayed quiet as Charles walked past her, maintaining his own steady pace. It was clear that he was filled with anger and resentment towards her for the rejection, but he did not wish to show it. As he stepped through the frame of the door, Charles turned back once and looked at Alice. "You cannot expect me to wait forever for you to change your mind," he said. "If you come to your senses, you had best do it quickly." Charles turned back and exited without any further ceremony. Alice was left behind, standing uncomfortably. That exchange had not gone how she might have pictured it. Alice collapsed onto the settee for a moment, glad that Josephine had not been there to see the full conversation. Her sister would likely have been horrified at their cousin's offer of marriage. It was the very last thing that either of them would have wanted. Still, Alice was glad that he had the sense to offer her instead of Josephine. If he had made a proposal for Josephine, Alice would never have forgiven him. But there was still the matter at hand of having to actually secure employment. And for all his rudeness, Charles was right about a few things. It was not going to be easy by any means. Alice had not had to work for money before, and although she had always been a good student and enjoyed keeping her mind busy, she was unsure if she could find a position that suited her. With no recommendations to her name, how was she supposed to convince anyone to take her seriously and give her a position? Without any further ideas, Alice realised that she would have to take time to think and pray about it all. Knowing that there was not much time before the debt collectors would call, she deemed it appropriate to make her way to the church and beg the Lord for answers. "Miss Winston," she called, Please have Mr. Pete ready a carriage." "Yes, Lady Addington," Miss Winston replied. Before long, the carriage had been brought around, and Alice was taking her leave from the estate. She was uncertain where her sister might be, but she knew that everything would be fine there for now. It was only her mind that was ill at ease. It was only when she looked to the future that everything appeared bleak. But once she reached the church, Alice was convinced she would find clarity, she would find peace, she would find whatever it was that the Lord had in mind for her. Chapter 4. James had made his decision firmly. He would never love again. It had been 2 weeks since she had broken his heart, 2 weeks since Adelaide had made her shocking revelations, and he had learned that everything that he had once hoped for was now out of his grasp. He would not have his bride. Sitting in the study, James brooded over his work, determined that he could focus on it, and it would make everything better. It had to make everything better. In the midst of trying to distract himself, James was startled by the sound of an ugly shriek, followed by the screams of a few of the maids. "Constance!" he shouted, standing and running from the desk and through the hall until he found the source of the commotion. "Your Grace!" Constance shouted back, closing the distance towards him. Rather than allowing her time to tell him what happened, James eyed directly past her to see the figure lying on the ground, frail, his mother. "Mum!" he exclaimed, falling to his knees by her side. "James!" she whimpered. "What happened?" he asked, cupping her cheek in his hand and laying a hand on her arm. But he did not give her time to answer either. His thoughts were in far too great a rush for that. "Constance, send for the doctor. Mother, please, are you all right?" he asked, trying to focus his thoughts and attention in one place. Yes, I am fine. You needn't worry. I was just walking through the hall towards your study and I took a tumble," she said. "Where do you hurt?" he asked. "My hip," she winced, placing a hand to her left side. "Allow me to help you up," James insisted. With the assistance of 2 of the maids, he began to lift his mother, but she cried out in pain all over again. "Let me sit," she urged, allowing them to guide her to a sturdy chair nearby. "Oh, Mother, I am so sorry," James said, his words panicked. "You did nothing. It's not your fault. It could have happened to anyone," she said. But James knew that was not true, and he knew that his mother was just trying to make him feel better. In truth, his mother was weak in body, and he should have taken better care to prevent things like this from occurring. "Mum, you're going to be all right," he said again and again with great affection. His mother tried to console him in response, telling him that she was fine. But once the doctor arrived, they saw the extent of her injury. Suddenly, they could not deny it. "Her hip is broken, and it appears that a rib has been cracked as well. A nasty fall by all accounts," Dr. Ambers revealed, a slight wince in his own face. The doctor had been a good friend of the family, and it hurt him to see Lady Hastings in this state, particularly without a husband to be with her. "Oh, Mother," James said, shaking his head in dismay. "I shall be fine, James," she said, trying to remain strong. James had seen his mother try to be strong through incredibly difficult circumstances, but this was not one of those. This was a time when she would not be able to maintain her strength, for it had already failed her. "I recommend that you remain in a wheelchair, Lady Hastings. Otherwise, you shall be confined to your bed or the sitting room with no option of moving," the doctor said, a comforting smile on his face. "Well, we cannot have a lack of movement," she said, grinning back. "Certainly. So I must insist on the chair," he said. Dr. Ambers had given his mother something for the pain, but James saw how it drained her to maintain any sort of cheer. Nevertheless, she pushed through, pretending the pain was not so bad, when he saw that it was far worse than anything she had ever experienced. "How long do you expect her to remain in the chair?" James asked. Dr. Ambers looked at him with hesitation and then placed a hand on James's arm to lead him away from his mother. "Your Grace, in situations with broken bones, it often takes many months for recovery. But in your mother's case, I cannot guarantee that she shall ever make it out of the chair," he whispered, concern peppering his voice. "Is it so bad as that?" James asked, his eyes feeling the pressure building behind them. He had not thought his mother's condition to be this bad. Frail and aged, yes, but an invalid? "I fear it is. Take good care of her and insist that she remain in the chair at all times. If she tries, for even a moment, to be strong and get up, she may do greater damage and cause things to become far worse," he said. "I understand. I shall ensure that she remains in the chair and does not try to push herself beyond that," he promised. "Very well, then. I shall come back in a couple of days to check on her and see how she is progressing. Should you need anything in the meantime, please inform me," Dr. Ambers said. James said his farewell to the doctor and returned to his mother's side. She was resting now, thanks to the medication that she had been given. It relieved him to see this, as his mother frequently pushed herself to the point of exhaustion. Making his way to the library where he could relax with a good book, James thought about his plans. He had intended to return to the West Indies as soon as possible, had even sent a letter just this afternoon regarding his work there. It was a less painful option than remaining in England, where the woman that he loved was marrying another. But this event might have changed everything, and he had to decide what he now must do. Could he really leave his mother in this devastating time? There was no chance of that. He would feel terrible, but more than that, he was far too worried for her. Although she could stay with her sister, James knew that it was not ideal. This had been her home. This estate was where her heart remained, and it was only after the loss of his father that she had spent time with his aunt. Loneliness had driven her there, but if he stayed behind for a while, she might not have to face that. She could stay at the estate with James, and they would both be content. Well, perhaps not overly content. Not with all of the rumours that were being spread about him. Then again, that might have been another good reason to remain in the country. Staying in his county seat would mean that he could stand up for himself and show that he was not running rampant in immoral liaisons. James plopped himself into a chair in the library. He grabbed a book that he had not read yet, but had wished was with him while he had been away all that time. Opening to the first page, he made every effort to train his eyes on the text that was there before him. Yet, somehow, none of the words made any sense at all. James thought further about his options. Yes, it would be good to remain in England for now, but if he planned to do so, he would have to keep busy. He would have to prove himself a serious man of his work and, thus, remove all trace of rumour simply by showing his true character. But if he stayed so busy as that, he would hardly be the company that his mother clearly needed. Would it entirely defeat the purpose of his plans to remain behind? Would he do her any good at all? James considered what his other options might be and came to the conclusion that there was only one thing for it. He would have to stay, but he should also hire his mother, a companion, someone who might spend time with her and help to keep her company when he was out or busy with other things. She would need a friend to remain at the estate with her so that she did not get bored or be anxious on her own. It could work. He thought it might be an idea to revisit once he had recovered from the initial shock of his mother's injury. For now, he tried once more to focus on the book. There was nothing for it. The book meant nothing to him just now, not with his mind so ill at ease. "Constance," he called, as he was so frequent to do. The housekeeper came swiftly to the library and entered just as James was standing to put the book back on the shelf. "Your Grace," she greeted. "Would you mind calling for the driver?" he asked. "Certainly, Your Grace," she replied, taking her leave. It was not long before James arrived at the church, a place where he could find peace, a place where he could pray about all of the things that were troubling him. James arrived at the small building. It had been 2 years since he had lived in England, but even then he was often at his townhouse. This church had been one he had not visited as frequently as he might have liked, but now that he was here, it was an ideal place to sit and pray. Inside it was dim and small, but clean. The Reverend was not present, but he did see the figure of a woman a few rows up, praying as well. James looked at the otherwise empty space. For some reason, he felt drawn to sit near another person. Certainly not too close, but close enough that he might not feel so alone. Finding his way to the pew behind her, James took his seat, just a little bit off to the left. It was then that he noticed, despite the woman having her head covered in a neat straw hat, that she was crying. For a moment, he opened his mouth to speak a word of comfort, but then thought again. He might startle her. Furthermore, she may not want his company or his comfort. She had come to the church to be alone, after all. James closed his eyes and hung his head in his hands, trying to focus on his own prayer. He too had come to the church to be alone. Only God was to be his comfort just now, and he did not mind that. However, the sounds of the woman's weeping were a poor distraction for him, one that moved his heart to try and offer some sort of comfort. Pulling the handkerchief from his breast pocket, James stretched it out to the lady. "Here, I believe you need this more than I," he said, his words sounding loud against the quiet of the church. The woman froze at the sound of his voice, but turned only enough to nod in appreciation and take the little piece of fabric from him. "Thank you. You are most kind," she said. "It is nothing. I would not be a gentleman if I left you to your sadness and offered nothing." He laughed lightly. It elicited a small chuckle of appreciation from her as well, but then the laugh turned to a choke of emotion. "Forgive me, I must seem like quite a fool just now," she said, regret filling her tone. "Not in the least. I think any man or woman who comes to the church to handle their difficulties is nothing but wise," James said. "Yes, I suppose that is true. Am I correct in thinking that means you are wise as well?" she asked. James let out a full laugh, not caring about the quiet of the church. "I can hardly think myself wise. I may try, but I assure you that I have done a great deal of late to prove otherwise," he confessed. "Then that is another similarity that we share," she replied, all amusement gone from her voice. James studied the back of her head. The hat covered all but a little of the pitch-dark hair that must have covered her head. He saw only a fraction of her neck and cheek, but she continued to face forward. From what little he saw, and from the musicality of her voice, he thought that she must be quite young, but he knew that he could easily be mistaken on that. Women were difficult to discern unless their faces were in full view. "I can assure you that you have not lacked wisdom nearly so bad as I have," he said, offering her a bit of condolence by shaming himself. "Oh? I think I could prove otherwise," she chuckled in reply. "Imagine going away for work only to return and find that the woman I intended to marry has found another. Then, just as I intended to leave again for my business, my mother is terribly injured. I was a fool to believe that my intended would wait for me, and even more foolish to think I could leave my mother behind again," James said, hoping that she took comfort in his pain. "That is a very sad tale," the woman said, managing to be both sensitive and also matter-of-fact. but I fear that I am able to outdo you. Enlighten me, he offered. Imagine the death of your father, meaning that you lose everything. Imagine he made many mistakes, and your only way out is to marry someone you could never love. You refuse, but in doing so, you potentially destroy the future for yourself and your sister. I think that would be a foolish thing indeed, the woman told him. James considered it for a moment. It was something that he would never have to worry about. He had inherited his father's title and position. Nothing would ever be taken from him. But for this poor woman, that was quite the opposite. That is a tragedy, he said. Yes, it is foolishness, she replied. They were quiet for a moment, and James realised that already his mood was lighter. Strange, as he had come to pray and be alone, but God had provided someone who might share his burden for a moment. Anyway, she said, I ought not to remain too much longer, but I have more prayers to pray. Then I shall not keep you, he said. I have an appointment in town soon, but I am glad to have spoken with you and to be able to have a brief time in prayer as well. Here, she said, handing the handkerchief over her shoulder. No, please, keep it. You need it just now, James said. Thank you. For your handkerchief and your kindness, the woman said. Certainly, and I do wish you well with your situation, he said. I wish you the same, she replied. James left her to herself and prayed for a few moments, asking God to settle his spirit. He prayed that his mother might recover quickly and be back to her old self. With every word he uttered, he felt his spirit lift. But soon, James left the church, stopping once to glance at the strange woman he had spoken with. He did not wish to interrupt her again, but he was glad that she had lightened his mood in their brief chat, each of them in a terrible state of emotion, but each of them able to perceive it for what it was and speak easily of the circumstances that seemed to crush them. James turned and left the church, hoping that the rest of the day would be a little bit brighter. Chapter 5. The day was drawing near that the debts would be called in. There was little time left for waiting. Alice took in a deep breath, leaning back against the settee. Josephine had gone out for a walk with one of the maids, but Alice had not been feeling up to it. More than anything, she just wished for a rest. Closing her eyes, Alice tried to picture the future, herself as a governess, or a housekeeper or some such, Josephine trying to find a husband, but having a reputation as the daughter of a debtor. Was there any real hope for either of them? Alice stood as Charles entered the room. She had known he would come by again soon, but when she had seen his carriage coming towards the townhouse, it had grieved her. "Cousin," she greeted, curtsying. He bowed in reply and made his way, comfortably, to one of the other chairs in the room. "I wish to speak with you about the upcoming matters," he said. "Certainly. Would you like some tea? Have you eaten?" she offered, attempting to be a good hostess, despite the tension that lingered between them. "I have eaten, and I do not need tea," he said in a sharp way. Alice could tell that he was still offended by her refusal, and she felt that it was not going to lighten any time soon. Charles had pride, and she had wounded it. She felt like a fool for not having expected this. Nevertheless, she had been unprepared, and it was not until she had time in the church to speak with God and the other man that she found a bit of peace about it all. "All right, then. What shall we discuss?" she asked. "The debts are going to be called in soon enough. I have looked over your father's estate and all of his resources. I am afraid that you are going to lose nearly everything. Perhaps we shall be able to keep this home, but certainly nothing more," Charles told her. It had been the very thing that Alice had feared. If they were able to keep the townhouse, that was more than she had hoped for, but it still left them without much of anything. And if Charles was the new Earl of Drakemyre, did that not mean that the townhouse would belong to him now? That he could decide whether or not they were allowed to live there? All right, so we have nothing else? She asked, maintaining her composure. Number nothing. That is, you have nothing but my offer. It still stands, should you choose to accept it. You know that I will not turn you away, he said. Alice looked away and smoothed her dress, a nervous habit that distracted her from the difficulty of the situation. I am afraid that my answer must remain the same as it was before. I cannot marry you, she told him. Truly? You have not changed your mind? He asked, the wounded pride appearing more as a gentle hurt. His demeanour had changed on the matter, and that helped Alice to feel somewhat more comfortable in his presence. I fear that I have not. I should like to be friends and cousins, but I cannot marry you. I would still like to seek work, Alice told him, prepared for any backlash or mocking that he may unleash upon her, as he had the previous time. Then I understand that you have made up your mind. I shall not continue to press the matter, Charles said. His words acted as a balm to soothe Alice's anxious soul. Charles was composed and understanding, entirely different from how he had behaved previously. She wondered if, perhaps, all he needed was time. Now that he had been able to think through everything, he understood that they would not have made a very good match anyway. Sad though it was that he should be rejected, and Alice should be left without so much assistance from him, it was better for them both. Thank you for being so understanding, Alice said. I have been looking at advertisements for positions. Most likely, I should like to work as a governess, but if I end up finding a position as a housekeeper, I would accept that as well. There was a glimmer of something in Charles's eye that Alice could not quite place. She imagined that it must have been compassion or empathy, but the hint of a smile he gave did not quite fit either of those emotions. You should like that sort of work, Charles asked. I think being a governess would be a dignified enough duty. I know that there is not the level of respect for the position that there ought to be, but Josephine and I were always rather fond of our governess, Miss Popplewell, Alice said. Ah, yes, Miss Popplewell. I do remember her, actually. At times when I would come and see your father. Do you know, she chased me off from you more times than you are apparently aware of, Charles asked. Alice looked at him with wide eyes. Truly? She did? She asked. Yes. Not that it matters anyway. You have no love for me, and she had nothing to be afraid of, he said, cutting the bitterness from his voice and speaking as soothingly as he was likely able. Alice was quiet for a moment, knowing that his remark still rang of his upset, even if he was handling things far better this day. I am very sorry for having hurt you, she said. Think nothing of it, for I have all but forgotten. It is what it is, and we must move on, Charles said. Alice nodded, thankful that he wished to move on from it as well. I fear that I was rude. I meant not to disrespect you. I was rather taken aback, and I think that my demeanour was not what it ought to have been, she confessed. Forget it, he said, sounding as though he truly wished for her to move on and leave the conversation behind. Alice agreed that it was best they not talk about it any further, but rather move on to discuss the rest of their plans. Well then, that is what I intend to do. I know that it shall not provide a home for Josephine at the moment, so I am still trying to decide exactly what I must do for her. Alice said. I have had a thought in that regard as well, Charles said, and this is one that I think you shall approve of. Please do tell, Alice urged, thankful that he had thought about it at all. Well, my mother could use some company in the city. It would be an ideal time as it is during the season, and it means that Josephine will be seen by many. She can be a part of polite society and still have a roof over her head, he suggested. Alice was delighted by the idea. If their aunt would take Josephine in, They really would have an ideal option for the two of them to continue living their lives without having to worry about a home. Charles seemed more than happy to arrange it all, which gave Alice an even greater semblance of peace. "I should be ever so delighted if you are able to arrange that," she said. "Then consider it completed. I shall speak with my mother as soon as possible and make sure that she has a place for Josephine. I know that she will. I've mentioned to her that you might need something temporary, but now that you have agreed to one of my suggestions, I think that I can make it all work out," Charles said. Alice felt bad about his comment. He was still hurt that she had not agreed to another of his suggestions, the one about them marrying, but she stood firm in the knowledge that she had made the right decision. His little remarks at times certainly proved to make her feel terribly guilty, but she knew that she had not handled things very well, and that her poor cousin had been hurt by her actions and her words. Perhaps she was working to make it right, but she could not blame him if there were still little cuts now and then. "I am ever so grateful to you for arranging this. It is an ideal option for Josephine and for me. She is going to enjoy spending time with our aunt. I've no doubt about it," Alice said. "Yes, my mother is quite lovely, and she shall make every effort to get Josephine taken care of in society. She shall wander about with the very best, the most beautiful, the wealthiest," he said. Alice considered that, and, for a moment, disliked the thought. She wanted Josephine to be comfortable living a simple life as well, but still, if it improved her prospects in finding a match, could it really be all that bad? "Well, thank you again," Alice said. "It is nothing but my duty," Charles replied. Alice thought about duty and what hers was now. As she took care of Josephine, she had a great many things that she needed to ensure were put into place. But in the midst of all of that, she thought about the duty that she would have one day to marry as well. If it ever came to it, she would have to choose for love rather than the provisions being offered by their cousin. And certainly, she would never be the sort of woman to promise herself to one man and then choose another. Not like the woman spoken of by the man in the church. It had been such a strange interaction, one so unexpected, still reeling from it. Alice thought about how hurt the man must have been when he learned that his intended had moved on. She would not put herself or Charles in the position of having to face such a thing, and if she were to find a match soon, she would want it to be a man like the one in the church who had been so kind, offering his handkerchief so freely. She felt the wad of it in her bodice where she had tucked it upon departing from the church. It needed to be washed and cleaned from all of her tears. But Alice had been dealing with far more pressing matters and simply hadn't given it to the housekeeper yet. "Anyway, I suppose I ought to depart," Charles said, cutting through the silence that had settled between them. "Oh, yes. Well, thank you for speaking with me," she said. "Think nothing of it, and I shall keep my ears open for any positions. I think I have just the sort of resources for finding you a position out of the city. You know, now that I am a man with a title, I interact with many great men of England. Some of them have daughters, and I imagine they are going to be in search of a governess," Charles said. "You think?" "Oh, that would be ever so lovely," Alice said. "Then I shall make every effort to find you a position amongst them. Give me some time, but I will do what I can to make it work, and if you are working out of the city and Josephine is still here, I think everything will be all right. My mother will take good care of her," he said. Alice agreed, but that did not make it any easier in her mind that leaving Josephine behind was a good idea. No, it would be entirely too difficult, but she had to think about what was best. At first, Alice had thought about renting a small cottage for Josephine while she worked. But she would still have time in which she had no money to pay for it, and it would be difficult to do much of anything to help her sister. This suggestion from Charles would provide the ideal solution to their problem. Josephine would be looked after while Alice worked and saved some money. Then the two could be reunited very quickly and everything would come back together. They would share a home again. It had to work out. Charles stood and made for the door of the parlour, and Alice saw him out. "Thank you again, and also, I am very sorry for my rudeness previously," Alice said, feeling the need to apologise one last time. "I told you to think nothing of it," he said in a flat voice. "I will do whatever I can for you and your sister. That is my duty, and it shall be done." "Then you are truly a good man," Alice said. "You must remember that, in case you ever change your mind. Remember that I am a good man," Charles said. Alice was speechless as Charles turned and left the house for his carriage. It appeared as though he still expected her to consider his proposal, even though he had offered her other options, and agreed to help with the ones she had decided on. It would not grow any easier being around him if he continued to hope that they might one day share a home and family. But Alice had made up her mind, and she knew that Charles would come to respect it in time. But for now, Alice went back inside and sat on the settee all over again. Josephine would be back soon. Alice suddenly remembered the little bulge in her bodice again. She fished out the small piece of fabric and told herself to make sure she got it washed soon. Looking at it closely for the first time, she saw a small insignia on the handkerchief. Strange that she had not noticed it before. More than ever, she realised that it had been kind of the man to give it to her. If it had some symbol of his, then he must have been quite intentional about having it. Yes, he had been a generous man, and despite all of her senses, Alice could not seem to forget that. Chapter 6. Another day passed, and James was continuing to try and work as hard as he could. It was the only way to keep himself distracted enough to forget about Adelaide. News of her engagement abounded, and when James had gone to another meeting that week, he had been asked about the date of his wedding. "My wedding? I'm not getting married," he had laughed. "Oh, but I heard that your betrothed was at the dressmaker yesterday. My wife ran into her. She plans for quite an exquisite gown," the man had said. James had merely repeated that he was not getting married, and the conversation grew quiet. After that, he had gone on with the meeting filled with the distractions of his own mind. "Mother, how are you feeling today?" he asked, entering his mother's bedroom and trying to brighten it by pulling back the curtains. "I am very well, you know. These old bones simply need a bit of healing," she laughed. But once more, James saw the pain in her face, the wince, the near shudder of agony. The chair was doing her quite well, and he was glad that they had managed to procure it so quickly. He could not imagine what his mother might do if she had to be confined to one room for the next few months, or perhaps the rest of her days. "Now, how is your work?" she asked, all light and airy with cheer. "It is going very well, Mother," James replied. "I am glad to hear it, and I expect that you shall be able to meet with a great number of women while in London," she asked. James turned swiftly to her and eyed her with confusion. "In London?" he asked. "Yes, during the season," she said. "Mother, you are in a chair, and I have no desire to be around society," he said. His mother shook her head, the rage still evident beneath her gaze from the new knowledge of what Adelaide had done. "You must prove to them that you are not this man that she is claiming you are. Not only that, but you have to show Adelaide that you will not hide away in the countryside just because she is no longer intending to marry you," she said. "Mother, number. You are my son, and I know that you are a man of good character. Let her see that. Let all of London see that. But more importantly than even that, You deserve to enjoy yourself. It will be good for you to have time out and meet new people," she said. There was a small, mischievous grin on his mother's face that James could not quite configure. "What are you thinking?" he asked, suspicious. "I am thinking that I may have a daughter-in-law yet. If you are diligent to spend time during the season and to meet new young women, you may not suffer the hopelessness that you feel now," she said. "I have no desire to make a new match. I am exhausted by love. It is far better for me if I enjoy my work for now. The rest may come, but it is not time for it yet," James reasoned. "Do not be a fool. You deserve happiness, and I think that a nice young woman might bring you that. Can you not just come with me and we will see what happens?" she asked. "But I know you," he laughed. "Good. Then you understand that I have every intention of finding you a new match. I think it is perfectly plausible that we should be able to discover a young lady worthy of the Duke of Wallasey, don't you?" she teased. "I am not so sure. It would seem that there are no young women who have any desire at all for me," James said. "That is because they do not know you. From the moment that you inherited the title, you were out and away. London has not met my son yet. Not really. You cannot expect them all to accept you without knowing you. So please consider it and indulge me." "You must come with me," she said. "Well, Mr. Jacobs will be there during the season," James said. "Oh, perfect," his mother said, clasping her hands together. "I have not said that I agree," James quickly remarked. "No, but you do not have to. Mr. Jacobs is your business partner, and you cannot do anything without him. Think of all the work that you shall be able to complete with him being there alongside you," she reasoned. "Mother, you are being far too obvious for your own good. I know what you have in your mind." James laughed. "Yes, well, I have no reason to hide it. I want you to find a good match, and I think that this is the ideal situation for it. So you can come and do your work and pretend that you want nothing more than that. But I expect you to at least try to meet a few eligible young ladies," she said. James sucked in a bit of air and chewed on the thought. He really would save time not having to correspond with Theodore Jacobs. They would be able to meet in person and take care of all the matters at hand without any significant hold-ups. However, it would also mean having to see Adelaide and her new betrothed. He would have to face those who had spread rumours about him and also those who had chosen to believe those rumours. That was a far less ideal situation. Still, if he could keep his mother happy at the same time, it might turn out to be worth it. "Please do tell me that you are going to accompany me, James. We shall have such a wonderful time," she urged again. James laughed, knowing that his mother had defeated him. "If you insist, mother, I cannot refuse you," he said, feeling quite at ease with this new decision. "Oh, you are such a wonderful son. Now let us think about our best options. We must get you fitted for a nice outfit for all of the balls that we are going to attend," she said, getting right to work at her plans. James allowed his mother to dream about it all, and he went along with the conversation, but he had other thoughts in mind as well. Knowing that he would be spending a great deal of time with Theodore, he would want someone with his mother. It was time to revisit the idea for a companion. He could easily take out an advertisement in the paper for such a position, and then choose the young lady with the best demeanour. He would want someone of upstanding reputation. She would need to be a woman who had proven her character, who was always loving and giving to others. And she would have to be a young woman who was devoted to the church and to her faith, not just in name or in show, but in actuality. James had a flashing thought to the woman who had been at the church when he had been there. She had been such a good companion in that moment, and he could not deny that. Maybe it would be nice to spend time in society and be around people again. People other than his business acquaintances and the gentlemen's club. Whatever was going to happen in London, James wanted it to be known that he would not bow to Adelaide's whims and lies. He would show that he was still a good man with strong character and a virtuous heart. If anybody chose to question that, he would be sure to set it straight. He had not compromised his moral values in any way while in the West Indies, and there was no evidence to the contrary. He would never demean himself enough to make it true. The following day, James called Constance to his study. "Please have this taken and placed as an advertisement in the paper," he instructed, handing her a note. "Yes, Your Grace," she replied, leaving with it. James was relieved to have gotten that done, knowing that it would mean his mother might not be so lonely once he was busy in the city. Whatever sort of companion he found for her, he thought she should have a say in it as well. His mother was a kind and gentle woman, but she could also be bold at times. It would take a special sort of woman to be able to tame her enough to get her to stay in the wheelchair. From there, he threw himself back into his work. Writing Theodore to tell him of his plans, James thought to include an apology for changing his mind about returning to the plantation right away. Things had been going right along with the business, and they had seen an abundance of successes in recent days. It was rumoured that their competitors were all failing in comparison to them, and business was growing as their products became known for their tremendous quality. James was pleased that everything had been coming together better than he had ever imagined. With his expertise in the product and the business end, plus the networking and marketing skills of Theodore, there was no stopping them. The business would only continue to thrive and grow. James fiddled with a few more papers, seeing where their projections were headed. If all went well, they would soon be the largest tobacco provider in all of England. To be able to grow to such a size was a dream, one that was actually quite near at hand. According to the numbers, they were not far off, and they were only seeing greater returns on every penny that had been invested. Yes, James was delighted that he could care for his mother, but now, more than ever, he would be able to hire a companion for her, someone sweet and deserving of the ample salary that he could pay. Of course, he had not yet spoken with his mother about it, and that was an entirely different situation for James to consider. It was the following day that he sat down with her to talk through everything that he had been thinking about. "What is it?" she asked, looking anxious. James realised that he had been far too serious when he asked his mother to listen to what it was that he had to say. "Well, I have thought about our trip to London during the season, but know that this is applicable even while we are here," he began. "You have something in mind," she prodded. "I do. I think that it would be good if we hire a companion for you," he said, hoping she would appreciate his bluntness. "A companion?" she echoed. "Yes, as I am going to be very busy with Mr. Jacobs and all of my work. I should hate for you to be alone, especially with your injury," James said. "But we have Constance and the others," she said. "Yes, but I should like someone who is here for no other reason than preventing you from growing bored." James laughed. His mother looked at him closely, squinting her eyes in consideration. "Well, I must say, I do not hate the idea, but only so long as you allow me to have a say in it as well. I should not like for you to choose a companion for me who is older than I or as fidgety." She laughed. "Worry not, Mother. I intend to hire only the best for you, and it shall have to be someone that you like," he agreed. "Then I concede. I trust your judgment, James. If you think it is best, we shall hire someone," she confirmed. With that, James was feeling even better. His mood was improving every day, despite the sadness and pain he had been feeling. Everything was beginning to come together. If he could just push through a little bit more, he could even survive the season ahead. Chapter 7. Alice had just seen Josephine off to pay a call when one of the maids informed her that her cousin was awaiting her in the study again. A quiet dread settled into her stomach. Although grateful for all that he had done for her, Alice worried that Charles might make an offer for the third time. She could not comprehend how she might refuse him again if he chose to try and sway her once more. But she hoped that he would do no such thing, and it was wrong of her to feel so much disappointment in being near him. Charles was doing a great deal to ensure that she and Josephine were well looked after. "Good morning," she greeted with a warm smile, entering the study. With a polite curtsy and a cheerful demeanour, Alice thought she had best think of all the positives of a visit from Charles. "Good morning, cousin. I am sorry for intruding on you once more," he said. "You are always welcome here. I should hope that you know that. And will you be having tea today?" she offered, even though he had so blatantly refused last time on principle of being angry with her. "I would love some," he said, behaving just as warmly and friendly as if there had never been a disagreement between them. Alice called for the tea to be brought and sat across the desk from her cousin. Charles had been making himself quite at home of late, and sitting behind her father's desk was one of the many examples of it. She was reminded, then, that this was now his inheritance. The house could be taken from her at any turn, although she could hardly imagine now that Charles would do that to her. "Are you well?" she asked, trying to open up a dialogue when there was only quiet. "Quite, thank you," he replied. The tea was brought in, and Charles smiled at the maid, nodding in appreciation as the cup was poured. Alice waited and had hers after, hoping that Charles would tell her why he had come this time. "With tea served, let us get down to business," he said. "Yes, let's," she replied. "As a matter of fact, I come with exciting news. I am quite delighted for what it is that I have to tell you," he said. "Have they found Father's ships?" she asked, her heart racing with anticipation at this exciting news. Charles laughed at her and waved the thought away. "No, nothing so hopeful as that. But it charms me that you remain so optimistic," he said. "Yes, it is difficult to give up hope," she conceded. "Well, this news is that I have found an ideal position for you, perhaps not the same as rediscovering a grand inheritance, but it is still rather exciting, is it not?" he shared. A position. Alice's eyes lit up. She would have work, her own money, and the freedom to use it as she wished. "Truly? What sort of position is it? Am I to be a governess?" she asked. "Better. You shall not have to deal with any pesky children. Only a crotchety old lady, but that is not the ideal part. You see, there are things that I sought to spare you, things I have not told you about your father and his passing," Charles said. A knife wound reopened in Alice's heart to hear this. She had no desire to learn more about her father's death. Knowing that any information had been kept from her was a shock, and she found herself quite disturbed by it. "What do you mean?" "What things? What have you not told me about it?" she asked. He was driven to it, driven by the pain of failure and mockery, all because of a terrible man. "You see, cousin, the tobacco business is quite ruthless. Men must be very strong to survive it. Unfortunately, your father was not strong enough," he said. Alice felt her cheeks burn with the shame of it. Her father had done all that he could to be a success for them. It was frustrating to hear him spoken of as anything less than the man that she knew him to be. "It was not his fault. You must not look at me with that expression. It was the fault of a terrible duke. A beast of a man. He is the true cause of our ruin," he said. Alice wanted to hear more, and yet she wished that she knew none of it. Every word that passed her cousin's lips was a sharp pain. The death of her father was still so recent, and she could not bear to think that there had been a fellow man who had led it to happen. "What does all of this have to do with my new position?" she asked, trying to change the subject back to where it had begun. "That is the brilliance of it. You would be working for the very same man who caused your father the sort of grief that led to his death, Charles announced. Alice's heart slowed, or perhaps it was the world around her that slowed. She could not quite be sure. What she did know, without a doubt, was that she had no desire to work for the man who had caused her father's demise. Whatever had led Charles to think that this was a good idea was nonsense. How could she bear to work for someone who had killed her beloved father? And how exactly had he managed to do it? Charles was being vague. Was it murder? What did he do to father? And why would I wish to work for him? She asked. It is my belief that he caused your father to seek solace in some of the more toxic of substances in the Indies. Some enjoyments could not be handled in large doses, the man said. Alice had heard of these types of things, a black, tarry substance that helped one escape all of their troubles, but when used in excess, addictive and deadly. Was it true that her father had become such an addict, and that this man had helped him to do it? If this man did entice your father to take it in such a quantity that it ultimately led to his death, that equates to murder, does it not? Charles asked. Alice did not know the law on such matters, but it made sense in practicality. Her father had been a bad man for investments, but she had never seen him touch more than a little alcohol now and then, and the occasional cigar. He was not reckless. And why would I wish to work for him? She asked next, taking her questions slowly, one at a time. Because you will be able to get information on him. You can gather the evidence that we need to prove that he destroyed all you have, that he is the guilty party. You can be a hero, cousin. You can make sure that he never does this again to anyone else, Charles said. And who is this man? Who has done this to us? She asked. Charles gritted his teeth, a sharp venom passing over his face. It was clear that he held a deep hatred for the man. And if all of these things proved to be true, Alice could not blame him for it. The Duke of Wallasey, a horrid beast of a man. You cannot imagine what a terrible person he is, Charles growled under his breath. I have heard of him, actually, she said. There had been many things said of the Duke of late. Alice had heard that he was quite an unpleasant fellow, with a cold heart for business and an immoral bent. But to know that she had been personally affected by him was something else entirely. Not the same as the strange rumours of a man she didn't know. Now it was a personal and horrid dread that seeped into her bones. Alice thought about what it all meant, and how she was supposed to move forward. Would it affect her reputation if she worked for someone known for being such a dreadful man? And once she found the evidence that they might need, what was she to do with it exactly? There were so many unanswered questions, but Alice saw that her cousin was filled with more than enough anger to make a plan worth enacting. The best plans were formed through anger. But Alice knew that they were usually the ones that people regretted the most. I'm not sure if this is such a wise idea, she confessed. Why ever not? It is perfect. He shall never suspect that you are infiltrating. I promise you, this is the grandest opportunity we have ever had. We can put this man away, securing ourselves as heroes, Charles said. Not caring whether or not she was seen as a hero, Alice had a sense of foreboding. This was not the sort of position she had been hoping for. A governess was fine enough for her. What is the exact position? You mentioned an elderly woman, she said, changing the wording used by Charles. Oh, yes. His mother took a fall. Most likely, he caused it. But she needs a companion to take care of her and join her at society events. Someone who is generous and sensitive. I thought that you, of all people, would do well for the job, Charles complimented. Alice was moved that he thought her to have these qualities. She hoped that he was right. The thought of working as a companion to an elderly woman was both thrilling and frightening. In many ways, she knew that it was ideal for her. She could look after the woman and be sure to take good care of her. But Alice also knew that sometimes the elderly had less pleasant moods. If this woman was anything like her son, what good would there be for Alice in this? Did this woman have the same cold heart that the Duke had? Think about it. I see that you are hesitant, and I cannot blame you for that. But remember what this man did to your father, Charles said. Alice considered that her father had been driven to sadness, to substance, to failure, and it made her rage. This would be the sweetest of revenge, because it is the sort that holds a man accountable for his wrongdoings and ensures that he is never able to hurt another so badly again, Charles said once more. Alice was beginning to understand. She really could have a fine opportunity in this, a chance to take back what was hers. Destroying the man who had destroyed them. Never prone to vengeance before, this was a very new feeling. But Alice found it enticing. She wanted justice for her father, wanted the Duke to face the punishment that was due him. And if he had been the reason for her now precarious position, she wanted him to face the consequences of that as well. For herself, for Josephine, for her father. It would all be worth it. Alice looked up at Charles with keen eyes that glassed over in determination. I shall do it. Chapter 8. All morning, James had been trying to finish a final project before the interview for his mother's companion, but when the time came and he was told that the young woman had arrived, the papers were still spread all over his desk, and very little had been accomplished. Thank you, Constance. He sighed at learning the woman had arrived. James looked at the pile with hopeless frustration and decided he would simply have to leave it for later to deal with. This was more important for now. Making his way to the parlour, he hoped that it would not take long to find the right sort of woman to be his mother's aide. The moment that he entered, James felt a shock. This young woman was nothing like what he might have expected for the position, with black hair piled neatly upon her head and hazel eyes that shone more brown than green. He was quite taken aback by her pale complexion. She had a small, delicate chin with a slight point to it. In truth, she was quite beautiful. He had never considered that he might hire a beautiful woman. Rather, he expected a spinster to apply, someone aged, with no prospects of her own, a burden to her family. That was what he had expected. But what he found before him was someone entirely different. Miss Ashbrook, he greeted, taking a bow. Your Grace, she replied with a curtsy of her own. Thank you for coming. I hope that this interview proves satisfactory to us all, he said, although he had grave misgivings. What could this young woman know of being a companion to his mother? She was hardly going to be well versed in the things that elderly women spoke of or needed, and her clothing suggested that she was not the sort of woman who had much previous work experience. Rather, she was dressed in humble colours, but rich fabrics. Whatever her story, it must have been a strange one. Miss Ashbrook was just telling me that her family hails from Yorkshire, and she spent much time with her grandmother as a child, the Dowager Duchess said. James looked to his mother where she sat in the corner, already comfortable. It would seem as though the interview had already begun, despite him not having been there. Yorkshire? How nice, he said, trying to be interested in the information. In truth, he was still reeling from how unexpected the young woman was. Well, I have been asking her much about her life, but I expect that you might wish to interview her now, his mother said. Indeed, he replied, looking at his mother as if giving her leave to go from the room. But it was clear that his mother wished to stay. James couldn't blame her for that. She clearly appeared to be intrigued by the young lady. "So I must ask you what qualifications you have for the position that I posted," James said. "Certainly, and in truth I have only that of my time with my own family. My grandmother lived with us for much of my life until her passing, and my maternal grandmother would come and stay with us at times during the season," she said. "So you have experiences with grandmothers?" "Is that a qualification?" he asked. She smiled in a sweet way, as if to apologize for not having been more thorough in her explanation. "Forgive me. What I meant was that I am well versed in the things that are needed at a certain stage of life. My maternal grandmother was also confined to a wheelchair, but we would ensure that she was able to come visit us regardless," she explained. "My duties were to assist her with her medicine as well as taking her for her daily stroll around the gardens. I was young then and not able to do much more. My mother took her into town and I observed," she continued. "And while my father's mother had no such struggles, I was responsible for daily managing her hair and hygiene. My mother and father believed that being so involved with my grandmothers would help me to grow closer to them, and I dare say it was successful," she finished. "Well, that is a great deal more than I expected of someone so youthful," he said. "And what does my youth have to do with any of it?" she asked quite plainly. "Simply that most young women have very little work experience, but your parents did well to train you. I appreciate their philosophy regarding your grandmothers," he said. "Would you prefer a woman with more life experience?" she asked him openly. James was surprised by the young woman's candour. She was willing to speak out rather freely, and that was the very last thing he had anticipated. Well, beyond her youth. In truth, there was now nothing about her that he had expected, and it was quite perplexing him. "I must confess that I cannot quite understand what you mean," he admitted. "James!" his mother scolded. The young woman looked somewhat amused, but then a flash of fear overtook her for the briefest moment. "I meant not to cause any uncertainty," she said. He realised then how badly she must need the position, and it made him somewhat soften. Although it was true that he would have preferred a woman with a stronger resume, Miss Ashbrook was quite unique and seemed to have appealed to his mother's senses. There was also something familiar about her, comforting perhaps, but James thought that maybe that was simply the fact that she was beautiful, and he, as a man, could appreciate that. He did not want that to be the sort of reason he might hire a young lady. No, his mother deserved someone who could fill the role well and take excellent care of her. Whatever other considerations, he could not be distracted by simple beauty, which meant nothing. "There is nothing to worry about. I appreciate that you are bold with your words. I was simply surprised by it," he said. "Well, I do hope that I should not bring you any further doubt," she said. "I imagine that will not be of any concern. Now, please tell me more about yourself, your family," he said. Miss Ashbrook appeared to close up somewhat. He could not quite figure what it was that she didn't wish to say, but James knew that young women seeking employment were often embarrassed by their economic circumstances. "Well, I come from a humble background. My parents have passed away," she said. "Siblings?" he asked. "One, and well cared for," she replied. "That is good to hear. I should hate to think that your family suffers as you work towards a decent position," he said. "No, that is of no concern," she replied. "How old are you?" he asked. She paused for a moment, but answered, 20. My age should not be of worry for you, however. I promise you that I am quite capable. In fact, I believe that my youth shall make me an even better companion," she said. "And why is that?" he asked. "Because it means that I am able to take care of all of the things that might otherwise be overlooked. My mind is sharp, my priorities are few, and all of my focus shall be on the Dowager Duchess," she said. James looked to his mother in the corner. She nodded as if in high approval and gave him a wide-eyed grin. His mother liked this young woman very much. There was no question of that. James only feared that she might be wrong for it. "Well, I believe that is all I need to know for now. My mother and I shall discuss the matter and get back to you quickly," he said. Miss Ashbrook nodded and stood. "I thank you for this opportunity. I hope that you found me to be a satisfactory candidate," she said. "I shall let you know once I have interviewed the other candidates," he said. In truth, there were no other candidates, but he knew that Miss Ashbrook was not aware of that. He could tell her whatever he wanted as an excuse to get out of having to hire her if he did not wish to. Miss Ashbrook said goodbye to his mother, and that was all there was left to them. James walked her to the door and felt that sense of familiarity again, but he could not quite place it and figured he would have remembered her if it were important. "Thank you again for your time," she said, giving a farewell curtsy. "And you for yours," he replied. Miss Ashbrook walked out the door, and James closed it behind her with a strange blend of hope and foreboding. He liked this young woman as his mother's companion, but still felt certain that she lacked the appropriate qualifications. That was more than enough to leave him questioning what to do. When he returned to his mother in the parlour, she had a stern look on her face. "Well, you were hardly the model of politeness that I would have expected from my son," she scolded. "What do you mean?" "I was perfectly fine for the situation at hand. She was not a guest. She was interviewing for employment," he reasoned. "That was no reason to speak to her the way that you did," she said. "What did I do so wrongly?" he asked. "Did something about the young woman unnerve you?" his mother asked. "You behaved so strangely." "I am unnerved at the thought of your companion being so young and inexperienced," he admitted. "I should like a dose of youth in my life," his mother said. "Yes, but she continually compared you to her grandmothers," he laughed. "Perhaps you do not recognize that I am rather aged, James. I cannot fault her for comparing me to those she knows who are aged like me. You ought not to fault her for it either. She has experience with elderly women, and that is what she needs for this position, is it not?" she asked. "She was also extremely vague about her family," he said, "and you are full of excuses. You may not like her, but I do, and she is to be my companion, yes?" she asked. Taking in a sharp breath, James realized that his mother had him caught. Yes, the young lady was to be her companion, and as a result, his mother had final say on the matter. After all, he had been the one who had gone away and left her behind. It was not his first choice to leave her in the hands of someone he was unsure of, but he also wanted to make up for the time he had spent without his mother. If she wanted Miss Ashbrook to be her companion, he could hardly refuse her. It would not have been the right thing to do by any means. "You really want her as your companion? You think that she shall be able to care for all of your needs?" he asked. "I believe she will be ideal," his mother said. "I wish I had your confidence in the matter," James replied. "I suppose you shall just have to trust me, because I like her, and I should like for you to hire her for the position," she said again firmly. James nodded, conceding. If his mother wanted Miss Ashbrook, he would have to hire Miss Ashbrook, and perhaps if he were being completely honest, he did not mind that so much. Chapter 9. Alice had done all she could to try and capture the Duke's attention. Although she had tried to be bold and charming, it had nearly backfired. So, when she received a letter offering her the position, Alice was somewhat surprised, but entirely relieved. Now that she had managed to get this role, she would be able to have the revenge that her cousin had managed to stoke within her. Now, she could nearly taste it, and she desired more of it. It was not only the revenge, however. The more she had tried to learn about the Duke, the more she heard about his vast wealth. Upon learning the salary of the position, she recognised that she and Josephine would now be set through her employment. Yes, both their futures depended upon her doing well in the role. It was a shame that she would have to lose the position once she exposed the Duke for his true character, but at least then she might be able to regain their reputable name and find other means of financial stability. On her first day of work, Alice arrived at the estate in her plainest dress. She hoped that they would not notice how the fabric was still so pristine, but that she would appear modest, yet proud. When the housekeeper, Constance, let her in, Alice was taken to the Dowager Duchess's rooms, where she was told she would be helping the Dowager Duchess get ready. "Good morning," the woman greeted, rolling in her chair to the mirror. "Will you do my hair as you said you did for your grandmother?" Alice was enthusiastic in being able to do so. She had loved playing with her grandmother's hair as a child, and although she may have oversold her abilities, it felt good to be able to do something reasonably well. She brushed through the length of grey and white hair and wrapped it up neatly in a bun that suited the Dowager Duchess. Alice saw the approval in the woman's crinkled eyes and felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Now, let us spend time in the parlour. I should like to work on my stitching. Do you stitch at all?" she asked. "I do, but I fear that my skills are not what they ought to be," she answered honestly. "Come then," the Dowager Duchess said, gesturing for Alice to push her in the chair. "I shall teach you." For the next 2 hours, Alice was shown how to perfect her stitches, and it was rather fun in a way she hadn't expected. Her eyes did not strain, nor did her fingers ache. Rather, she managed to create some beautiful work thanks to the woman she was meant to be working for. "Do you play the pianoforte?" she asked next. "Indeed, Lady Hastings," she replied. "Then you must play for me, and if you sing, I should like that as well," she said. Alice agreed to do so. As she rather enjoyed playing and singing, it was one of the highlights of her day. The Dowager Duchess leaned her head back and closed her eyes, indulging in the music. "Do you know all the little green hills?" she asked. "Yes, Lady Hastings. Would you like me to play it?" Alice asked. "Please," she replied. Alice played and sang along to that song, and the next requested by the Dowager Duchess until she fell into a deep sleep. The moment that Alice stopped playing, the Duchess woke with a start and snorted. "Oh, good heavens, did I drift off?" she asked. "I believe so, Lady Hastings," she replied. "Well, that is something you must get used to for us old ladies," she laughed. Alice had been surprised by the light-hearted humour of the Dowager Duchess. With all that she knew of the woman's son, she had expected a far harsher creature. It was strange to know that the Duke had come from this lovely woman. Of course, the Duke himself had surprised her. She could not quite place it, but there was something intriguing about him. He had a very nice voice, one which rang familiar. But the coldness of his demeanour during her interview had been exactly what she might have expected from him. He was not overly friendly, and while he had not been explicitly cruel, there was just something about the way he looked at her with suspicion that led her to be confident of his poor character. Indeed, the Duke was not the sort of fellow that she would want to interact with much, but he was just the sort that she would need to find evidence on in order to prove that he was the terrible beast of a man that Charles had told her about. And with the way his reputation was being dragged through the mud of late, Alice felt confident that whatever proof she found, it would not be difficult finding a judge to believe it. "You know, I think I just might lie down for a bit. Would you mind?" the Dowager Duchess asked. Alice was entirely surprised that the woman would even bother asking her permission, but of course, she was happy to give it. Helping the Dowager Duchess to her chambers, Alice assisted her onto the bed as best she could. She enlisted the help of one of the maids so that they might be able to keep her hips steady during the transition from chair to bed. Once the woman was in bed, Alice knew that she finally had a moment to get to work and try to find the evidence she needed, not just to save her own family, but to help rescue the poor, kind Dowager Duchess from her dreaded son. Did the woman know how terrible he was? Had she seen it herself, or did she still hold out hope that he might be a good man? Alice hoped that she would not be so fooled. If she succeeded in finding the evidence she needed, she could help get the Dowager Duchess out of that house and away from her terrible, brusque son. Making her way down the stairs, Alice attempted to be stealthy. She wanted to remain quiet and unseen, even from the other house staff. She entered the main hall on the second floor, where she knew that the Duke's study was. Having already passed by it once when the door was open, she was confident that she could find it again, and that she might even find him in there. Indeed, when she entered the hall, there was no one. But the door to the study was open again, and she managed to peek in ever so carefully. The room was empty. The Duke was not there, and she would have a chance to look through his belongings. It could not have been a more perfect moment. Alice quietly stepped into the room and glanced around. The large desk was covered in papers and books lined the walls. There was all manner of items present, but these were the ones which interested her the most. She stepped over to the desk and glanced down at what was before her. She had learned from the conversations with Charles that all of these were records. Her father's records had proven useless, but these were the Duke's records of his own imports into England. This was how he had made his fortune. These were the evidences of how he made his wealth, and more than likely, she would find here the proof that she needed to see that the Duke of Wallasey had taken from her own family. Alice quietly sifted through the pages, trying to find anything with her family's name upon it, or even the name of her father's plantation partner. But there was nothing. He must have hidden his things better than that, she reasoned. Alice continued shuffling through everything when, suddenly, she heard footsteps drawing near in the hallway. There was no escape. She had nowhere to go, as there was only one way out. She would be cut off by whomever was coming that way. Moreover, there was nowhere to hide. She would be discovered. Throwing herself quickly towards one of the bookshelves, she made a show of dropping a book in surprise the moment she saw the Duke enter the room. "Oh," she gasped. "Forgive me, you have startled me." There was fury in his eyes. "I have startled you?" he asked. "What are you doing in my study? What leave do you have to be here?" The demand in his tone told her that she was in great trouble. For her first day on the job, Alice had not done very well. Already she had angered her employer, and this could cost her everything. "Your study?" she asked. "Yes, my study." "Did you think the study belonged to someone else?" he asked. "Number, I mean. I did not realize this was the study," she said. The Duke looked her over as though she were a fool. "How could you not see that this is a study?" he scoffed. "Well, the study in my home was far less grand," she said. "A small room. I thought this was the library. We never had a library, so I didn't know. I saw the open door and all of the books, and I had wanted to find something to read," she said. His eyes softened somewhat, but Alice could tell that he still did not trust her. "This is not the library," he said flatly. "I am sorry, truly. There are so many books," she said. "This is the study, and it is where I conduct my business. I appreciate complete privacy in here," he said. "Yes, of course, I shall not enter again," Alice said, looking down in false shame. Again, he seemed to soften, and Alice saw in his eyes that he did not want to be harsh to her, that he wanted to trust her, but there was something so cold about him that she could not trust in reply. The two were not the portrait of employer and employee that she would have hoped for. When she first considered securing a position, this had not been what she had in mind, and still, she had no evidence of his wrongdoing. "Where is my mother?" he asked, coming closer to her and using a far more pleasant voice. Not that his voice was ever unpleasant to hear. "She is resting," Alice replied, feeling his sudden nearness as he looked at her with concern. "And she is all right?" he asked. "Yes, she simply asked to take a nap. So I was looking for a book," she said, exhaling slowly. The Duke eyed her again with great interest, and Alice realised she would have to try much harder to gain his approval. The Duke was not fond of her, and he might never be, but she would have to convince him to keep her on as an employee just a bit longer. "Your mother is truly lovely," she said, hoping the compliment would mean something to him. "Yes, indeed, she is a wonderful woman," he replied. "You are so fortunate to have her in your life. I wish that I still had my mother," she said, hoping the hint of manipulation might work. She could try to appeal to this weakness she saw in him. His love for his mother could be the key to gaining his trust. "Yes, it is very grievous that you do not. I am so fortunate that my mother is well, even with this injury," he said. "Thank you again for allowing me the position. I do hope you know that I shall take it very seriously, and, of course, I shall not come to your study again," she promised, although she had every intention to visit again and not get caught. "Very well. Now please return to the parlour, or wherever my mother is going to call for you. I shall have one of the maids show you the library at a later time," he said. Alice nodded and exited the room. Her heart was filled with apprehension and a forceful promise to herself that she would ever detest the Duke. Chapter 10. His mother's new companion had been there for only a little more than a week, but James was quite pleased with her. It seemed as though the young lady was very skilled and knew what she was doing better than he had given her credit for. Indeed, she was rather unexpected. His mother was quite taken with Miss Ashbrook. She seemed to believe that the young lady was the solution to all of her ailments. "I think you have been very good for my mother," James said as the three sat in the parlour together. He had been observing her work on her stitching the way his mother had been teaching her. It seemed that his mother had been enjoying it a great deal, being able to take Miss Ashbrook under her wing. "She has been wonderful for me. Her ladyship is quite a wit," she replied, eliciting a grin from his mother. "Yes, she thinks too quickly for her own good. I should only dare to hope that my mind will be as sharp when I am an aged man," James said. He looked to Miss Ashbrook, who smiled at him for a moment, before flickering her gaze away quickly. She did have quite beautiful eyes. As he had sworn off love, James did not even wish to think anything romantic regarding his mother's companion. There was plenty to distract himself with in his work, and he needed no other things in life that might cause him to think otherwise. "Well, I had best take my leave," he said, giving the necessary formalities before departing. Upon taking his leave from the two women in the sitting-room, James headed to his study. Theodore had sent his card around, saying that he would be coming soon, and they had much to discuss. In truth, James was relieved that they would be able to talk through some of the main things that had been happening in the business and in the industry altogether. By the time Theodore arrived, James was more than ready to share his thoughts. "How is it? Being back in England, I mean." "You have been back, 2 weeks?" Theodore asked. "A little more, and I think I am settling in all right," he said, although James found that he missed the West Indies. The culture had been so much more vivid than that of England. "I should like to be able to go and visit the plantations sometime. I've heard that the Indies are lovely, but it breaks my heart," that I have never been," Theodore said. "It really is worth the journey," James said. "I don't know that I would agree with that. You know that the sea and I are not typically on good terms." Theodore laughed. "You simply have not yet been tamed by her," James said. "Does she intend to tame me by throwing me about on her waves at every turn?" he asked. "Well, that is the way of women," James laughed, although it was tinged with a sharp bitterness. Theodore grew quiet for a moment before speaking. "And how are you in regards to Adelaide?" Theodore asked. "How do you think?" James sighed. "You know that not everyone believes the rumours," his friend said. James scoffed. "You mean the rumours that I have unethical business practices, or the rumours that I was unfaithful to her? Or are there even more out there that I have yet to hear?" he asked. "I admit that I was shocked to learn of her engagement, and even more shocked to hear that she would try to smear your name to justify it. But I should like to think that you know I trust you." Theodore said, "You may trust me, but there are many who never knew me, and now they shall always believe me to be corrupt and immoral." James said, "Yes, but you must choose to move on from it. Do not let your life be determined by Adelaide's poor choices. Show society who you really are. Let them learn of your good nature, your spotless character. Before you know it, not a single person will connect your name with those dreadful rumours," Theodore suggested. "I wish I had the same optimism that you possess. As it is, I am quite certain that nothing shall ever turn out as I wish for it to," James said, allowing the burden of it all to rest on his shoulders for a moment. "Now, you must stop with all of that," Theodore said. "Why?" he asked. "Because you are a better man than these things. You and I both know that. Allow yourself to experience the joy that you have deep within," Theodore urged. James released a rush of air again. He was glad to have Theodore as a friend and business partner, someone who could remind him of who he really ought to be. "Now, shall we discuss business?" James asked, wanting very much to leave that subject behind and move on. "Certainly. Let us have a look, shall we?" Theodore said, opening up the little leather book he had that contained some of their most recent records. "This is excellent. I cannot believe we have had this much growth. Did you ever imagine it when we first came into business?" James asked. "Not in the least. But we have hit nothing but fortune so far. You know as well as I do that things can go wrong," Theodore said vaguely. "I suppose we have seen that. It's easy for it to happen," James said. "And with the Earl of Drakemyre having lost the ship at sea, it really only benefits us," Theodore said. "I know that is a terrible thing to say, what with the fact that I do not know if I am speaking of the old Earl or the new one." "Indeed. And no one ever did discover exactly what happened. I know it has been assumed to be pirates, but who's to say?" James said, feeling the words coat his tongue. Whatever had really caused the Earl to die, he imagined no one wanted to hear it. It would not have boded well. "It is quite a shame." "Pirates," Theodore said dryly. "Certainly. But anyway," James said, not wanting to discuss that any further than they had. That was not what they needed to deal with, and the matter regarding the Earl was better left untouched for the moment. "Yes, let's talk about the next shipment headed our way," Theodore said. "Did you hear that?" James asked, hushing Theodore. The faint swish of a skirt had sounded from somewhere nearby. "No. What was it?" Theodore asked. James held up a hand, as if to urge Theodore to silence. Quietly and with slow movements, James made for the door of the study. In a swift motion, he thrust his body into the corridor to catch the perpetrator, but there was no one there. The hall was empty. Not a sign of life prevailed, and certainly no one in a skirt. James shook his head and ran a hand through his hair. "It would seem that I am imagining things," he said. "I don't blame you. You have been through a lot lately and have every reason to be suspicious," Theodore said. "I shouldn't like to be suspicious all the time," James groaned. "Things will not always be as they are now. I see how you are pained, but remember that life can get better," Theodore said. "Our business can get better," James said, turning the conversation back to the thing he wished to focus on. Yes, of course. But if you are always focused on the business alone, you may lead a sad life," Theodore warned. "But a life filled with a wonderful plantation that provides the best quality tobacco to England," he said. "In truth, I can hardly believe how much we managed to bring on the shipment headed our way. It really must be going well in terms of the climate just now. It is half again as much as I had believed we would have coming our way," Theodore said. "I told you. I am doing everything I am capable of to ensure that we have enough of our product," James said. "You have done it well. What is the secret? Why have others failed where we have succeeded?" Theodore asked. "I spent a good deal of time there. Every successful business I have seen importing from the region has a man on the ground. It is those who send someone every few months, or who communicate only by letter, who fail," he replied. "Did the Earl of Drakemyre ever spend time there?" Theodore asked. "Number." He was one of those who expected things to come about easily. He thought that if he invested a bit, he might see a grand profit. The poor man did not realise it does not work that way, James said. "It is a fine thing that you did. Without your diligence, we should never have had this wondrous abundance," Theodore said. "We are fortunate, but do not think that it was all down to me. I am only determined not to fail, and I was willing to take some risks to make that happen," James said. James had more that he wanted to say, but felt quite sure it was not the time for it. If there really had been someone listening, he would not want it overheard. Theodore was a good man, a moral man. He would be bothered to hear some of the things that James had been considering, and with all of the rumours of his character and business practices, he didn't want Theodore to think he was trying to cast shadows on anyone else. "Would you like a drink?" James asked. "That would be nice," Theodore replied. He pulled out a decanter and poured a glass for his friend. Then he did something he seldom had ever done and took out a small pouch of the tobacco that they had worked hard to bring to England. "Care for some?" he offered. "Have you an extra pipe?" Theodore asked. James took out 2 from his father's old collection. The late Duke of Wallasey had been a lover of his pipes, and it had meant that James now had a quality collection of them. The 2 lit up their pipes in the middle of the study and enjoyed the flavour of the tobacco. "It is good stuff," Theodore said. He had always been more of a man who enjoyed smoking. It was not to James's taste, save for now and then when he was among gentlemen. But he still knew the difference between what might be preferable in leaf. "Quite a nutty flavour to it," James said. "Have you tried some from our competitors?" Theodore asked. "Never, I'm afraid to say. If I'm going to smoke, I will only smoke ours," James said, based on the principle. "I understand, but you ought to know what it is we are up against. For instance, Lord Brigham had a shipment come in last month that had a rather sage taste with a bitter aftertaste. And the Earl of Drakemyre had only samples come in, never a full shipment, but it was not my favourite either. Also nutty, but with a harsher wood-like flavour to it," Theodore said. "Interesting. But why are you so keen to know what they have to offer when we are able to market ours so well?" he asked. "Because we must be able to set ourselves apart from the competition by explaining why ours is better. We'll not always be able to rely upon other ships failing or other plantations not meeting their quotas," Theodore said. Number, but when fortune favours us by removing competition, I am not going to be disappointed, James said. He knew that recent circumstances made that a rather harsh thing to say, but it did not change the reality of it. The misfortune of the Earl of Drakemyre had benefited the two of them, and he was glad that they had been able to reap some kind of positivity through that misfortune. It was only upsetting that the man's nephew was such a snake, and he would inherit the title and all that came with it, and in that he had a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that Charles would never see a single bit of success so long as he had something to do with it. Chapter 11. Alice had tempted her luck, but it did not stop her from trying again to listen to the conversation the Duke was having with his business partner. It was risky, but she was willing to take that risk. Anything to learn what had really happened. The Duke had been far too cryptic about the shipwreck. His halting tone when mentioning the pirates left her with even more suspicion on the matter, as if even Mr. Jacobs knew nothing of the matter. Peeking back into the hallway, Alice saw that it was still clear. With that, she stepped ever so slowly until she could still hear, but was close to the door she had left open to a nearby room. If she had to, she could escape in there. It had been most fortunate that the Dowager Duchess had needed another nap. Those daily rests had become Alice's lifeline in the midst of solving her case. But when her ear captured the voices again, she listened intently. "A removed competition is ideal for us," Mr. Jacobs said. "Yes, as you said, it is very sad. But it benefits us greatly," the Duke said again. Alice was furious at how they continuously mentioned how sad it was, how sad it was, how sad it was. Her father's passing was sad. The loss of their ship was sad. All of it was sad, sad. How could they resolve it all down to merely being sad? Did they not respect the grief that his family was enduring? Did they not understand what it was to lose a father and a means of caring for a sibling? The hatred within Alice's heart was fueled deeper. The Duke was a shallow, irrelevant man. He had no idea what her life truly was or what it meant. Alice thought about the reality of everything that she was feeling and experiencing. It was so much more than the pain she could have been prepared for. Every agony that a young lady could ever experience was wrapped into this. The Duke had lost his own father once. Had it not affected him? Or was his greed so deep that he cared only for himself? Anyway, I do think you ought to try some of the product of our competitors, Mr. Jacobs said again. Alice heard it then. The sound of someone coming towards the hallway. Slipping back into the open door, she tucked herself behind a large painting in the room that appeared to be used for storage. She saw the housekeeper passing by as she peeked from behind it. Yes, she had pushed her luck as far as it would go. Once the hall was clear again, Alice held back her temptation and left the hallway. She could not stay forever and spy, even as she wished to. Later in the afternoon, Alice spoke with the Dowager Duchess to see if she could escape for just a brief period of time. "Lady Hastings, I was wondering if I might be allowed an afternoon in which I could see my sister?" she asked. The Dowager Duchess smiled sweetly. "Oh, certainly. Tell me more about your sister, please. I should love to know more about your family," she said. Alice was happy to have an opportunity to share about Josephine, whom she missed so badly. She had never been apart from her for this length of time, and having a chance to speak about her was a lovely opportunity. "She is smart as a whip and beautiful," Alice began. "She must be if she is related to you," the Dowager Duchess said. "Thank you, your ladyship. But I am not so special as she is," Alice said. "When would you like to see her?" the Dowager Duchess asked. "Tomorrow, if you don't mind," she said. "Certainly. I would love for her to come here, that I might be able to meet her. But I imagine you would like some time with her alone. Please, however, bear in mind that you must have her come some day." she said. Thank you, again, Alice said. Immediately she went to work arranging the visit. Sending her card to Josephine, she knew that Charles would be alerted to her coming. It would give her an ideal opportunity to speak with him about all that she had heard that afternoon with the Duke and his partner. When morning came, she said farewell to the Dowager Duchess and was taken by coach to the townhouse. Alice's heart warmed to see her home again. It had been so difficult to be away, and all she wanted was to be home again. Alice saw Miss Stafford and greeted her with great joy. "I am thrilled to see you again," she said. "And you, Lady Addington," she replied. "Where is Josephine?" Alice asked. "In the parlour. She is looking forward to your arrival," Miss Stafford said. Alice made for the parlour and threw open the door. Without a word, Josephine stood and the two closed the gap and threw their arms around one another. "I missed you so much," Josephine exclaimed. "And I, you," Alice replied, trying to hold back her emotion. "And I," laughed Charles from the doorway. Alice let Josephine go and spun around to see him standing there. "Cousin, you have returned to us," he said. "Yes, I have. Thank you for coming. I had hoped that Josephine would pass along my card to let you know that I wish to speak with you about everything," Alice said. "It was clever of you, making sure that no one from the estate saw you writing to me. We ought to have discussed that prior to your leaving, but now it is done, and you are here," he said. "Yes, Miss Ashbrook has arrived," Alice said, using the name she had given to the Duke. "Well, Miss Ashbrook, please have a seat," he said. Alice sat beside Josephine, their hands intertwined and unwilling to part now that they were together again. "What have you learned?" Charles asked. Alice took in a deep breath. She had learned much, and it would feel good to share all of it with Charles. This would help her clarify what was going on in her mind with her own suspicions. "Well, I was listening to a conversation that he had with his business partner, and there is definitely something going on. They were vague and stilted, but I do believe that even Mr. Jacobs does not know what is happening. If he did, I'm sure more would have been shared between them, but I believe that the Duke is hiding things even from him," Alice said. "I see. What all did they say?" he asked. They continually mentioned how they did not know what had happened, but it was sad. Again and again, Alice told them, her same anger under the words. "Interesting. They claim to know nothing," Charles asked. "As I said, there was a strange lack of sharing between them, and that's why I feel certain that Mr. Jacobs does not know," she said. "It sounds to me like you have it quite correct, pretending not to know what is going on when he is clearly the guilty party," Charles said, a bitter laugh expelling from his lips. "That was exactly my thought," Alice said. "Well, as it happens, I have a bit of information to share with you as well," Charles said. Alice swallowed and looked at Josephine with wide eyes before looking back to Charles. She was unsure if she was ready to learn what else had been discovered. "I have been doing significant research on the situation, and the details do not add up. Have you heard the rumour about the pirates?" Charles asked. "Yes, I have. I am not sure I believe that. The Duke said it with such a strange manner that in my mind he could only be trying to cover for his own actions," Alice said with a clear certainty. "Yes, I think you have it, my dear cousin," Charles said, looking at her with eyes that conveyed a deeper feeling. Alice glanced away, shyly. She disliked being the centre of his attention, while he was clearly still considering the feelings that he had for her. "A witness has been discovered," he announced, as if reading her discomfort. "A witness?" Josephine asked. "Yes, to the ship's attack. There was another ship nearby, and one of its passengers claimed to have seen what happened," Charles told them. What was it then? And why has he not announced it? Alice asked, excited and anxious to know more and to use this to their advantage. He has said nothing for the very reason we need him to. The culprit must have been someone important. Someone like the Duke of Wallasey, Alice finished. Exactly, he said that there was an intentional attack, but that he was the only one of his small ship to have seen it. He caught it just at the end when items were offloaded onto another ship. Then, in the midst of it all, a hole was blown by cannon into your father's ship. It was sunk without the goods, Charles said. Alice took in a sharp breath. So it's true? She asked, the reality of it weighing on her now. Josephine clutched her hand more tightly. It would appear so, cousin. I fear that we know now more than ever that the Duke really is the guilty party. I am terribly disturbed by his behaviour, Charles said. As am I. And now I am working within his house. Do you think I have been a fool for agreeing to this now? Alice asked, starting to worry that she was getting herself into a dreadful situation. A brave woman she was, but now she might be living in the midst of a murderer. Are you wishing that you had not agreed to this? Remember, you are meant to be finding evidence so that we can have him put in prison for his crimes, Charles said. Alice nodded to herself, embarrassed by her moment of weakness. She was stronger than this. She would see her father revenged. She would see herself succeed, and she would watch as the Duke of Wallasey was thrown in prison. Of course, you are correct, and I have no desire to allow myself to be taken aback by fear. No, I am willing to move forward in this. Together, we shall ensure that the Duke is put behind bars, Alice declared. Yes, together we shall, Charles said, his eyes taking on that same glint of affection. In truth, the Duke had been kind to Alice, and that was something that confused her. With everything that she had heard about him, and with Charles being certain that the Duke had something to do with her father's misfortunes, she knew that he was probably every bit as terrible as everyone had said he was. Determined to bear that in mind, Alice tried to push away the small twinge of doubt that threatened to undo her. Is there something on your mind? Charles asked, looking at her with great interest. What do you mean? She asked, snapping her head up to face him. It appears that your mind is stirring, he said. You do seem deep in thought, Josephine agreed. Oh, it is nothing. Perhaps just another moment of weakness, she laughed. Do you doubt our findings? Charles asked, bluntly, number. Not at all. It is only that, well, he has been kind at times. It is a disappointment to think that it has all been a mere cover for his true nature. I should like to think that his mother is in good hands, but quite obviously that is not the case, Alice said. No, it is not. Please don't let him fool you, Charles insisted in a cold voice. I will not, she replied with great determination. He may find it easy to charm a young woman, but do not be fooled by him. You are stronger than that, Charles insisted. I never said that I was charmed by him, she replied, feeling her cheeks grow pink. I should hope not. He is a terrible man. I've had the misfortune of encountering him before, and I cannot tell you how unpleasant he really is. You have heard the rumours. I know him well enough to doubt none of it, Charles said. Alice listened to Charles with interest. He was positive about the things that he was saying, and she wanted to trust him fully. After all, he had been the one to help them now in the midst of their family mess. She had heard the Duke with her own ears, his vague words, the way he spoke. Could she allow her thoughts to betray the things that she had heard herself? No, she would not be swayed. The Duke was a dreadful man, just as Charles had said. He was a liar and a deceiver, and Alice would not allow herself to be deceived. Chapter 12. The fall nights were giving way to winter, and James sat comfortably in the parlour with the fire roaring to warm them. His mother sat with her companion, knitting mittens that would be donated to the local parish for orphaned children. Each stitch was done with deep concentration and precision. Miss Ashbrook was a most formidable young woman, and had clearly captivated his mother. That and the fact that she had been the one to come up with the idea for the mittens and for looking after those impoverished children. Yes, she was an interesting young woman to behold, and James was finding himself looking at her more and more frequently. She had gone to see her family, having requested a day and being given 3. In those 3 days, the estate had seemed as though it was lacking a new and vital component. Shocking as it was, Miss Ashbrook had already become a fixture and a delight for him. He did not think she had noticed, but he often allowed himself to observe her at dinner, to see how she spoke with his mother and interacted with the staff of the estate. She was a kind young woman, not looking down on anyone. Perhaps, given her own status, she realised that there was nothing so different between herself and them, and with that thought, James recognised that he was no better either. "Oh, that is a lovely pattern," Miss Ashbrook said, eyeing his mother's work. "Would you like me to teach it to you?" His mother offered. "I would be delighted. I have been entirely too spoiled by all of your lessons." She laughed. "It is rather fun for me, and good for my mind. I think I shall not be able to learn anything new, but it cannot stop me from sharing what I know," his mother said. "I am a most fortunate recipient," Miss Ashbrook declared. The young lady drew near to his mother and watched with great interest as Lady Hastings counted the stitches and made a neat little pattern. He could not tell if she was genuinely interested or merely flattering his mother, but she appeared as though it was the most exciting thing in all the world. His mother was enjoying every moment of it. James leaned back and tried to focus on his book, glancing up from the pages now and then to watch the 2 women. At one point, Miss Ashbrook sighed. "I think I left my smaller needle in my room. I need it for the hat I should like to make for a new infant that the Reverend mentioned had been taken in," she said. "All right, come back quickly, though. I want to see what sort of hat you will make," his mother said with a grin. Miss Ashbrook left the room, and his mother gave him a knowing smile. "What is it?" he asked. "What do you think?" she teased. "I cannot presume to know what you are thinking," James said. "No, but I expect that you can deduce it," she replied. "Please, mother, out with it," he said. "I noted how you happened to continually glance at my new companion," she said. "Oh, I was seeing the work the 2 of you were doing, that is all," James said casually. "I think we both know that was not the case. I saw how you looked at her. There was great interest in your eyes," his mother said. "Mother, I shall never again allow myself to have such feelings." James sighed. "And why ever not?" she asked. "You know why. I have been through a great ordeal," he reminded her. "You needn't punish yourself for it, nor should you prevent yourself from having the happiness of a nice young woman like our Miss Ashbrook," she said. James looked away, embarrassed that his mother had seen his interest. "You appeared rather upset when she was gone, as though you missed something," his mother said. "I think you have misread me," James said. "There is nothing wrong with opening your heart to heal," she said. James could not look at her. His mother knew him too well, and it was difficult for him to think about what she was saying. "I am not interested in moving forward in these matters," James said. "And why not? Must you always be miserable because of what she did to you? Adelaide was a foolish young woman who put her own selfish wants ahead of you. She was impatient," his mother said, "but maybe I really did make a grand mistake if I had not stayed away so long." "You did all of that," so that you might be able to build a good life with her. You wanted to set yourselves up for a wonderful future, and it was Adelaide who destroyed that, trying to make you look bad and feel bad," the Dowager Duchess said with significant anger. His mother wanted to protect him. James knew that she loved him fiercely and that she was riddled with anger that anyone had taken advantage of him and made him feel as though he had been the one in error. With the rumours that Adelaide and her new fiancé had put in place, it was no wonder that his mother should be angry. James was angry enough, but he could only feel it for his own sake. He knew that a mother's rage was stronger than any other force. Still, he was not ready to love again. Whatever he had noticed about Miss Ashbrook, there was no reason that he would choose to move forward and consider her as anything other than the young lady hired to keep his mother company. "I see the wheels turning in your mind, and I urge you to stop them," she said. "Mother." "Number. You listen to me. I have been alive far longer than you, and you know that I speak out of love, but also with great practicality," she said. James closed his mouth and nodded for her to continue, understanding that he had best just quiet down and listen if she was going to give him any peace at all. "You must stop punishing yourself for things you did not do. Adelaide lied about you. You do not have to live based on those lies," she began. "Now, here you are with a mother who cares for you and a young woman helping her who has exquisite charm. She is lovely in every way, and I take no issue with your differences in class. That is something that you will scarcely find amongst mothers of nobility, so you had best take every advantage of it," she scolded him. James nodded, accepting her words in a small part. No matter how much he appreciated the support she gave, no matter how he wished to take advantage of it, he simply did not know if it was the right thing for him. He was far from ready to move on and accept a new woman romantically, but the very least he could do would be to make his mother think that he was willing. It would bring her happiness. Even if he could never truly accept moving on, at least he would give her this small favour. "James Michael Hastings, I see that you are lying to me, and I'll not have it. Do you hear me? Allow yourself to heal," she said in a demanding tone. James laughed and opened his mouth to reply when he heard the sound of Miss Ashbrook returning. "Got it," she said, holding up the set of needles as she entered the room and took her place beside his mother again. Oblivious to the conversation that had been taking place seconds before, she got to work. James continued to glance at her now and then, but his mother caught him once or twice, and he buried his face back in the book that he held. He would not be moved. He would not be manipulated into allowing his feelings to grow simply because his mother did not wish for him to be alone, even if he really had found himself thinking fondly of Miss Ashbrook. James leaned forward to refill his cup of tea and found the pot empty. "Excuse me, I am going to call for Constance," he said, standing. "Oh, I can do that," Miss Ashbrook offered. "You are not a maid, Miss Ashbrook," he said. "I am perfectly able to do it." The young woman looked somewhat embarrassed, but he had determined that he would not allow himself to think of her in any form other than a friend to his mother. He would clean every inch of the estate himself before allowing her to. James called from the doorway, and soon Constance arrived, taking the pot from his hands. When he turned, Miss Ashbrook was standing and laying out another set of mittens and the tiny hat on the table that the ladies were using to collect their finished products. Again, there was something familiar about her, but he could not put his finger on it. He had been trying to figure out where he had seen her before. Her face did not come to his mind. Just something about her voice and her demeanour. Perhaps she reminded him of someone else that he knew, or perhaps he was simply noticing her continually and wishing that he knew other young ladies like her. Whatever it was, he could not help but be distracted now and then by it, a mystery he could not solve. Constance returned with the tea, and James decided he wanted something a little bit stronger as well. "Could you bring me a glass of brandy?" he asked. "Certainly, Your Grace," Constance said, leaving again to get it. "You ask permission?" Miss Ashbrook asked him, once more surprising him with a bit of boldness. "Excuse me," he asked. "You did not order her to get your brandy. You asked her to," Miss Ashbrook noted. James laughed. He had always tended to do that. He was not one for ordering people about. "I think she deserves to be treated as a human and be given requests rather than demands," he said. "I must confess that I would not have expected that," Miss Ashbrook said. "And why ever not?" he asked. "Because you are a nobleman, and nobility are not typically known for their kind manners towards their employees," she said. His mother chuckled. "Oh, Miss Ashbrook, you are most entertaining. Your tongue runs away from you," she said. "And you love it, Mother." James laughed in kind. "Forgive me, I ought not to speak so boldly," Miss Ashbrook said, although she had a grin on her face as well. "I like it," his mother said, "and I find it refreshing," he confessed. Before anyone could continue the discussion any further, Constance arrived with the glass of brandy and handed it to him. James lifted it in the air. "Then, please, toast your tea," he said. "A toast?" His mother scoffed. "Yes, a toast to nobility treating others with dignity," he said. "I would certainly toast to that," Miss Ashbrook said, raising her cup. His mother joined in kind, and they all drank a sip of what they had in hand. The two ladies got back to work right away, but James was feeling restless. He could not keep distracting them, even if he wished to. A small part of him wanted Miss Ashbrook to give him attention, and he did not wish to admit that to anyone. But as he watched them, he stood and paced about the room. It was dark outside, but James went to the window and began to look outside. He could scarcely see for the reflection of what was happening in the room surrounding him. It was then that something most curious happened. The light caught the back of Miss Ashbrook's head and neck, a familiar sight. It all came rushing back to him. That moment in the church with a young lady crying. A young lady who had fallen on difficult circumstances. The very same young lady. The glass in his hand fell to the floor at an agonizingly slow pace. As if all had stilled around him, James heard it finally crash. The glass shattered at his feet, and the remaining brandy stained the rug with an amber-brown hue. "Good heavens!" his mother exclaimed with a start. Miss Ashbrook looked at him with deep concern. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" she asked. There was a genuine worry in her eyes, something that he had not seen before. A face he had not met in the church, a face that he had been thinking of lately. The same young woman who had captured his attention just weeks ago from a pew before him. "No," he stuttered. "It's nothing." The two women continued to stare at him, uncertain what to say, but James would not wait for anything more. Turning on his heels and rushing from the room, he had every need of escaping their presence. He had to work through his thoughts now. Because if Miss Ashbrook was the same young lady he had met in the church, then that meant he had been captured by her twice now. That meant that his thoughts for her had truly run away with him, and protecting his heart now would be harder than ever. Chapter 13. Alice could hardly believe that she was going to be attending a grand ball as Miss Ashbrook, but that was not going to stop her. A false name and a new job would never prevent her from such a wonderful experience as this. It had been 2 days since the Dowager Duchess had told her that she would be accompanying her to the event. At first, Alice had worried. She had not been in society much for an age, but she still feared that someone who had known her before might recognise her. But Alice would not be going as herself. She would be attending as the Dowager Duchess's companion, and she knew that people saw what they expected. If they expected her to be nothing more than a grand lady's hired attendant, that was all they would see her as, and she would have nothing to fear. "Here it is," the Dowager Duchess said. Alice was shocked to see the gown held up before her. It was the most exquisite piece of fabric she had seen in all her life. Having told the Dowager Duchess that she had no dress, the woman had brushed it off as nonsense. The two were of a similar size and shape, and the Dowager Duchess had said this gown was from her younger years when she was even closer in figure to Alice. The style was not too far off either. Everything about the gown was ideal, and she could hardly wait to wear it. Alice had mourned not getting to be more active in society previously, but with her family's status and her father's debts, it was not something she had been afforded as a luxury. "Do you like it?" the Dowager Duchess asked. "More than I can say." She laughed with excitement. Alice put the gown on and returned to her employer. "What do you think?" she asked. "You look lovely. I am glad to see the gown on someone who wears it so beautifully and appreciates it so fully," the Dowager Duchess said. "Thank you, Lady Hastings. I am ever so glad that you are allowing me to borrow it," she said. "Yes, well, we must be going now," the woman said, rushing her. Alice had to run to her room quickly to get a pair of shoes that might work well with the gown, as her feet were slightly larger than the Dowager Duchess's. Once she found the right pair, she came down the stairs, where she saw Lady Hastings and the Duke awaiting her. The Duke of Wallasey looked rather dashing in his society attire. Alice felt her heart skip a beat when she saw him standing there, then immediately scolded herself for it. But one of the things that captured her attention most about him was the fact that he was watching her in return with deep interest, perhaps even astonishment. "Close your mouth, James," the Dowager Duchess said in an off-handed fashion. Alice tried not to show her amusement at the comment, but she could not prevent herself from blushing. "You look lovely," he said, as if he had not just embarrassed himself. "Thank you," Alice replied shyly. She could not look at him directly. They made their way to the carriage, and Alice found herself sitting between Lady Hastings and the Duke. She wished that she had allowed Lady Hastings to be in the middle, so that she would not smell that enticing scent of cinnamon and vanilla that was coming off of him. Alice tried to ignore him, but there was sudden movement from the Duke that caused her to turn and look at him. He gave a huff of breath just before a sneeze. In that moment, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it over his mouth just in time for the sneeze to take place. The dim light, the handkerchief, that sweet voice. It all came to Alice in a flood. She remembered the church, remembered the man who had shown her so much kindness in the midst of her grief. It couldn't be. He simply could not be the same man. But he was. "Miss Ashbrook, are you all right?" he asked. Yes, bless you," she said, trying to cover for her shock. The Dowager Duchess gave her a most peculiar look when Alice looked at her, and she found herself entirely overwhelmed by this news. There, between the woman she was meant to be a friend to and the man who had destroyed her family, she learned that the very same man just might have been the kindest man she had ever known. And she had no idea how to reconcile the two. But just as she was trying to cover for herself, the coach pulled up to the estate where the ball was being held, and Alice was relieved that she would not have to sit any longer with the two of them. She could get out and mingle among nobility and meet the Dowager Duchess's friends and be the dutiful companion. It would be far easier. Inside, she was delighted by the grandeur of the event. Everyone looked beautiful, although her white satin gown was possibly the richest of those in her midst. Alice felt like a charlatan wearing it. Before long, she saw Charles. He made slow manoeuvres, in order to come close to Alice and the Duke and the Dowager Duchess, but before long he had reached them. "Good evening," Charles greeted. The three of them politely responded, and Alice made a show of not knowing who he was. "I hear that you have come as a titled man. Congratulations," the Duke said, appearing genuinely happy for Charles. "Yes, I have. After all that has happened to our family, I am now the Earl of Drakemyre," Charles replied, looking rather full of pride as he did so. "I was dreadfully sorry to hear about your uncle," the Duke said. Alice eyed him, seeking signs of his guilt. A flick of the eyes or a sweat on the temple, but she saw nothing. Perhaps he was a very good liar, or perhaps he was truly a good man. "Yes, it is quite sad. My uncle was a very good man," Charles said. "He truly was, and the further misfortune of the ship—" "I am terribly sorry," the Duke said. Alice wondered if he meant it or not. He had been so strange with Mr. Jacobs about the ship, but now, in this moment, he appeared entirely remorseful. Yes, it was quite a loss. Everything that we had worked towards has gone, and our investments lost, Charles said. "Pirates are a nasty business. I cannot imagine the shock of being set upon." "Were there no survivors?" the Duke asked. "None," Charles answered. Alice thought about the terror of that, being lost at sea. If it were not for the man on the other ship who saw the Duke's ship loading their goods, they would have no knowledge of the truth. And yet, she wondered how this kind man, who had been so sweet to her in the church, could also be the terror that had set upon her father's ship. Had he ordered it, or did he simply allow it to happen? There had to be answers somewhere in the midst of this, even if they could just get the witness to share what he had seen. "Well, I do hope that you enjoy the evening ahead," the Duke said. "Yes, thank you," Charles replied. His eyes landed on Alice, and she returned the attention, as if promising that she would make every effort to speak with him at some point throughout the evening. But it was not long before their mutual gaze was noticed and, as Alice deemed it, misinterpreted. "Miss Ashbrook," the Dowager Duchess began, "I think that you must enjoy yourself this evening. You are not stuck by my side, you know. Please, go out and socialise." Alice opened her mouth to protest, but Charles spoke up first. "I should be delighted to help you, Miss Ashbrook. If you would care to dance, I am glad to be your first partner," he said. The show of having just met was nearly too much for her. Alice felt utterly ridiculous. And what if they slipped up and behaved in too familiar a way? Would anybody notice? "I think Miss Ashbrook would love to dance," the Dowager Duchess said, handing her off. Alice smiled and accepted by resting her hand in the one that Charles outstretched. "We shall see you throughout the evening, Miss Ashbrook. Now, do enjoy yourself," the Dowager Duchess insisted. Alice walked with Charles to the dance floor, and he put a hand on her waist as the music began. "This is ideal. No one shall question us as we dance. We may speak freely," he said. "Yes, I suppose." "A ball is quite an ideal cover for our discussions," Alice agreed, although it felt wrong to be dancing with Charles. Knowing that he had feelings for her, she was uncomfortable being in his arms. Being seen by others with him made her even more discomfited, as it meant that they may believe them to be paramours, which was hardly something that she would ever consider. Having had a position for herself in order to save money for Josephine had been the primary goal. The fact that it had coincided with discerning the truth about the Duke and possibly bringing him down had only been a secondary thought. But if she was now meant to work towards that as her first objective, she would have to be able to let go of the thoughts that he had been kind to her, and she would have to ignore the melody of his voice, the scent of him when he was close by, the tenderness with which he treated his mother. She would have to ignore the look in his eyes when he gazed upon her, and the lilt of his laugh, and the joy of his smile. "Are you quite all right?" Charles asked. Alice came out of her thoughts and looked at him. "Yes, of course," she said. "You had a rather dreamy look on your face. Do you enjoy dancing with me that much?" He laughed. "I was deep in thought. It was nothing," she said. "Well, that is a shame, for I would have liked it very much if you enjoyed our dancing," Charles remarked. "Are you quite certain that the Duke really is as bad as you say? What led you to suspect him in the first place?" she asked, ignoring the comment he had made. "I know the sort of man that he is. In addition to the rumours being said of him these days, I have had my own unpleasant experiences with the man," Charles said. "He seemed perfectly kind just now," she told him. "Yes, an act because we are in public. Anyway, you ought to know that he was the only man in competition with us who had a shipment in that same period of time. That was the first sign, but there have been many more since then. You yourself told me that he had been acting suspiciously," he said. "I know, but I think that perhaps I was mistaken. He has been nothing but kind to me, and you should see him with others, his mother, the household staff. He is a kind man," Alice said. "You have been fooled by him. I thought you wiser than that," Charles said, irritation peppering his voice. "If you are certain that he is guilty, then I cannot dispute it. But I also have to hold to what I have seen from him, which is that he is not the sort of man who would do what you are saying," Alice confessed. Charles glared at her for a brief moment. "You do not know what you are speaking about. Trust me, he is a dreadful man, and you must continue looking for the evidence that he really did this. Continue looking, and you will find it. I assure you of that," Charles said. Alice nodded, feeling caught. She had agreed to this, and, although her feelings had changed, she also knew that she had to continue trying. She had to continue working towards what had been agreed upon. For a moment, she looked over at the Duke, who stood with his mother and some of her elderly friends. A man as terrible as the one Charles had described would not be so good as to entertain those ladies. She also saw, however, those who shared whispers about him. More gossip, more telling of the dreadful things he had done in business and in life. Was she the only one foolish enough to think it could all be false? If everyone in society knew these things to be true, was she really so blind as to not believe it? Was Charles right, and she was allowing the Duke to trick her? Would she mind even if he did? Chapter 14. It took only a moment of her being gone for James to feel the loss of Miss Ashbrooke beside them. As he watched her dance with the new Earl of Drakemyre, James couldn't help but feel jealous, and the surprise of that jealousy left him red in the cheeks. Standing with his mother and her friends, James truly made every effort to enjoy their conversation, to entertain them. They had always fawned over him, and James loved being among them. But he would rather have been with Miss Ashbrooke. He would rather have been dancing with her. The young woman was oblivious to all of the eyes in the room that were upon her, men who looked hungry, women who looked on in envy. But he would not be one of those. He would not treat her as an object to be desired. He would think about that moment in the church when a tender young woman tried to be cheerful even as she wept. He would think of how she prayed and chose to seek God through her sadness. He would think of how she gave him hope and how delighted he had been to return the favour. Did she not recognise him either at first? Had she even had the smallest inkling? No, this was a young woman who did not even know her own charm. "Ahem," his mother said, trying to get his attention as her friends dispersed. "Yes, mother?" he asked, turning his eyes to her. "You know, there is a very easy and simple solution for getting her out of the arms of other men," she said. "Whatever do you mean, mother?" he asked, pretending once more that he was innocent of noticing her. James, please do not try and fool me. You know that it shall never work, she scolded. He relented. Now, it is very simple. I have gone and sent her off into the arms of another man, so that you would not be her first dance, and no one would think ill of you for dancing with a young woman who lives in our home. But now that dance is finishing. She shall be free to dance again, his mother hinted. James considered what she really meant. She was not simply suggesting a dance out of kindness and the fact that they knew one another. His mother wanted him to move on. She wanted him to fall in love again, and that was a frightening thought. But Miss Ashbrook stood, looking lovely as ever. She was graceful and elegant in the dance, and when the music played a final note, she stood before the Earl of Drakemyre and curtsied. The Earl looked at her with longing, but Miss Ashbrook did not appear to respond to it. It was not simple feminine modesty that seemed to hold her back. No, she appeared to have little interest in him, and that gave James the push of hope that he needed. All right, I shall dance with her, he resolved. That's my good son, his mother said, patting him on the arm that was level with her head. Will you be all right, here alone? He asked. We are surrounded by people, many of whom are my friends. They shall not abandon me simply because I am confined to this chair, she said. But you cannot dance, James said, feeling quite sorry for her. No, but I may roll, and if a gentleman wishes to roll me around out there, I shall heartily accept, she insisted. Then, perhaps after my dance with Miss Ashbrook, you might allow me to take you for a dance, he asked. I would love nothing more, his mother said. James placed a hand upon her shoulder. His mother meant the world to him. She had been such a joy in his life, and he agonized over the fact that she was injured, but she had not allowed it to bring her into sadness. Once more, she exemplified the sort of life that he wished to live, one focused on others, and with gratitude for all that he had. Bearing that in mind, James decided to take advantage of the legs that he had and the opportunity to use them. He went straight to Miss Ashbrook as she was leaving the dance floor with the Earl of Drakemyre. May I interject and request a dance? He asked. A strange look passed over the Earl's face, and James pinned it down to jealousy. Had the new Earl already set his sights on a young woman he had met only moments before? Miss Ashbrook looked between the two men, almost as if needing permission from one. Certainly, she decided, giving him her hand. James was delighted, and realized that he had been holding his breath in anticipation of her answer. Leading her out as the music began, James noted once more how the eyes of all the men followed her. He expected that Miss Ashbrook might receive a great many requests for dances that evening. Despite her circumstances and not being a woman of nobility, she was extremely politely mannered. Her footsteps carried a grace that he typically saw in ladies of position or wealth. Indeed, she was fine in every way. James placed a hand just above her waist, realizing that he was terribly nervous that she might consider him too familiar if he placed it any lower. He took her other hand in his and hoped that his might not be too clammy. Are you having a good evening? He asked, just as the music struck up once more. Yes, it is the loveliest evening I think I have ever had, and we've only just arrived, she laughed. Yes, it has been but 20 minutes or so, he said, realizing that she was right. For such a young knight, there had been so much that had passed through his mind and heart. A tremble in her lips made him wonder if she was feeling nervous as well. Did she sense his sudden and growing affection for her? Was she worried that she might be expected to fawn over him in reply? Or was she simply nervous that she did not belong at such an event? His mind was filled with questions, but all of them were settled the moment he looked into her eyes. You dance as though you have trained for it all your life, he said. It is easy when being led by a man who knows the steps, she replied. Have you ever been to a ball? He asked. She paused for a moment, as if carefully considering her answer. I have been to small dances, the sort that take place in a town hall, she replied. James knew the sort, those which were offered for young men and women who had no titles, no stations, no money. But Miss Ashbrook did not belong at one of those. You must have been the loveliest young woman in attendance, he said. I think not. There are far more beautiful women in England, she said. Have you not noticed all the eyes upon you this evening? He asked. I have noticed only yours, she said. Immediately, her eyes grew wide and her cheeks pink. Forgive me, that was not what I meant, she said, the embarrassment overwhelming her face. James smiled and made every effort to soothe her. Do not worry, Miss Ashbrook. If I may be so bold as to say it, I have noticed only yours as well, he replied. He felt the tension in her body relax beneath his hand at his words. Although she still appeared overwhelmed, Miss Ashbrook was clearly content to know that he had noticed her beauty, although she was far too humble to confess it. James was finally ready to mention the thing that had been in his mind so strongly. I wish that I had been able to see them when I sat behind you in the church, he said, waiting for her reaction. Those very eyes that he was referencing shot up to his face with alarm. She had not anticipated this. You recognized me? She asked. James grinned and nodded. Indeed, I did. Just recently, within these last days, but I finally made the connection. Quite a shock it was, as you had been, the young lady who had so brightened my day, and there I was, challenging you, doubting that you could care for my mother during your interview. How wrong I was, he exclaimed with joy. Yes, it is funny to think on that now, she said. Did you recognize me immediately? He asked, feeling that it would have been quite a surprise if she had. Disappointment crossed over her face. Disappointment in herself, it appeared. I fear that it was only recently, very recently, in fact, that I realized it was you, she confessed, biting her lip in the loveliest way, although I ought to have recognized your voice long before. Well, it is no matter now. We both know, and I am glad for it, as I should very much like to thank you for having encouraged me as you did. It was a time in which I needed it, he said. As did I. You may recall that I was deeply distraught at the time, she said. Yes, and now? How are you faring in our home? James asked. Miss Ashbrook glanced away, and he followed her gaze to the Earl. James ignored how that small glance wounded him. It is better than I ever might have imagined, she said in a quiet voice, as if she was not sure it was something she was allowed to feel. Good, he said, allowing his fingers to lean more fully into hers where he held her hand in the waltz. I should like for it to be even better. Once more, she gave him that shy glance. I cannot imagine how it could be, she finally replied. James was delighted to know that she felt this way. Miss Ashbrook was enjoying his estate, and he even thought that she might be enjoying her time with him as much as he had his time with her. Miss Ashbrook, I should like it very much if you would always be free to tell me of ways that I may improve your stay with us, or if you have a difficult time as you were having that day, I am here for you, James said, seeing her eyes grow tender as he spoke. Thank you, Your Grace. I shall always be confident knowing that I may approach you, she said. For a long moment, their eyes lingered on one another, a strange thread of comfort and peace between them. James caught his breath, realizing that he had been holding it unwittingly. This moment had been everything to him, all that he had wanted or hoped for. Since the previous night, when his mother urged him to be brave, James had been nothing but anxious. Yet, Miss Ashbrook's confession was more than he had ever dreamt of. She cared for him more deeply than he had even dared to hope. It could not have gone any better, and now, for the first time, he felt free. And in only the space of a moment, all of his delight was shattered. A laugh sounded behind him, a laugh that he knew well, a laugh that he had loved and yearned for during his time abroad, a laugh that had been his only hope for such a long time. Adelaide. Just then, the dance concluded. There was nothing he could do. They had to leave the dance floor. Miss Ashbrook, he said, not sure what sort of warning he had to give her. Oh, goodness, he heard from behind him, the judgmental sound of Adelaide's voice. James turned and she eyed him with a mocking smirk on her face. A group of her friends were with her, and she huddled in with them while keeping her eyes on James and Miss Ashbrook. James turned to the young woman who had so recently been in his arms, and she looked between him and Adelaide, understanding that there must be some history between them. James didn't want her to see that. He didn't want her to know it. Already, Adelaide had destroyed his heart. He could not bear it if she wounded this young woman that he had begun to care for. Adelaide began to saunter over, aware of the way her hips were flattered in the gown that she wore, a gown that was stunning, but no match for that which Miss Ashbrook was wearing. Your Grace, my goodness, I had no idea that you had moved on from me so quickly, she said boldly. James was silenced, but he glanced at Miss Ashbrook, who looked at the ground in embarrassment. Oh, forgive me, should I not have said anything? Is it possible that your mother's governess believes that she might actually raise herself up in society, that she could be a match for you? Adelaide giggled, rather repulsively. James felt the burning beneath his skin, but he was not quick enough. Miss Ashbrook turned away quickly and fled the room, unable to bear the shame and humiliation that Adelaide was thrusting upon her. Seething with anger, he turned back on Adelaide and glared at her with all of the venom he had within his heart. For a moment, she looked as though she might be cowed, as if he were frightening her as well as he had intended. But in the very next second, she burst out in laughter. Oh, good heavens, I was only teasing. You ought to tell her not to be so easily wounded. Perhaps you ought to have waited for a strong woman of society who knows how to handle a little teasing, she said. It took all of his self-control not to scream at her. But James balled his fists and turned as calmly as he was able. Making his way toward his mother and trying to seek out Miss Ashbrook, he made every effort to forget Adelaide. It was easier than ever to let go of his love for her, but now he had a new emotion to face, bitterness, and that was something that he knew could only be healed by a kind heart and a sweet demeanour. Chapter 15. Alice sat in the parlour with her thoughts running wild. She could not understand the feelings that she was having. Unable to justify the fact that she was beginning to care for the Duke, Alice wondered if she had been a fool this entire time, as Charles had accused. All she knew about the Duke was the kindness that she was seeing. His conversation with his business partner could have been about anything. Maybe he was not so devious as she had believed. But Alice wondered about the debutante from the night before, the one who had been cruel and judged her for her position working for the Dowager Duchess. There were some things that Alice didn't know if she would ever come to handle. Having others look down on her when she knew that she had been raised by nobility was one of those things. But whatever this young woman had been to the Duke in the past, Alice was confident that it was truly history. After the brief exchange that she saw between the two of them, Alice was confident that there was certainly no romance currently, which meant that, to her knowledge, the Duke had no paramour. He was not courting any young lady that she had seen, nor was he searching for a woman to marry. Once Alice had fled from the dance floor, determined not to have to face the humiliation, she had hidden herself well enough and watched. From outside, one of the balconies that lined the hall, she had stood just beyond the door and looked in. She had seen the look of hurt and pain on the Duke's face, but she had also seen the anger and resentment. Alice could not help but wonder what had passed between the two of them. Was this the young woman who had claimed that he had immoral behaviour? Was she the one who said he had engaged in poor business practices and other liaisons? If so, Alice was curious to know why she would make that claim. It was either truth or she was just a horrible young woman. And in the experience that Alice had had the previous night, that was her primary conclusion. No matter how she knew that she ought not to trust the Duke based on what Charles had said, she was falling in love with him. And despite herself, trust was a part of that. My dear. Alice turned her head and looked at the Dowager Duchess with surprise, having completely forgotten that she was seated there in the parlour. Yes, she replied. Your stitches should never be angry, the Dowager Duchess said, looking slowly from Alice to the work in her hands. Alice looked down and saw what the Dowager Duchess was speaking of. The stitches were all manner of inconsistent, loose in one place and yanked hard in another. The fabric was bunched up and entirely ruined. Oh dear, please forgive me, she said, feeling the weight of everything overwhelm her. There is nothing for me to forgive. But is it just possible that it is you who needs to forgive someone? The Dowager Duchess asked. Alice looked at her with resignation. It was true. She had to forgive the young woman from the night before. She had to forgive Charles for putting her in this position of trying to find evidence against the man she was beginning to love. But underneath it all, she had to forgive her father, who left them in this situation, all because he deemed his adventurous risks to be more exciting than his daughter's. Perhaps, she confessed. Well, that is your business, and I shall not pry. But I do urge you to rest in the knowledge that life moves on, and you have a very full one ahead of you, the Dowager Duchess said. Yes, thank you, she replied. And how did you enjoy the ball last evening? I did not wish to say anything, but I fear that I saw the exchange which took place with that wretched young woman, she said, breathing a loud and angry growl from the back of her throat. Alice looked away, not sure what to say in response. You needn't be embarrassed. She has begun to show her true nature. I am only terribly sorry that I did not know enough to warn my son while he was gone, she said. Warn him? Alice asked. Yes. I had no idea that she was so changed. In the 2 years that he was gone, Adelaide, the young lady, fell in love with another. And to justify her actions, she told all of those lies about my son, the Dowager Duchess explained. Understanding crept into Alice. It made sense now. Of course, the young woman would have sought to sully his reputation in order to preserve her own. What a coward and terrible woman she truly was. But if that was true, then what of the rumours of his business practices? Was it possible that he really had not been guilty of that either? Had she made up the same rumour in that case? It was a dreadful thing for someone to be so cruel in order to get what they wanted. The young woman's selfishness was beyond the pale if what the Dowager Duchess was saying turned out to be true. Alice could not conceive of such a dreadful act. She couldn't imagine ruining someone's reputation for the sake of one's own gain. May I say something? The Dowager Duchess asked. Certainly, you may say anything to me, Alice replied, surprised that it would even be such a request from a grand lady. I think that my son cares for you. I should like to know if his affections are returned, she said, seeking out the truth. Alice didn't know what to say. Could she admit to liking the Duke when his mother was someone so powerful? And what if the Dowager Duchess did not approve of the affection, but was merely trying to discern whether or not it existed. "You may tell me honestly," she said. Alice nodded. "Yes, I think I do care for him. But it is extremely complicated. I think that even if circumstances were different, even if I was not his employee, my family would not approve," Alice confessed, freely. To her surprise, the Dowager Duchess merely smiled, rather than scolding her not to care about a man beyond her station. "You know, I was hoping that you might have feelings for him, but as to the matter of your family, I wish that they would see beyond the lies of society and understand the good man that he is," she said. Alice nodded once more. "It is deeply disappointing when society picks and chooses what they believe a man or his family to be," she said, thinking about her own father and how her reputation had been impacted by his decisions. "If I may, I should like to suggest that you and my son have a very open and honest conversation, one in which you share your feelings, and I have little doubt that he will reciprocate," she said. Alice looked at her with wide eyes. Could it be so simple as that? Telling a duke that she cared for him would not be an easy conversation. "I tell you this because I think that honesty is what is needed between the two of you. You will not stand a chance in making a romance if you do not share the truth of your feelings, nor would you do well to confess caring for one another and not being willing to speak about the other, more difficult topics," she continued. Alice thought about the fact that the issues she was concerned about were not the same as the Dowager Duchess believed them to be. Certainly the woman knew about the rumours regarding her son, but those were hardly the things that stuck out in Alice's mind. No, she was far more anxious about the fact that Charles was still insistent that the Duke had been the reason for their father's ultimate demise. He had been the one who had destroyed all hope for the business. He had been the one who had caused Alice and her sister to be left with nothing. But if all of that was indeed true, then why had she seen such a wonderful man underneath it all? Why did she still believe that he was good and kind? Charles would certainly not hear any more of it if Alice objected. He had made his feelings perfectly clear, and he did not trust the Duke. Alice could hardly try and convince him otherwise. But for the moment, she smiled at the Dowager Duchess as her committed agreement. "I am glad that you see the necessity in it. I shall urge my son to speak with you, as I know well that a young lady may not be the one to broach such a subject. But as it is, I truly believe that my son is going to be thrilled when he learns that you care for him," she said, looking to her stitching once more. "You believe that?" Alice asked. "Certainly, and you ought to know. My own marriage was quite unique. You see, I was getting older than I ought to have been in order to marry, but my parents learned of a man that they wished to match me with," she began. "I was unwilling to be matched with just anybody. Like most young women, I dreamt of love, although that was never promised to me. I have never told my son this, and here I am urging you to be honest. But I never loved his father," she whispered. Alice was horrified to hear this, to know that the Dowager Duchess lived her entire life without love. I know. It sounds positively dreadful. In fact, I have lied to my son before, telling him that we had love between us, and that I was thrilled to marry him and urged my parents to match us. But the truth is that I never felt anything romantic towards the late Duke," she confessed. "I am sorry to hear that," Alice said, "and I am sorry that it was the truth. But no matter how I felt about him, although I did not love him, he was a good man. We had a good marriage. We were always honest with one another, and we had a happy life as a result," the Dowager Duchess said, working her way through each stitch with precious care. "Why have you never told your son?" Alice asked. "Because, although we were happy, I did not wish for him to end up in the same situation. My deepest hope has been that James would fall in love with the woman that he is meant to." That he would live happily with her, she said. Alice appreciated that the Dowager Duchess was less concerned with status than with her son's happiness. She could hardly believe that it might be possible that he would even be happy with her, that he might care for her as his mother claimed he did. "I see how your mind is working, my dear. In truth, my son was recently wounded quite badly by that young woman that you were accosted by last evening. But that does not mean that his heart cannot mend," she said. "I should be ever so humbled if that were the case," Alice admitted. "I believe you shall soon learn if his feelings are equal to yours. Just leave it up to me, and I shall speak with him and give him leave to engage you in the conversation. Then you will know, you will be confident about whether or not it is the right thing for the two of you," she said. "Thank you. I should like to know whether or not he feels as I do. But I must ask, are you not bothered by my lack of position?" Alice asked, made curious by the Dowager Duchess's support. The woman laughed, leaning back in her chair. Her amusement crinkled the corners of her eyes. "Oh, my dear, you shall find that I am the last in all the world who would care about something like that," she said. "And your son?" Alice asked. The Dowager Duchess paused and placed a hand on Alice's arm. "My dear, Miss Ashbrook, he is the second to last." Chapter 16. James ran a hand through his hair and deemed it worthy enough of the afternoon ahead. It was strange to feel so intensely determined towards looking his best. Typically, he was not so concerned with his appearance, other than trying to keep the family name respected, but alas, he found himself now quite frantic. The conversation that he'd had with his mother the night before was certainly partially to be blamed. When she had insisted that he consider the possibility of speaking with Miss Ashbrook, James initially thought that he had better pretend that he didn't understand. He could have easily shaken off the suggestion, pretended that he had no feelings for her. But in truth, he was no longer able to deny that he cared for her, and he was rather irritated at himself for how quickly he had fallen for another woman. Had he not just recently determined to never love again? Why was he so easily swayed by this new young lady in his life? James made his way down the stairs and saw her standing beside his mother with all of her beauty on display. The dress that she wore was simple, but right for the occasion. A woman would look like a fool attending a garden party in a gown like the one she had worn a few nights before. But this was also a dress more elegant than someone in her position was likely to have. In short, she would fit in quite well with those who were attending the evening's event. "Good afternoon, Mother, Miss Ashbrook," he greeted. "Good afternoon," Miss Ashbrook replied, curtsying. His mother gave him a wide-eyed look, as if to nudge him into some sort of conversation with Miss Ashbrook. "You look lovely," he said, knowing that it was a rather generic phrase to use when trying to court a young lady. "Thank you, Your Grace. That is too kind," she replied. James made his way to his mother's chair and helped to push her towards the door. Once they had reached it, he slid one arm under her legs and the other to secure her back before carrying her out to the coach. Her chair was placed in the snug area used for luggage and things, but James was simply glad that they were so fortunate as to have what she needed during this difficult season in which her body was not at its peak. Miss Ashbrook slid into the coach alongside them, and they were on their way to the estate of Lord and Lady Beckinridge. James tried many times throughout the ride not to simply allow his gaze to linger on Miss Ashbrook, but now and again he would give himself permission to look upon her just once or twice. The ride was short, and it was a good thing as the summer air was stifling. When they arrived, the three unloaded, with James assisting his mother again as usual. He lifted her with ease and into the chair that the driver had arranged for her. Before long, they were strolling around the gardens and making their way to the centre where lunch was to be had. "I certainly hope it is a lovely afternoon," he said, leaning over to Miss Ashbrook and trying to make conversation. As do I. I should like to make your mother proud in how I engage with her friends, she said, hands fidgeting. I am quite certain that you are going to charm them all, James replied, enjoying the slight blush on her cheeks. You know, he began, I am still quite sorry about what happened at the ball. I have not spoken with you since that evening. Miss Ashbrook looked around at the others who were not far from them and could potentially overhear their conversation. But I suppose we may discuss that later, he said quickly, realizing that she was uncomfortable. Yes, thank you, she replied. They began to walk and greet others, James and his mother introducing Miss Ashbrook now and again. He watched as she was quite polite and interested in those she spoke with. Miss Ashbrook's demeanour was entirely pleasant, and he could wait no longer to speak with her, to tell her how he felt, as his mother had urged him to. James, you must show Miss Ashbrook the roses, his mother said, having the same thought. She gave him those same daring eyes, telling him to take the young woman away from the crowd and have the conversation with her that he had been longing to have. Yes, absolutely. Miss Ashbrook, would you care to join me? He asked. She looked at him with those large, beautiful eyes of hers and nodded in silence. Her shyness was part of what made her exquisite. They walked together towards the rose bushes and remained quiet until they reached them. Lady Hasselbeck is exceedingly proud of her roses, he said. I can see that, and I do not blame her for it. They are entirely lovely, she replied. Miss Ashbrook, I am not sure what my mother has told you, but you must know that she spoke with me regarding something very important, he said. Oh, and what is that? She asked, clearly hoping that it was the same thing on her mind. She urged me to tell you about my history, the young woman at the ball, the rumours that have been spread about me. You deserve an explanation for all of it, he said. Miss Ashbrook looked away from him and fingered a rose petal between her forefinger and thumb where the white lace gloves cut off. I do not know why you should think I am deserving of any explanation, she said. James smiled at her humility. I believe you know exactly why I should like to explain myself to you, he said. With that, she looked up at him again, and he could not stop himself from allowing his fingers to touch the same rose. The young woman was my former betrothed. I do not know what her reason was for spreading those rumours about me, but I can only think that it was to justify her own actions in falling in love with another, he began. It was a cruel thing if she did just that, Miss Ashbrook said. Yes, it was. But she is not the young woman that I had left 2 years ago. She has changed quite significantly, and I was terribly sad to see that. You must know that I would never have allowed her to see you if I'd known that she would have treated you so shabbily, he said, referencing the night of the ball. I understand. Wealthy people often believe themselves to be above reproach. She thought that she was justified in insulting me because of my station, Miss Ashbrook said. Yes, but I do not think of you in regards to any station or position. I think of you only as an exquisite, kind, lovely young woman. I should like very much to continue getting to know you as I am unable to deny my fondness for you, he confessed. James pretended that he only cared for her, that he was beginning to have feelings, but that was not true at all anymore. Realizing that she had been the same young woman from the church had been the final step he'd needed, but here, standing before her, he knew without a doubt. James was falling in love with Miss Ashbrook. His heart had grown entirely towards her. She means nothing to me, and compared to how I think of you, she never meant so much as this. She was never the woman who could stir my heart as you have, he said, tugging one of the petals off of the rose. Miss Ashbrook watched the action with a look of horror. She glanced around to see if anyone had noticed his thievery, but was contented that none had. James took her hand gently and set the petal in the centre of her palm. "This is so that you will never forget the moment that I told you how I feel, so that you will never doubt that my heart has been eternally swayed by you," he said softly. You feel so strongly. Do you not know how difficult this would be for you? How society would respond, and how they might reject you?" she asked. "I don't care. Not for any of it. I shall try anything. It really does not matter to me. I may re-enter society. I shall do all the ton events. I care not if it is with you. So strong are my affections," he said, beginning to give a laugh in his joy. Miss Ashbrook was at a loss for words. As he watched her, he knew what he had come to know about her of late, that no matter how bold she was with the things of life, she was timid with the things of the heart. I do not know what to say," she confessed. "Just tell me whether or not I may have hope, whether or not you care for me," he said. "Tell me how it is that you feel, and whether or not we are of the same mind." She closed her eyes for a moment, and he saw the faintest hint of a smile on her lips. But he also saw the stress between her brows, and knew that she was torn somehow. "I care for you," she said. "I care for you more than I ever thought I could care for anyone. When we met that day, I was in a terrible state because of all that I was going through. I had just been proposed to by a man that I could never love, and it appeared as though it was my best solution. But I could never do that to myself," she said. James nodded, still not having heard what he so longed for her to say. "Your Grace," she said firmly, looking up at him with renewed determination. "There is much that I could say to you about how I feel, and as your mother has so wisely urged us both, I should like to say it. And I would take anything which you might like to say to me. Allow me your words, and nothing could be sweeter," he said, searching for whatever poetry he might be able to wrangle for her. "Then I hope very much that my words are to your liking," she said, "but I fear that they will not be, and it grieves me, for I would so like to make you happy." James was hanging on the edge of everything she said, wondering if his heart could take it. From being broken only weeks before to standing here with Miss Ashbrook, his life had completely changed. She did not care about the rumours and was willing to listen when he told her the truth. She was not so fooled by the things that others in society were fooled by. Miss Ashbrook was altogether someone unique and different to everything he had ever known in a woman, and he had the fortune of being the one to stand with her now, hoping beyond hope that she cared for him in return. "Your Grace, I understand that I am simply a companion to your mother. I know that there is no reason at all in this world that you should want to be with someone like me," she said. James shook his head, rejecting the very notion of it, but Miss Ashbrook held up a hand to give him pause, and he respected it. She needed to finish what she wished to say, and he had to allow that. "As I have seen that you and your mother do not discriminate against one's position, I feel that I am quite possibly the luckiest woman in all of England. But I am also determined that I should never put you in such a difficult situation as this," she said. "What do you mean?" he asked, seeing that she was struggling with what she was trying to say. "I mean that it is unfair to expect you to give up the life that you have and be tied to a woman beneath you," she said. James saw it in her eyes. She tried to mean the words that she said, but even Miss Ashbrook knew that she was speaking a lie. She desperately wanted him to refute it, to tell her again how he felt, and he would appease her. "Miss Ashbrook, please, I shall say it again. I would gladly give up my position for you, but I do not have to. It will not be so difficult to make our life together as you seem to think. I promise you, all that we must do is be honest about our affection for one another," he said. The relief was evident in her gaze. "I am falling in love with you," he said as honestly as he could. "And you," she finally replied, the words making the most exquisite sound in his ears. But still, he saw the hesitation, the pause in her face. "Then what is it? What is it that concerns you?" he asked. "Your Grace," she began, appearing ever so frightened. "Yes? Please tell me," he urged. "You may tell me anything." Miss Ashbrook looked up at him with all of the emotion that welled behind her eyes before she spoke. "I have a confession to make." Chapter 17. "A confession?" the Earl asked. It was clear that this was not the thing he expected her to say. "Yes, Your Grace, a confession. One which, once I have told you, may certainly change how you feel about me," Alice said anxiously. The Earl's profession of love had been everything that Alice had ever wanted to hear from him, but she had never thought that she might find herself in the predicament she was now in. There was but one choice for her. She had to tell him the truth about her father and Charles, and the spying that she had been doing. If they were going to be honest with one another, and if she wanted to be together with him, this was her only choice. This was the moment in which she had to reveal everything to him, her identity, her plans, her questions. All of it would now be laid bare before him, and she truly did not know how he might respond to it. There could so easily be anger for the lies that she told, and Alice would not blame him if there was, or if he dismissed her altogether, or even chose to humiliate her here and now in front of the others at the party. "I can think of nothing which might ever change how I have come to feel about you," he said. "Well, you have not yet heard what it is that I must tell you. I am deeply concerned that you will resent me upon knowing what it is that I have done and how I have wronged you," she told him. Alice saw his eyes cloud over with some emotion. It was not suspicion, for he clearly trusted her, but it was something similar, perhaps fear. Fear that his trust had been misplaced. It was fear that she would not be able to be his. And would he be angry once he came to learn that he never should have trusted her to begin with? What a terrible fool Alice had been for not being upfront earlier and telling him the truth. Now, having waited until he told her of his love, he might realise that he had fallen in love with someone else entirely than who she really was. "My name is not Alice Ashbrook," she began, watching his eyes widen in surprise. "It isn't?" he asked, confirming what his ears had heard. My name," she took in a deep breath, "is Alice Addington, and my father was the late Earl of Drakemyre." Silence descended over them, and the Duke was confused and uncertain, but he did not yet look angry. What do you mean?" he asked, standing dumbly surrounded by all of the flowers. "I never wished to deceive you, but what happened to my father was surrounded with suspicion. It was difficult to know what truly took place, and I do not believe that it was all merely an accident," she said, feeling the petal in her palm and wishing that she could hold it without guilt. "I know that this does not negate what I have done to you, the lies that I have told to you and your mother. I understand if you hate me quite a lot right now, but I could keep my secret no longer." Alice told him with desperation. "You are Lady Addington?" he asked, needing confirmation once more on that first point. "I am," she said. "And you believe me to have been responsible for the death of your father?" he asked, not understanding or perhaps in disbelief of these new pieces of information. Alice paused and searched for her words. "My father died because of the situations he faced in life. I believe that grief was the greatest culprit. But his ships, Your Grace, it looks as though someone did that to him. It was not just an accident, and I do not believe that it was pirates either, she said. You think it was me, he said, realization on his face. I did. Before I knew you, I thought that it could be true. I had heard the rumours about you and was foolish enough to believe them, and for that I am sorry. But I also know that something is not quite clear regarding what happened to his ship, and I should like to learn what truly happened, she said. I would agree with that, the Duke sighed. What do you mean? Alice asked. I have also been intrigued and wanting to find out what happened to your father's ship. You see, I am a businessman as well, and if your father was targeted, I understand that I might be as well, he said. Alice's jaw slackened. How had she not thought of this? What if, in all of the time that he was acting so suspicious regarding her father's ship, he was simply concerned for his own? Had Charles not considered this? I did not wish for my ships to suffer the same fate. Tobacco is a fine commodity, and many a man would like to take ownership of it. If they stole your father's, what is there to stop them from stealing mine? He asked. Alice felt horrid for having thought anything different about him. Perhaps she was being easily swayed, but how could she do anything but trust the Duke? He was every bit the honest gentleman that she might have hoped for him to be, and this reason was entirely legitimate. Forgive me for having ever questioned you. I was wrong to think anything else, she said. The worry that I have had for my sister and myself drove me to believe nearly anything. You were also wrong to think that you had to hide yourself from me, or that this would change how I feel about you. Whether your name be Ashbrook or Addington, whether your station be nobility or governess or maid, my heart belongs to you, and I will stop at nothing to protect you and your sister, no matter who you are, he said. Alice was at a loss for words all over again. The fact that he was so quick to forgive her despite the mistake that she had made caused her to fall even more deeply in love with him in that moment. The Duke was not merely a good man. He was kind, forgiving, lovely in every way. He was just the sort that any woman would long to marry, and he cared for her. There had never been a reason to suspect him, but now she had gotten it all out in the open. Now he spoke directly against the thing that she had thought he may be guilty of, and it was all the evidence she needed. His word was enough. I was worried for my business and tried looking into things to find an answer. I wanted to know who was responsible for what happened to your father's ships, but all of my caring has transitioned to something new. Now, more than ever, I am determined, he said. Determined how? She asked. I am determined to learn the truth on your behalf. I want nothing more than for you to have peace, Lady Addington. I care for you, and I want you to have the knowledge of who is guilty, that you might be settled, that you might be free of all of the questions that are raging through your mind, he said. You would do that for me? She asked. I would do anything for you, he replied. And how are we to learn who is responsible? How might we discover the truth behind it all? Alice asked, desperate to know what he intended to do. I shall keep digging, keep asking questions, he promised, just as a gentle breeze wafted through his hair. Have you learned anything thus far? She asked further, playing with the petal once more. Very little. Whomever is responsible for the loss of your father's ship is quite good at hiding what he has done, and while I am confident that he shall ultimately be exposed, I do not know how long it will take, the Duke said apologetically. I trust you. I know that you can find the truth, Alice said. You trust me? He asked. I do, she confirmed. I was wrong to not have trusted you sooner. It was I who lied to you, and now I fear that the trust between us has been broken as a result. I wish that I had been honest with you all along. Lady Addington, I understand the reasons that you had for trying to hide yourself. No matter how difficult it is to know that you believed me to be responsible for this, I do understand. I only hope to prove to you that I was not involved, he said. No, Alice said in a rush. She glanced about, making sure that no one off in the crowded area of the garden had heard her. Forgive me, she said, noticing how the Duke of Wallasey was startled by her exclamation. I wished only to say that you need not prove anything. I believe you. I do. Otherwise, I would not have told you who I am. Is that why you were finally willing to share your identity with me? Because you believe me? You trust me? He asked. Indeed. I could not continue lying to the man that I love, the man that I know to be good and genuine, she said. Alice looked at the garden around them and could not believe the romance of the setting for their moment of honesty and profession of love. Whatever fortune she had stumbled upon, she had never imagined that this would be the path on which life took her. The Duke took her hand again, the one with the rose petal clasped in it. He gazed at her open palm, the white lace glove, the contrast of the smooth velvety red. And as he did so, Alice gazed at him, at the masculine nose that flared ever so slightly at the nostrils, at the chin that had been freshly shaved that morning, at the neck that bulged with his Adam's apple. This man could never have done such a thing as destroy her father's ship and steal from it. He could never have been the one to initiate such a thing, nor could he have been the one who drove her father to his demise. There were many threats in the world, but the Duke of Wallasey was not among them. A man this good and kind could never be the cause of someone's downfall. Alice felt that with utter certainty, and moreover, with great relief. I truly am sorry for having accused you, for having wondered about you. She apologised again. You needn't think about it, not ever. It is in the past, and you had good reason to question. Your father was getting into a business like my own, and it would have made us rivals. You had every reason to be suspicious, he said. Alice shook her head, still feeling the guilt. She should never have believed that the Duke was untrustworthy, that he was not someone that she could love wholeheartedly. She ought to have considered all of the reasons behind her suspicion. But you must promise me something, he said. Anything, she replied. You must trust me in the future. You must trust that I am going to do all that I can to make sure that the culprit is found. You must trust me to discover what motive was behind this and how it was executed, he said. At that, Alice nodded in agreement. I shall trust you to do whatever you are able, she said. Charles was clearly wrong in the things that he had accused. The Duke of Wallasey was no beast. She only wondered how she was going to prove it. Chapter 18. The coach dropped Alice at the townhouse where she was ready to meet with Charles. He had asked her to come, and she had heartily agreed, knowing that she had much to say to him. She entered the home and made her way to the parlour where he was already awaiting her. "Cousin," he greeted, his voice not carrying its typically pleasant lilt. "How are you?" she asked. "Well, and you?" he replied. "I am well, thank you. In fact, I am very well," she said, a grin on her face. "Oh dear, and what is it that has you so thoroughly happy?" he asked. "I have determined that the Duke of Wallasey had nothing at all to do with father's shipment. Honestly, I am delighted to share with you that he is not the guilty party by any means," she declared. Relieved to say the words, Charles gave her a blank slate of a face, an expressionless face, one that disliked every word that she had just uttered. "What is it?" she asked, knowing very well that he would refute her claims, no matter how Charles treated her regarding this subject. Alice had not come into it naive. She knew well that he would disagree with her. She knew that he would refute her claim and tell her that she was being a fool. But Alice was confident. She knew without a doubt that the Duke was innocent, and she was not going to pretend otherwise just to appease him. It was time for her to stand strong in defence of the Duke.
"I did not think you would be so easily swayed," Charles said.
You may think what you will, but I am certain he is not guilty of what he has been accused of. Not only that, but I do not wish to spy on him any longer, she announced. Charles scoffed at that. It is dishonest. I cannot bear it any longer. Lying and sneaking around, pretending that I am someone other than who I am. It is no way to live, and I cannot bring myself to do it when I have come to thoroughly trust the Duke and his household, she said. I care nothing for his household, or even his business partner. You told me once that you heard him speaking suspiciously. Have you forgotten that entirely? Charles asked her accusingly. I have not. But have you ever considered the fact that his vagueness might have been less about guilt and more about his own suspicions and worries? She asked. What is that supposed to mean? Charles asked. The Duke is in the same business that my father was. What if he is simply anxious that someone might attack his ships as well? She suggested, not knowing this to have been the case. You cannot possibly believe that it is so simple as that. My goodness, cousin, I thought you were smarter than all of this. What has swayed you so easily? He asked. I have not been easily swayed by anything, she retorted, as sternly as she was able. Is it so difficult to think that I have considered a perfectly logical explanation as to why the Duke may have been so strange about the whole matter? What if he, too, is just trying to find out who the guilty man is? Charles eyed her in a way that she did not like at all. It was clear that he took issue with her suggestion, that he did not believe her, nor did he want to consider the possibility. You are in love with him. It was not a question. The words had an undertone of resentment, jealousy, anger. Yes, Charles had proposed, had declared his affections for her, but Alice did not think he would be angered by her caring for another man. Not only that, but she was not ready for him to know about this. She and the Duke had only just told one another of their feelings. Don't be preposterous, she said, denying it and looking away. Even Alice knew that she was not lying believably. I am not so foolish as to be blinded to the fact that you clearly love him, he insisted. I never said any such thing. What would make you believe that? What have I done to cause you such a concern? Just because I am defending an honest man does not mean that I love him, she said, looking for truths which might aid her in the lie she was trying to tell. You need not say a word. I can see it on your face. There is affection in your eyes when you speak of him. There is clear and evident care for him. You are in love with the man who stole from you, who destroyed the future of you and your sister, he said, his voice rising. Your accusations are far too bold, Alice retorted, knowing that he would not take it well. My accusations? I am being honest with you. I wish to protect you from a man who has done all that he is able to wreck your future. Tell me, dear cousin, what do you think society will say of you when they learn that you have fallen in love with the man who grieved your father to his death? He spat. Alice could feel the anger boiling within her, but she didn't want Charles to see it. She didn't want him to know how his words hurt her, or how true they might be. Everyone in society believes him to be guilty. What will they say of you when they learn that you have been swayed by him, that your love for him is greater than your respect and admiration for your own father? He challenged. I do not know why you are saying all of these things. You clearly don't know of what you speak, Alice said. No, I wonder if Josephine would agree. I wonder how she might feel when she learns that you have betrayed your family, betrayed the memory of your father, all for selfish love. When she learns that you have grown to care for the very man that we know stole from your father and from your future, he said. The guilt twisted in Alice's chest, and she knew that his words could wound her relationship with Josephine. But would Josephine really trust Charles more than she trusted Alice? Would she believe that Alice had made a mistake if Alice insisted to her that the Duke was as innocent as she knew him to be? Josephine will trust him, because she trusts me. I would never lead her astray, and if I am honest with her about my certainty that the Duke is a good man and did not do this, she will be confident of it as well, Alice declared. And what if she is not so childish as you give her credit for? You think that she is unable to come to her own conclusions? He asked. I never said. Your sister hears what society says, just as you and I have, and she knows well that the Duke is a man of poor character, that he is a dreadful man. You and I have heard, but you are not choosing to believe it. But your sister knows the truth, and when you tell her anything different, she will see that you have been swayed by love, he said. Josephine will come to see the truth, that he is a good man and had nothing to do with it, Alice insisted again, feeling that her reputation was not being heard. Charles shook his head. He stood and made his way to the mantel, brushing the dust with his finger. We had to send away another maid. We can no longer afford more than one, but soon even this very house will be gone. We will have nothing. You will have nothing. Josephine will have nothing, he said. The words lingered in the air, and Alice was every bit as upset as she knew he was trying to make her. And I should like for you to consider how your father would feel, if he were still alive, I mean. Can you imagine a worse way to honour his memory than daring to sully it with affection for the very man who destroyed him, who stole from him? Charles continued in his attack. Alice opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came. None of her words would convince her cousin of the truth. Nothing would help him to see that the Duke was good, that he was kind and true. Charles saw only what he wanted to see, and that was pure guilt and treachery from the Duke of Wallasey. You cannot continue to insult me and say that I have been easily swayed, she said, trying to be bold. Can I not? It is only the truth. Everyone believes him to have a hand in the downfall of your father's ship. It is in line with the terrible business practices he has shown. Charles accused again. Terrible business practices. I keep hearing that phrase, but no one will explain exactly what those business practices are. The accusation against his morality with the women from the West Indies is clear, but what business practices has he engaged in that are so dreadful? She asked, challenging Charles in return. He paused for a moment, trying to think about it. Well, I expect it is this very issue, that he is going around and ruining the ships of his competitors, he said. What other competitors? These accusations came out before anything happened to father's ship, so there must have been a previous incident that everyone saw which sullied his name, she said, realizing only now that the timing did not add up. Again, Charles was quiet as he thought through her words. Cousin, I do not claim to know everything. I know only that I have long since known the Duke to be a bad man, and he has only proven himself time and time again of late, he said. Proven what, exactly? There has been no evidence that he has committed any of the acts that he has been accused of, she insisted. Charles looked at her incredulously. You really have been taken in, he said, shaking his head and giving a laugh of disbelief. What do you mean? She asked. This is the evidence, your father's ship. Everything that is happening is the evidence that he is a bad man, that he has poor business practices, Charles said. Have you not made these connections? Alice took in a deep breath to steady herself. What I see is a lot of incidents that have no connection, which everyone is trying to bring together. I see that an incident without evidence is being used to prove a rumour. I see that you are angry with me for defending the Duke, but I cannot understand why it is so concerning to you, she said. It concerns me that you have believed the lie of a very calculated and deceptive individual. You have believed him for no other reason than that you want to, that you want him to be telling you the truth. Love has blinded you, he accused. I am sorry that you think so. I assure you that it is not the case, but you have made it abundantly clear that you deem me too foolish to know otherwise. Alice said, standing and preparing to take her leave. I have nothing more to say, she told him, but I do hope that you come to terms with the fact that I cannot and will not continue in this deception against the Duke. It is wrong. Alice walked from the room, not caring to let Charles say anything else. What she hated most about the conversation was how right he was on a few accounts. She would have to face the possibility that Josephine did believe what society had said. Charles was right in that Alice had discredited her sister by assuming she could be swayed by whatever Alice said. It was an unfair assumption to think that her word was law and that Josephine could not think for herself in this matter. But Alice also knew that, when presented with the evidence against what society believed, Josephine would be able to comprehend the fact that the Duke was not so guilty as everyone would have her believe. Alice got into the coach and asked to be taken back to the estate of the Duke of Wallasey. She wanted to be returned as quickly as possible and to settle back into her new home and routine. She also wished to discuss the matter of Josephine and how she could best engage her sister in the truth. Would she have to have Josephine brought to see it for herself? Would she have to speak with the Duke on her own and interact with him, see him with his mother before trusting him? That could be easily done. As Alice watched out the window for the city passing by, she wondered how everything had ended up this way, how she had lost her father, how all of their inheritance had dissipated, and how she had come to love and trust the very man who had been accused of causing it. Would London accept her if she and the Duke considered a public courtship? She reeked of scandal, and now people had seen her with his family as Miss Ashbrook, the companion rather than Lady Addington, the daughter of a failure. The lie would only harm her reputation even more. But the Duke himself was rife with suspicion, and all of the lies surrounding him were equally disastrous. It was truly a question of which of the two had a worse reputation, and perhaps that would be the thing that would allow them to actually be together. But ultimately, Alice could not forget the one affected most by this, the one for whom she had done it all, Josephine. Josephine was the most important consideration, for even if Alice and the Duke lived with their mutual lack of respect in London, Josephine was still deserving of a bright future, and that was a compromise Alice was not willing to make. Chapter 19. The morning was wet, and it appeared as though the ill-timed rain would not relent. James wondered to himself if the weather was going to linger more than a few days, and, if so, how that might affect his already altered mood. Despite all that had taken place with Lady Addington, he found himself quite without rest. Even if she had been honest with him, even if she did care about him in return, he understood that there was quite a lot that he would now have to contend with. But none of that mattered. The elegant beauty was more than he could have imagined, and she loved him in return. Whatever their circumstances, her position, her family's fall, nothing could come between them now that they had expressed what they felt. James waited for Theodore with impatience. It was important that they discuss the business and have one of their usual meetings, but he found that he was in no mood to think about tobacco and the West Indies when his thoughts were with Lady Addington. Still, when he heard the sound of a carriage outside the window, he looked out. There it was, splashing up mud on all sides, while being rinsed clean by the rain that poured from above. By the time Theodore made his way into James's study, he was shaking the drops from his gently greying hair, his jacket slicked with rain and the brim of his hat leaking. "Oh dear, forgive me. I thought I had got it all out of there when I first came in," he said. Nothing to worry about. Have a seat, James said. Theodore took his place, and they immediately began looking through some of their records. Now, I have to say that I've come for more than this, Theodore said, shuffling the papers and setting them aside. What do you mean? James asked. Well, I'm anxious about all of this. The boats going missing, the possibility of pirates, and if it's not pirates, it could be any number of other things, he said. Why are you so concerned about it just now? James asked. Have we not been worried for quite some time since the Earl's boat was stolen? Certainly, but I have thought it over, and the more I try to be at ease, the more anxious I am, Theodore said. What are we to do then? James asked. Theodore looked away, as if he didn't want to say what he thought. Now you're frightening me. Theo, are you going to split? He asked, worried that his business partner might leave him in the lurch. No, nothing like that, Theodore refuted. So, what is it? You appear to be quite concerned, James said. In truth, I think you'll not like my suggestion, particularly as you've only just come home, he said. Immediately, James understood. You want me to go back, to return to the West Indies and oversee our production, he said. Only for a brief time, to make sure that the shipment comes without incident, Theodore confirmed. Without incident? What am I to do to prevent anything from happening? You believe that my presence on the ship coming back will prevent anyone from attacking? He asked. Indeed I do. And perhaps we can even go together. But the fact is that you are an important man in society, and no one in England is going to risk attacking our ship with you on it. They wouldn't dare, Theodore said. And if the culprits are not from England, you believe pirates of another land will know or even care about my name? James asked. Theodore looked at him and shook his head, frustrated that James was not considering this option. James understood exactly what Theodore was suggesting and why. It was not a bad idea, and they both had secretly suspected that the culprit was English. But he would give any excuse he could as to why it would not matter. James had no desire to travel back just now. He had only returned to England within a couple of months, and the last thing he wanted was to rush off again. He had wanted to spend time with his mother, and now that she was dealing with her injury, it was more important than ever. Not only that, but he had fallen in love again. He had left behind a love once before, and it had been a grave disappointment. He couldn't bear to do that again. He could not leave Lady Addington. Theo, what you are asking of me is incredibly difficult, he said. Why? Theodore asked, not understanding the arguments against his ideas. You know that my mother is ill, that she has been injured, he said, turning to that excuse first. Yes, and I am certain that it is nice being here for her. Both you and the young woman taking care of her have done well. But can the young lady not be her primary helper for a while? Theodore asked. That young lady is the other reason that I cannot commit to going away just now, he said. Theodore eyed him first with curiosity, then suspicion, and finally understanding. You are in love with her, with a woman who has been hired by your family? He asked. It is not quite what you think. Honestly, it has been wonderful. I discovered only recently that she is the same young woman who had encouraged me in the church after my heart was so broken by Adelaide. A sweet, kind young woman, he said. You cannot be in love with someone you employ, Theodore said, somewhat disgusted. If you are referencing her station, you may rest assured that she was never meant to be a mere hired companion for my mother, he said. She is not Miss Ashbrook, as she initially told me. Rather, she is Lady Addington, the daughter of the late Earl of Drakemyre. Theodore's eyes grew wide with shock. You cannot mean— Yes, She thought that I was responsible for her father's death and she needed a job. In the end, she found herself here, he said. Then how can you trust her, the daughter of our competitor? The cousin of the man who took his place and is trying to keep their business alive? Theodore challenged. You make her sound as though she had a thought in all of this, that she is trying to sabotage us. But she is a good, sweet woman. I assure you there is no falsehood in her. James said. You are being foolish. I am sorry to say it, but you are. She cannot be as good a woman as you are claiming. I am convinced that she has you fooled, Theodore said. James was growing angry, but he didn't want to upset his friend by showing it. He understood that Theodore was trying to help, trying to make sure that he was not making a mistake. But James was confident about Lady Addington. He knew that she had a good heart, a kind and true heart. She would never betray him or do anything to jeopardize their work. I'm sorry, Theodore said. I know you think me harsh, but I cannot abide your thoughts on this. It seems to me as though you are throwing out all wisdom in falling in love with the young lady whose family is quite firmly against us, he said. They are not against us. It's not like that. They want justice for their father and for his ship, but we cannot condemn that. I should want the very same thing were I in their position, he said. But you are not in their position. You are in a position with me, your business partner, and I cannot begin to condone the thought of a relationship with the young woman. I am terribly upset that you would be so cavalier about this, Theodore said. What business is it of yours whom I choose to love? James asked. Your love is not my business, Theodore said, but tobacco is, and if there is even a hint of mischief in the midst of this, I am warning you that you may be throwing away all chances we have of success. We are already successful, James retorted, because we have made wise decisions thus far. We cannot now trade that for the sake of petulant romance, he said, fuming. James's fury raged within him, but he needed to keep the peace between himself and Theodore. This disagreement was getting them nowhere, and he had little desire to continue ranting with him about it. I cannot pretend to throw aside my feelings for her. I know who she is, who her family is, but I am staying in England, for my mother and for the woman that I love, he said. I wish that you would consider how this could impact us, Theodore said. I am considering it, and I do not believe it to be so dreadful as you think. I believe we shall be just fine, he said. Theodore sighed. It was clear that he also wanted peace, even if he greatly disagreed with the decision that James was making. But James was not going to change his mind. He had fallen in love with Lady Addington and would not lose her. He would never again put himself in a situation in which he was far from the woman that he loved. Although Lady Addington was far gentler, deeper, and more trustworthy, he couldn't ask her to wait for him. And if she did not, if he was gone for a very long time and she fell in love with another man, his heart would be forever ruined. It simply was not worth it. But she was. Lady Addington was worth everything. She was worth the argument, worth the uncertainty of the business. He had never imagined he might find a woman worth so much to him, so dear to his heart. How could he explain that to his friend? How could he convince Theodore that there was absolutely nothing to worry about? More than likely, he never would. Will you please at least consider it? Theodore asked after a time. Consider going to the West Indies to ensure our product is returned to us? He asked. Yes, Theodore confirmed with a nod. James knew that it would be dishonest if he said that he would, but even if he made the decision against it, at least he could try. I shall try. I promise nothing, but I shall try, he said. Then that is what I ask of you, and if you think that you are willing, please let me know swiftly. I shall have to purchase our fare as soon as possible. As you know, it takes time to get there, and we haven't got all that much, Theodore warned him. James knew that the passage was long. He had just spent months on a ship. How was he to simply get back on another, spend most of his year at sea, then rejoin for the return journey? Not only was he concerned about his mother, not only had he just fallen in love, but he was tired, exhausted by the ocean and all of its glory. "I promise nothing, Theo," he said, a warning of his own. "I understand, but if you do not join me, you must be aware that I shall have to make decisions without you, regardless of how you consider them after the fact." Theodore added. All of the warnings felt more like veiled threats. Still, James realised the dangers of committing to something that he did not wish for, and if he told Theodore that he would go and then later changed his mind, things would be even worse. James scraped at a fingernail where it was chipped, allowing himself a bit of mindless distraction, anything to focus on other than the disagreement between himself and Theodore, anything to focus on that would help him find a bit of relief from the angst that he was really trying to avoid. It was not going to be easy, convincing Theodore that he was right in making this decision, but maybe he didn't have to. Maybe, just maybe, he could make this decision for himself and disregard the business and all of the responsibilities he had regarding it. Without the support of his friend, there was nothing more to be said on the matter. James would simply have to forge his way ahead, dreaming of what was to come and how he could ensure an excellent future for himself and Lady Addington. "I suppose there is nothing more for me to do here then. I wish you the best, and please remain in touch until all is settled and our decisions are made." Theodore said, "Yes, thank you. And thank you for caring about our company. I am certain things will come together and be just fine," James said. "I should hope so. We have put in too much effort thus far to allow ourselves to fail," Theodore replied. He was right, of course. They had done so much to bring the business to fruition. The last thing he could now allow to happen was to fail. Theodore would never forgive him, and James couldn't fault him for that. "When are you intending to depart?" James asked. "Within the month. I believe 3 shipments will arrive here before I land there, but there is nothing that can be done about that now. It is not as though we shall have any control, and most likely our suppliers have not even heard about what happened at sea with the Earl's ship," Theodore said. "They will not know to watch for pirates," James added, understanding. "Precisely. It does not bode well for us. Let us pray that nothing is amiss. Once the ships arrive, please ensure that the entire crew is made aware of what happened to the Earl of Drakemyre's tobacco. They must keep their eyes open, be alert upon their return," Theodore said. "Certainly. Else who knows what might happen to them?" James asked with a rhetorical sigh. "Yes, who knows? Anyway, enjoy the rest of your afternoon," Theodore said. James saw him to the door, and Theodore departed. There was much for James to think about. He had certainly angered a man that he relied upon. It was not good business, nor was it good for their friendship, but he had to put that aside. He had other things to focus on now, the foremost being Lady Addington. Chapter 20. Alice arrived at the townhouse while Charles was out, as planned. She could not bear to speak with him again just now. It was far too confusing to try and adjust to his feelings on everything. Everything was going too perfectly to try and deal with his objections. Alice was still unable to believe her fortune. It was far too incredible to be real that the Duke of Wallasey would love her, that he would care for her at all. It was amazing enough that he was actually a good man, but a good man who wanted a future with her. She could hardly believe it, even now. And yet, it was true. He loved her, and she would be able to spend her life with him if all went according to plan. But now, in the midst of that joy, she was going to have to explain it all to Josephine, and that could potentially have been the worst option for her. Although she felt confident that Josephine trusted her, the warnings given by Charles stuck in her mind. Josephine was certainly able to think for herself, and all she knew thus far of the Duke was that he was believed to have been involved in their father's loss of a ship and possibly his death. There was absolutely no reason for Josephine to trust him. But Alice determined that she would try anyway. There was no other choice. She had to prove herself to her sister, and that was one thing Alice never expected she would have to do. Entering the parlour, she watched as Josephine leapt up from her chair and rushed over to hug her. Alice held her sister tightly, relieved that they would have this time together. "Oh, I am so happy to see you. I have missed you dearly. Why have you not come in so long? And what is all the secrecy about? Why is it that you must come when our cousin is gone?" Josephine asked. Alice sighed and laughed at once. "Oh dear, there is so much I must tell you in order to answer those questions. But first, let us have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. I have missed you and want to catch up as far as how you are doing," she insisted. The two chatted away and indulged their time together until nearly an hour had passed, and Alice took her last sip of tea, looking at the clock as she did so. "Well, I suppose it is time that I address my reason for coming, and I do hope that you will listen closely. I fear that you may not like all that I have to say, but I assure you that it is very important, and that I am telling you these things with all of the discernment that I have to offer," Alice said. Josephine looked at her dubiously. "You're worrying me," she said. "Yes, I know. I truly am not looking forward to parts of this conversation, but I ought to begin by telling you that Charles is not overly happy with me," she said. "I've noticed," Josephine said, as if somewhat frightened to do so. "Oh, has he said something?" Alice asked, feeling betrayed by him already. "Well, not exactly, only that he has made remarks about your heart being misplaced," Josephine confessed. "Ah, I see. Well then, that is an important place to begin. You remember, he asked me to marry him and I refused him," she said. "Yes, I recall," Josephine said. "Well, after that, when I went away to work, it was for the man he believes to have been responsible for Father's missing ship, and possibly even Father's death," Alice said. "Yes, I know all of that. Why are you telling me that now?" Josephine asked, somewhat irritated. "Josephine, the Duke of Wallasey had nothing to do with Father's ship or his death. I am certain of it. I can only hope and pray that you believe me. I know it is perhaps difficult to believe as you have heard so much to the contrary, but I really am quite certain," she said. Josephine searched Alice's eyes, and Alice allowed her to do so freely. "I am struggling to understand," Josephine said, confused by this development. "Yes, I know. It may be confusing, but I promise you, he is a good man. All evidence to the contrary has been vanquished. The Duke had nothing to do with all of that," she said. "And how do you know this?" Josephine asked. "Well, I recognised that he was not so duplicitous as I had previously believed. I saw his character and understood that he simply could not be capable of what our cousin thought him to be. It gave me a great sense of peace to know and see that," Alice said. "So, because you saw him being a good man, you felt certain that he could not be a bad one?" Josephine asked with a subtle scoff. "There is more to it than that. You see, once I began to know his character—" "Oh, good heavens," Josephine said, her eyes wide with horror and understanding. Alice went silent, waiting for the reaction she was about to receive. "You fell in love with him?" Josephine asked. "You are quite intuitive," Alice laughed, trying to make the situation light-hearted. But it was clear that Josephine was not so easy to maneuver as that. She was the one who now felt betrayed. "Please, Josephine, do not look at me that way. I assure you that he is a good man. You must trust me, Alice said. Josephine winced at the thought of it. I have never not trusted you, but this is entirely the opposite of everything that I have heard about the Duke. How can I know that you see what is true in him rather than simply what you wish to see? How do I know that it is not love that clouds your judgment? She asked. Alice took in a deep breath. There is no way that I can give you the proof that you wish for, but I can tell you that I have seen the sort of man he really is, and he is nothing like I previously believed. We never had any evidence that he was involved in the things that he was accused of, she said. But was there not a very good reason for believing it? Josephine asked. He happened to have been a competitor, and he spoke vaguely, and other lies had been spread about him by a woman who wished to justify her own mistakes. Those were the only real reasons that anyone thought he could be capable of the heinous things he was accused of, Alice said. And now Charles is angry at you because you have fallen in love with the very man that he believes destroyed our father, Josephine asked. Precisely, but as I said, I assure you that the Duke had nothing at all to do with it. He is as good a man as ever lived. I love him for a reason, Josephine, she insisted. Then I trust you, but it shall take me some time before I can trust him, she said. I understand, and I do hope that you might meet him very soon, and you will have the chance to see him for who he really is. I think then that your trust shall be perfectly at peace, Alice said. And how is that all going to come about? Josephine asked. Well, Alice said, glad to be able to outline the plan that she had made. I have saved a good deal of money from my employment. Now, I ought to be able to support you and myself for the foreseeable future. Oh, Josephine asked, pleasantly surprised. Indeed, so long as I keep working, we shall not need to fret about anything, she assured her. And what of the Duke? Josephine asked. I still can hardly believe that he loves me as I love him, but alas, it is true. It is quite possible that I shall get to spend forever with him, with the man that I have come to love and adore. I never imagined that this would be possible, but here I am, she said. Yes, and I am happy for you no matter what misgivings I may have, Josephine said. Now, in other matters, there are obviously obstacles. After all, he is my employer, and that is not even so complicated as the other issues. We are below his station, and what station we had, we have fallen from, Alice said, realizing that things could still be rather difficult. Does he mind all of that? Josephine asked. For some strange reason, he does not, and I can hardly express my relief in that. You see, he is not the sort of man to make judgments on a woman like me, and while our family has fallen from the graces of society, he cares only for his love for me, she said. So he knows now? He knows who you really are? Josephine asked. Yes, I have told him. He knows that I am our father's daughter, and what I once believed about him. But, as I said, all of that is in the past now, and I trust that you shall come to know him as I do in time and will see that he is a good man, Alice said. Well, I do hope so, although I am shocked by these events and all that has transpired. I do hope that he is as good as you say, Josephine said. Alice realised that her sister was taking it all very well, but also knew how hard it must be for her. The idea that this man they had thought to have destroyed their family was actually good. It was quite a change of mentality. But although Josephine was not blindly accepting it, she was at least willing to consider and give the Duke a chance to prove himself, and there was not much more that Alice could ask for. Charles is very upset, to say the least. Not only did I turn down his proposal, but I have fallen in love with the very man he believes to have ruined us, Alice said. Yes, I understand now why he has been so angry, Josephine said. Well, I am quite sure that he will come around. He does not know the Duke as I do, and while he may always be angry that I refused him, at least he will not always be upset that I am in love with a man he has misunderstood," Alice said. "Do you think he will believe you?" Josephine asked. "I think he will, and he shall most likely grow happy. He will see that he does not have to marry me in order to see you and me safe and provided for," Alice said. "You think that was his reasoning for wishing to marry you?" Josephine asked. "I do," she sighed. "While most women would want to think that a man who proposes truly loves her and wants to spend his life with her, I just cannot think that Charles ever actually loved me. He said I was beautiful and all that. But there is more to love than appearance." "Yes, but maybe he really does love you. Why else would he be so angry?" Josephine asked. "I think it is all down to his beliefs regarding the Duke, and that is all right, because that is something we are easily able to show him the truth about. He will come to know the Duke of Wallasey as I do, and understand that he could not have been responsible for any part of this," she said. Alice was confident. She would take Josephine and put her up, ensure her well-being. From there, she would move forward in a courtship with the Duke, and their families would spend a great deal of time together. Eventually, Charles would see that he was a good man who had nothing at all to do with her father's death, nor the loss of the ship. All of the rumours, all of the lies that had been spread, were mere gossip, and the Duke was not responsible for any of the guilt that had been thrust upon him. It would simply take time for society to come to terms with that. "And you think no one will mind his marriage to someone under his employ?" Josephine asked, needing to understand. "It is very possible that there will be those who do not understand. I can hardly blame them for it. After all, it does perhaps seem unorthodox. But he and I have both had rather unpleasant instances regarding our reputations, and I cannot pretend as though we shall not be affected. I can only hope that it does nothing to ruin the love between us," Alice said. She wondered if she was being naive. Although she had no desire to voice this concern aloud, it remained in her heart nonetheless. The more Alice hoped, the more she believed that everything would be fine. But was she right to do so? Was there a possibility that everything was going to fall apart? She was more than willing to fight for her relationship with the Duke, but would he be willing to? And would they ever be accepted in the midst of that fight? The Duke had enough challenges to worry about now that he had been declared corrupt and immoral. All of that, alongside Charles's suspicions against him, Alice wondered if there were others out there who believed such terrible things about him, and if society could not accept him now as he was, would they ever accept him married to a woman like her? "You look concerned," Josephine said. Alice turned to her, realizing that she had been fidgeting with her hands. "Oh, I am only thinking of all the complications that come with love, but there is no reason for me to fret. All shall be well enough. Anyway, I ought to be going soon," she said. "You wish to leave before Charles comes home," Josephine said, stating what she had come to understand. "Well, yes, but I shall find a place where you might live. Good lodgings. I shall find them as quickly as I can and move you there so that we may be together. I am going to take care of you, Josephine. Trust in that. I will make sure that you are looked after and everything is going to be just fine," she insisted. "I trust you," Josephine said. And those were the only words that Alice truly needed to hear. Chapter 21. I told you that she could not be trusted," Theodore yelled, pushing into the study. James staggered backwards and bumped into the desk. "What are you talking about? What is all of this?" he asked, frightened by the venom in Theodore's eyes. "Did you have anything to do with the Earl of Drakemyre's demise, or the downfall of his company? I cannot believe I am even asking you this question, but I've been left with no choice after this," he said, throwing the newspaper at James. "I had nothing to do with that." James said, taking the paper. Well, it's all in there. Everything to declare the contrary. You are being accused of stealing from his ship, of driving him to despair. It stops only short of calling you a murderer, James. You might as well be locked up for all they are saying about you, Theodore insisted. James looked at the paper and began to read. Yes, it was all there. Every possible accusation, even details of conversations in which he and Theodore had mused about the Earl of Drakemyre having a terrible product and how it was not really pirates after all. There were things about how it was better off that they didn't have any competition at all, things he wished he had never said aloud. Theo, I don't know where all of this came from, he said quietly. Defeat filled his chest. Had he misplaced his trust yet again? You don't know. Surely you must have some idea. Surely. That woman is a treacherous creature who somehow convinced you that she cared about you, and how foolish you were to believe her. Theodore shouted, kicking the back of one of the chairs. It was a terrible sign of disrespect to treat James's belongings that way, but he understood. He understood how he had failed, and that Theodore was immensely frustrated and angry about it all. He could hardly be blamed. You don't know for certain that she was responsible, James said, calmly. Don't I? Who else could it have been? Please think about it. These details, they could only have come from someone very close to you. Your mother would never make these accusations against you. So who else could it have been? Theodore asked. One of the staff? Perhaps a maid, I'm not sure, but I shall question them all. Try to find out, he said. You are wasting your time. Don't pretend that you don't know, Theodore said. James could feel his heart sinking. Was it really possible? Could Lady Addington have been a spy, trying to destroy him all along? It was awful to think of. He couldn't imagine it. She had been so wonderful. But the evidence was here, before his eyes. There was so much proof that she had been the one to do this. Simply because no one else could have, she had confessed to him herself that she had believed him to be guilty. So, was it really all that foolish to believe that she had been the one to cause this? Certainly not. But he loved her, and she had professed her love for him in return. That had to mean something. She was not capable of such lies. Her heart was far too tender, and her kindness true. There was no way that she might have set herself in the church in anticipation of his arrival. She had been there before him that day, and she had been so kind. Was it possible that the kindness he had seen that day was something she reserved only for strangers? I cannot think she would do this, he said quietly, and I cannot believe you would try to deny it. She may be the woman that you love, but you cannot trust her. You never could. It was naive of you to think otherwise, and I am sorry for being so rude in saying that, but it must be said, Theodore told him. For the sake of our business, I have to tell you how disappointed I am by your ambivalence in our success. You allowed this woman to get close to you, to listen to us as we spoke on private matters, he continued. You didn't mean to, but it happened, nonetheless. And whatever it was that she heard, she has twisted it, so that it looks like you are guilty of ruining her father and stealing his product to sell as your own. That dreadful tobacco that he wanted to offload in England, Theodore said in disgust. Will you ever forgive me? James asked. Theodore got quiet and looked at him with wide-eyed confusion. You? Will I forgive you? Of course. I am angry about your choices. But that does not have anything to do with our friendship or who we are as businessmen. Of course, you are forgiven. But that young woman, I think I shall always hold this against her, Theodore declared. Wait, James said, holding up a hand. Just wait. Refrain from saying that until I have had a chance to speak with her. It is absolutely possible that there has been a misunderstanding, he said. Theodore looked at him now incredulously. as if he wished to take back his previous statement. You cannot be serious. You want to give her a chance. You want to allow her an opportunity to lie to you and tell you that she is not guilty, he asked. I think it would be unfair to refuse her that opportunity, James said. Theodore shook his head. I cannot understand what you are thinking. She is quite clearly guilty. There is all the evidence you need. Who else could have done this? He asked again, squeezing the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes in frustration. Honestly, I am not certain, but I have to give her a chance, James said, his voice nearly cracking on the final word. You are a far more gracious man than I, Theodore said. A far more foolish one, to be sure, but a far more gracious man, and for that I both fault you and admire you. Yes, well, you have seen that I tend to allow a woman that I love to run me through time and time again. I was a fool with Adelaide, but she had a far smaller piece of my heart than Lady Addington, he said. Theodore closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. James felt the weight of his frustration, but it was nothing so dreadful as the aching of his own heart. He would have to speak with Lady Addington as swiftly as possible. There was no time at all to waste. So what are you going to do about this? Theodore asked. I shall speak with her at once. She is out now, seeing her sister, but when she returns, I promise you that I shall confront her and find out the truth. If she is responsible, I fear that my heart shall forever be destroyed by it, he confessed. Then I am sad for your heart, for I have little doubt that she is the responsible party in this matter, Theodore said. I know. Furthermore, I think it best if I distance myself from the business for a time. Publicly, that is. I am not sure what that means, to be honest. If I go to the West Indies now, it will seem as though I am still greatly involved. And yet, Theodore asked, and yet, if this all does come to pass, then I shall have every desire to leave England at once and vanish into the ocean for a time, James said. Certainly. But, my friend, you have taken such a beating in the public eye of late. No one is going to be surprised if you disappear. Now, I understand that my initial thought was to have you go so that no one would attack our ships. But now, he said. James looked at him, expectantly. Now, I think it could give you a reprieve, one that you may very much need, so please bear it in mind. You are suffering here, and I am convinced that you shall continue to suffer should things not undergo a drastic change, he warned. James wholeheartedly agreed, but he was unwilling to admit that. The fear in his heart that Lady Addington was as cruel as it appeared was all he could think about. He read through the news article once more, needing to be sure. How can they take our conversations, with how little we know of the Earl's ships, and turn it into such a story? How have they managed to make it sound as though we are completely and utterly guilty, when we did nothing wrong and never had any evidence to the contrary? He asked. That is the duty of a reporter, James. They must find something to report on, and this is what they have grasped. This story that makes it appear as though you single-handedly destroyed an entire family, that Adelaide's lies of your business dealings were true, he said. I am at a loss, James confessed. As am I. But here we are, stuck in this situation, and there is not much that we can really do about it. Not much of a way out, Theodore said. I cannot accept that, James said. Theodore scoffed. Do you think they care whether or not you accept it? He asked. James could feel his frustration boiling up. Theodore was being entirely disrespectful and even mocking him, but he tried very hard to keep his patience even still. He was the one who had messed up the entire situation. He might have even ruined Theodore's future by destroying the business. Thank you for having stood by me this long. All of Adelaide's lies and now this. It has been quite a lot. But, alas, I believe there is but one option for me, James said. "And what is that?" Theodore asked, softening. "For the moment, I believe it is best that you publicly declare me no longer your business partner, and until all of this is straightened out, until the truth has been revealed, you may do as you wish. If you should like me to continue in secret, I may. But I shall not be offended if you denounce me altogether," he said. Theodore was quiet for a moment, thinking. Finally, he turned to James and released a very long breath before speaking. "I shall consider it," he said, "but if I do so, I shall also make it known that I do not believe you are guilty of any of the crimes stated against you. And if the public wishes to see you removed from our business, I shall make a point to say that it was you who removed yourself for the sake of our honest and reputable company," he said. "Thank you. I appreciate your loyalty to me," James said. "You have never given me reason for anything else," Theodore replied. "But I do hope that, in the future, you consider whether or not you are sure of the woman that you love." The words echoed in James's mind after Theodore left. With nothing but impending heartache, he made his way to the parlour where he knew that his mother would be. "James, you look pale. Is everything all right?" she asked. He ran his hand through his hair a few times. How could he explain to his mother what had just happened? James handed her the paper and watched her read. As her eyes grew wide in surprise and then small with dismay, he knew that she was putting the pieces together. "You believe it was her." The words came as a statement rather than a question, and James didn't know how to reply to his mother. "Do you?" he finally asked. She set the paper on her lap and looked him directly in the eye. "It would be the most logical of explanations, but you mustn't go rushing into assumptions. There could be something else at work, and I should hate to think that you might lose a good woman because of this. It is drivel, James. You needn't think of it as anything more," she told him. "It is drivel that accuses me of nothing short of murder, Mother," he replied. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. They have made some heinous accusations against you, but not murder, at least not directly, and you know as well as I that all of this was made possible by the rumours sparked by Adelaide. If anyone is to blame, it is her," she said. James disagreed. As much as that woman had done to ruin his reputation, she had not caused this. She had never made people believe that he was involved in piracy and family destruction. "Mother, I can't be at peace about this. Not until I speak with Lady Addington and learn the truth. I have been betrayed by a woman I trusted once before, mind you. I will not be made a fool of again," he said. "So this is about your pride?" she asked. "It is nothing so trivial as that. Mother, this is a crime. Theft. It is saying that I orchestrated for her father's ship to be destroyed and the contents stolen that we might claim them as our own," he said. "Which I know as well as anyone. You did not," she replied. "Then you have to understand why I should wish for all of England to know that. I cannot allow for our entire family reputation to be ruined, nor for myself, and possibly Theodore, to end up in prison for this," he reasoned. His mother was subdued by that, suddenly accepting how serious the situation truly was. James was glad that she was taking it seriously, but a small part of him was also glad that she was sticking up for the reputation of Lady Addington, that she did not want her to be guilty. He was so desperate for her to not be the one who did this, for her to have been innocent. And if he could not play her advocate, he was thankful that his mother could. It meant that, at the very least, she would be able to help him find reason to see the good in Lady Addington. But if things turned out as he was growing to suspect they would, the wounds to his soul were deep, possibly worse than he could reasonably bear. He watched the clock tick away the seconds, each one drawing him closer to the moment in which he would have to see her, to speak to her. It dawned on him then that this could possibly be the forever end of his happiness. And once Lady Addington arrived, there would be nothing to stop him from getting his answers, not even the love in his heart. Chapter 22. There had been a great deal of traffic whilst leaving the city, but Alice was glad to see the estate in her view. The Duke of Wallasey was close at hand once more. Oh, the love that she felt for him! It warmed her to her very core. But knowing that he loved her in return, that was something that she could never have imagined long ago, as a young lady waiting to see how her future might pan out. Even in the past few weeks, she would not have suspected this ever to be the situation in which she might find herself. It was too perfect, too ideal. And yet, he loved her, cared for her as she never thought a man would. Alice skipped up the stairs of the estate and knocked, waiting for Constance to open the door. "Ah, Miss Ashbrook, how nice to see you," she greeted. "And you," she replied, not knowing when they might inform the staff of her true identity. "Miss Ashbrook, forgive me, but the Duke has told me that as soon as you arrive, you must go and see him in his study," she said. There was something in Constance's face that Alice could not quite pinpoint, a hesitation that was inexplicable. "Certainly, thank you," she said, brushing off the strange look. After all, she cared for nothing but seeing the Duke of Wallasey again. Alice made her way up the first flight of stairs and down the hall to his study. Knocking on the door, she straightened her spine in readiness to see him. "Come in," came the sweet voice on the other side of the door. Alice opened it and stepped through, her smile quickly dissipating as she observed the stone-cold expression on his face. "Your Grace," she asked, feeling a sick, cold feeling creeping into her chest. "Sit," was all he said, although it was very sharply spoken. Alice swallowed and did as instructed, taking her seat across the desk from him. Something was wrong, very wrong. His entire demeanour had changed so quickly from how she had seen him the day before. The Duke threw the newspaper before her, and Alice picked it up and began to read. Almost immediately, she was filled with horror. The things that he was being accused of were clearly printed. The report in the paper claimed that there was a significant amount of evidence against him, that the Duke of Wallasey was responsible for driving her father to his death. But there was even more laid out in regards to the business. It claimed that one of his men was seen on board her father's ship. It was also claimed that he had been in conversation with his business partner about pirates not being entirely responsible as they had previously believed. All of these things were familiar to Alice, who had spoken with Charles about these back when she thought that he might have been guilty. It was dreadful to think that someone else had thought the same about him. "Oh, this is terrible. How can they say these things?" she asked. "Ha!" he scoffed bitterly. "Why don't you tell me?" "Whatever do you mean by that?" she asked. "Exactly as I've said," he spat. "Why don't you tell me what it was that led you to report these things? There is no one who might have heard any of the conversations from which these false accusations were spun." "You think—" Alice froze. Everything began falling into place. Of course. She had spoken to Charles about these very things. She had overheard the conversations that were being mentioned. Charles had told her about one of his men being spotted having stolen from their ship, and she had gone along with it as fact. Alice looked at the Duke with wide-eyed horror. She saw the venom in his eyes as he looked at her with deep suspicion and fury. "You told me yourself that you thought I had been responsible for your family's misfortune. Now, here before you, I have news which has gone out into all of England. Anyone now may believe that I am a thief, a liar, and a heartless man who encouraged your father's demise," he said. Panic filled Alice's heart, causing it to pound with anxiety. It was clear to her now. Charles was certainly angrier than she had previously thought. He was furious at her, and he would obviously not give her leave for peace. Perhaps it was because she had refused to marry him, Or maybe it was because he really did believe all of this to be true. Alice couldn't be sure, but she was desperately angry at him for a moment, before realizing that there was something more important at hand. He had used the scant information she had given him before and had blown it up entirely. He had made it seem as though these things had physical evidence to support the theory that the Duke had destroyed her father. "It is not what you think," she whispered, confident that he would hear her out and be merciful. But the truth had to be told. She had not done exactly what he was accusing her of having done, but that did not make her innocent. No, she was exceedingly guilty in other respects, and now she would have to confess those to him. "Then what is it?" he demanded angrily. "What is the truth behind all of this, if it is not what I think?" "Your Grace, I have told you the truth, but not all of it," she said, hoping that this might pad the hurt that he felt. "And what does that mean?" he demanded further. "What exactly have you left out that could lead to an article like this being written about me? What did you not tell me before that could so slur my family's name? That could send me to prison?" Alice tried to breathe through her nervous words, but the pounding of her heart was enough to make her freeze despite herself. "I did believe that you were responsible for my family's misfortune. There was nothing to make me believe anything else. After all, you were my father's rival in business, and things appeared to be going well for you. I believed that you had been the one to cause his downfall, just as I have said," she told him. "But—" Alice stopped, wondering where she could go from there in explaining to him what was really going on. Could she so easily throw the blame onto Charles? Would the Duke understand that she accepted her responsibility in full, but had believed these things because of her cousin? "But what?" he yelled, obviously having enough of her hesitation. Alice jolted back in her chair, startled by the sudden outburst. She had never seen him this angry, had never expected that he might raise his voice to her. Tears filled her eyes, and she could not hold them at bay. "I was not the only one who believed it. My cousin, Charles, the new Earl of Drakemyre, he was the one that insisted I work for you. He said that I ought to spy on you, to find evidence. I was a fool, and I believed him wholeheartedly, so I chose to do it," she said, taking in little gasps of air against her sadness and regret. Alice fiddled with her hands. They would not be stilled as she anxiously tried to find the words to express to him what she was thinking and feeling. Nothing was coming out so smoothly as she might have hoped. "There is no excusing it, and I am not intending to blame him. I am simply telling you that I was foolish enough to follow his suggestion, to listen when he was angry and embittered by you. I did what he wanted because I thought that my family deserved justice," she said. He looked at her with eyes full of anger and hurt and sheer pain from what she had caused. Confident that he would forgive her even after all of this, Alice tried to hold his gaze. He looked away, but she moved her face enough that it was back in his frame of vision, and she could see how it hurt him to gaze upon her. But Alice was not finished. Her cries would not allow her to remain silent about what had led to things going this far, this miserably far. "He wanted to marry me, and I refused him. So once I told him that I had fallen in love with you, that it appeared as though you loved me in return. He was angry. I never imagined he would do this, however. I never imagined that he would take the vague information that I gave him and would turn it into this," she said. "I promise you that if I had known, I never would have said a word. He believed all of this to be the truth, and it is clear that upon my informing him how I felt, he decided to use it against you. I am sorry for that." "Oh, I am so sorry," she declared. The Duke turned his body to face her directly, and with his head held high, his shoulders squared and his fists clenched, he appeared determined. "Get!" Out, he said in crisp, hateful little syllables. Please, she begged, sobbing. Please forgive me. I told you to go, he yelled, his own voice choked with anguish and rage, a great, ugly scar of a sound. The Duke stood and turned from her, and Alice knew that he was trying to hide his own tears. He was trying to hide how deeply this cut him. But she had already seen it. It was too late for him to hide, and she had so much more to say. None of it came to her mind, but Alice knew that this could not be over. He had to forgive her. He just had to. That was the meaning of love, was it not? That anything could be overcome, even this, even betrayal and hurt and pain and rage. He would have to see that she didn't mean for any of this to happen. Please, please, Your Grace, she begged, leaving the chair and throwing herself at his feet. Forgive me. I love you, and I never meant to hurt you. It was all a mistake. I didn't know what he would do. I thought that you had done this to us. Please forgive me. I will go to the papers. I will tell them everything. Leave me at their mercy. I don't care what they say about me, but I promise that I will not allow them to defame you like this with so little care. I never meant to hurt you, and I will tell them everything, she said, hoping that he would simply listen to her cries. The Duke wrenched himself away from her, leaving Alice on the floor, a pitiful sight. She watched his feet move towards the windows and saw how he leaned into one, his body heaving with anger and sadness and fury and betrayal. But she would not be heard. The Duke refused to acknowledge her words, no matter how hard she tried to tell him. She loved him. It was a misunderstanding, a mistake, and she blamed Charles underneath it all. But none of that mattered in this moment. Here and now she had grievously wounded him, and he could not be appeased. He said, pausing and clearing his throat. I cannot believe that you have been spying on me. He did not turn towards her. His body remained against the window, hands along the ledge to hold himself up. Alice was desperate to reply, but she remained quiet. It was his turn to speak, and she knew that he would not take it well if she tried to interject again after everything that had already happened. If nothing else, she had to show him this respect, had to give him this chance to say what was on his mind, even if it wounded her beyond what she thought she could bear, even if it meant that he would not forgive her after all. Theodore was right all along. Once I told him who you really are, he urged me not to trust you, the Duke said. Alice whimpered at that. She was not considered trustworthy, and now she had proven it. His mother might have liked her, but even his business partner had not. Any good man considered and valued the opinions of his friends. It was only right that he should listen to someone so close to him and value his thoughts toward her reputation. But in this case, it was so wrong. It was a question of her loyalties, of her love, of her very heart itself. I should never have trusted you, and you can be certain that I never shall again. You have ruined me, my heart, my hope, all of it. I can never trust another soul, and you are the reason for that, Lady Addington. I was a fool, after all, he said. You are no fool, she cried. Quiet. Please, just be quiet. And go. Leave immediately. You are no longer under my employment, and I never wish to see you again, he said. Plen! Go! He yelled. Alice felt a surge of fear. The fear that what she had done could never be reversed, and as he yelled for her to leave, her feet swiftly picked her up from the floor, and she began to run, out the door of the study and down the stairs. She tripped on the third and stumbled, sliding down the rest of them on her backside. But the humiliation she felt was not from that. It was not even from the maids who stared at her. It was not from the fact that they had most likely heard the yelling that came from the study. No, The humiliation that Alice felt was entirely due to the fact that she had betrayed the trust of the only man she had ever loved. She had failed to assure him of her devotion. She had lost his affection. She had wounded his name, his reputation, and his very heart. Nothing could be more humiliating than that. But Alice bolted from the base of the stairs and out the door of the estate, down the final stairs outdoors, and off down the road as quickly as her feet would take her. There was no telling how long it might be before a cart would come to take her. There was no promise of anyone to drive her away, and she knew very well that it could be her own legs upon which she would depend. But none of it mattered now. All that mattered was the fact that she had lost the man she loved. Chapter 23. The day was growing boring and dull, but silence was the only way to spend it, because anything else might have managed to distract James from the pain that he felt, and he could have no distractions. Not when all of this had happened. James could hardly express his anguish. How could he have been such a fool as to not suspect the truth? Theo had warned him. And yet, despite all the evidence, James had refused to believe that there was any chance that the woman he loved could betray him. Indeed, he ought to have been more prepared. After all, this was hardly the first time that he had been betrayed by a woman that he loved. James left the estate and went out into the garden. It was a fine day for it, and yet the sun and the breeze and all of the beauty could do nothing for his mood. He gazed at the daisies and the sunflowers, hoping that they might breathe some life into him. His mother would understand if he said farewell to England once more, and what other choice was there for him? He had so few options. There was so much shame surrounding his name. He was being accused of terrible things, and Theo was right. He would have to stay out of the public eye. Going back to the West Indies may have sounded exhausting, but it was his only choice. "Oh, forgive me, Your Grace," said one of the groundskeepers when James bumped into him near the azaleas. "It's nothing. My mistake," he replied. "A fine day for a walk, Your Grace." The man said, Yes, I suppose that it is," he replied, trying to be polite despite what he was truly feeling. "Just walking?" the man asked, clearly at a loss for what to say to his master. James smiled and nodded. He glanced away for a moment, but then looked back at the man. He very nearly asked him if he had heard any rumours, if he had been made aware of anything regarding James at all. But that would hardly be appropriate. The groundskeeper would have denied it anyway, if he had any sense at all. What reason was there for trying to get information from an employee? And yet, James wondered how far-reaching the rumours were. Was it possible that they had spread throughout, and even his own employees were suspicious of him? Was there any way that he might be able to find out whether or not that was the case? "Are you happy working here?" he finally asked. The man looked at him with wide brown eyes. He scratched at the greying stubble on his chin. There was definite fear, a concern that he might say the wrong thing. "Why, of course I am, Your Grace," he said. "And would you be happy working here even if I was under a great deal of scrutiny?" he asked. "I should like to think that I would always be loyal to the man who gave me such a tremendous opportunity," the man said. "And what sort of opportunity might you have had if it were not for working here?" James asked further. He scratched at his chin again. "I would likely be scampering about London, wishing that someone would hire me. I am as good a man with a garden as there is. But it is difficult to find work for someone who can afford it," he confessed. "So you are happy?" James asked again. "I am," he replied. James looked away again. This man was willing to remain loyal. How was that? In the midst of all that was being said about him, he had a loyal man under his employ. He determined that he would not take this for granted. "So, even if I should go away again as I was, You would remain and be loyal to my mother? James asked. Always, Your Grace. She is as good a woman as they come, he replied. Then I trust you. If you should need anything at all, please do not hesitate to tell me. I appreciate loyal, honest men, and I seek to be such a man. Know that whatever you may hear, it is not the truth. James assured him. I know, Your Grace, the man said, shifting uncomfortably. You know? He asked. Your reputation is not what matters to me, he said. I have lived in this house. I know what you and Her Grace are made of. James was deeply moved. All the pain that he felt continued to surge, but for the briefest of moments, he felt peace. At least there was one man in the world who held him in high regard, despite all that had taken place of late. Well, I thank you. You have given me the one thing that I needed in order to feel at peace with leaving my mother once more, James said. I wish you a good day, Mr. A. Grant, the man said. Mr. Grant, he replied. With that, James went back inside the house. He had something very important to do. Sitting down and writing to Theo, James made his decision. My dear friend, you were right. I was wrong in the worst of ways. But I have made my decision regarding what we spoke of, and I shall certainly go to the West Indies. It is the best way for me to be clear of London society. My mother shall certainly benefit from it, as will you. The business can only be improved upon in the midst of my disappearance from the partnership. I should like to discuss this plan with you at your earliest convenience. Your friend, James Hastings, Duke of Wallasey. James leaned back, folding the paper and preparing to have it sent. He needed to speak with his mother. She would have to make herself ready for his departure, and that was going to be the most difficult thing, by far. James dropped the letter with Constance and went to the parlour where he knew his mother would be sitting. Good afternoon, Mother, he greeted. She replied, glancing at him without pleasantry, and then returning to the stitching in her hands. Mother, please, he said softly. I'll not give you a moment's attention until you apologise to that young woman and give her a better chance to explain herself. She insisted. Mother, you mustn't think like that. I have no choice just now other than to return to the West Indies. I must find the culprit of all of this. Lady Addington is not my focus just now, he said. Well, she ought to be. You should be seeking a way to ensure that she is still willing to marry you, even after your debacle of accusing her and not hearing her out when she tried to explain to you what exactly happened and why she did what she did, his mother said, unwilling to hear a word otherwise. She didn't understand. No matter how difficult and complicated the situation was, his mother simply wasn't listening. There was a great deal to consider in this matter, but alas, all she could say was to repeat that he had to give Lady Addington another chance. He had done plenty. Lady Addington confessed. How could his mother not accept that? Mother, you may not be willing to speak to me, but I shall tell you anyway. I intend to go. I am to return to the West Indies urgently. Theo and I have reached an agreement, one which I am intending to confirm with him, James said. His mother would not meet his eyes, but he saw the sadness in them. It was difficult for her to hear that he was leaving again, and why should it not be difficult? He had only just returned. He was going to say farewell to his mother once more, and if her health continued to decline, would she still be well when he finally came back to England? I am terribly sorry to leave you again, but we must find you a new companion, he said. I do not wish for a new companion, she said, finally looking up at him. I cannot bear to leave you on your own, he said. Then call back my previous companion. Lady Addington is who I want, she said. I cannot allow that, Mother, he replied, his voice vaguely frustrated. Then I shall just have to wallow in my days all alone, his mother threatened. She was putting James in an impossible situation. He could not simply call Lady Addington back to her duty at their home. He would not. To do so would be to allow her to use him all over again, to take advantage of him, to disregard him. No matter how his mother insisted upon it, he had to object. "I suppose that is the only option, then. Should you wish to hire someone else, I am more than happy to see to it. But I shall not allow Lady Addington back into our home," he told her. "You didn't listen to her?" "Not really. She might have been able to explain herself if only you'd been willing to hear her out," his mother added, shaking her head in anger. "Why are you making accusations against me?" he asked. "Do you think that I have not faced enough of them of late? I think that if you had, you might have done something about it already, but all that you have done thus far is blame the woman that you loved and feel sorry for yourself," she said. James scoffed. "But she is responsible, Mother. I am not accusing her of anything that is not truth. If Lady Addington does not wish to be held responsible for this, then she ought not to have done it," he said, knowing that he was entirely correct. "She loves you, James, honestly and truly. There must be a reason for which she aided in this. You gave her no opportunity to explain. Do you really believe that she was simply angry enough to make these accusations?" she asked. "Clearly, Mother. She told me as much when she first confessed her identity. I was quite ridiculous enough to think that she meant it when she claimed to have gotten past those thoughts and had begun to trust me," James reasoned. His mother shook her head. "You still have not allowed her to explain. So, if you do not mind, I would rather be alone. Now and in the future. I need not my stubborn son, nor do I need a replacement companion. I need Lady Addington. The rest may be forgotten for the time being," she said. James was aware that his jaw had slackened in his surprise, but the fact that his mother was calling him stubborn? Did she not realise how she, herself, was behaving? Did she not think that her own words and actions might have hurt him? But she was silent and turned away from him. There would be nothing more to say. A few hours passed, and he received word from Theo that they were in agreement and the two would meet the following day. James was more than ready. He looked forward to knowing that he would be free of England for a time. Everything was changing, but that was for the best. Perhaps this time he would truly be able to hold to his declaration that he was finished with romance, done with love, and if he could remain strong enough to fight for his reputation, he would no longer be the one with regret. To James, that was the best revenge of all. Chapter 24. There was only one option, Alice realised. She would have to confront Charles. She would have to beg him to undo all that he had done. Alice made her way to her aunt's house, desperate to speak with Charles. She was prepared for whatever excuse he may have, but was confident that he would make it all right. He would go back on what he had said, retract it, and help get the Duke's reputation back intact. Charles was a good man, misguided in some of his decisions, but he was perfectly reasonable. Finally, Alice arrived at her aunt's home, running up to the door with all the strength that she had left in her legs. This was going to be the end of it. Everything would be all right. The housekeeper let Alice in, her face an expression of surprise, but she led Alice to the parlour where Josephine sat, practising her pianoforte. "Alice!" Josephine exclaimed, happy to see her sister. She stood from the piano bench and came to Alice, who opened her arms wide in an embrace. "What are you doing here? We were not expecting you. Have you come to introduce me to your Duke?" Josephine asked. Alice panicked, but she tried to conceal it. How could she possibly explain to her sister what had occurred? Would Josephine listen? Or was she so swayed by Charles that she would support his idea? "Josephine, is Charles here?" Alice asked in an urgent whisper. "Number he and Aunt Hyacinth have gone out," Josephine replied. concern showing on her face. "What is it?" "Josephine, it is most dreadful. I must speak with Charles at once. Do you think he is soon to return?" she asked. "I know not," Josephine replied. "He left 2 days ago." Alice was dismayed, heartbroken beyond belief. Josephine wrapped an arm around her and led her to the sofa where Alice broke down, weeping into her hands. "Alice, dear Alice, what is it? What has happened?" Josephine asked. "Oh, it is horrible. Charles took the words that I shared with him, back when I believed that the Duke was guilty, and he made it all public. He has defamed the man that I love. Now, oh." Alice could not get the words out. It was too horrible to say, and she didn't know how Josephine might even begin to understand the pain that she was in. How could she express the agony to someone who had also strongly believed that the Duke was guilty? "Alice, what is it? Please, you may trust me. I wish to know exactly what happened. What did Charles's grave error do that has made you despair like this?" she asked. "The Duke of Wallasey believes that I have openly betrayed him, that it was all a ruse, and now he does not trust me. He thinks I am a dreadful woman," Alice cried. "Oh, Alice, I am so terribly sorry. I never imagined that Charles would do such a thing. He has betrayed you. Did you explain to the Duke? Did you tell him that you had no part in this?" Josephine asked. "I tried, but I did have a part in this. I am the one that told Charles all of these things, back when I was a spy for him. It was my fault, all of it," Alice said. "You must try again. Tell him that you didn't mean to hurt him, that none of it was intentional. Tell him that you really love him and that it was your cousin who sought to ruin him," Josephine urged. "Oh, Josephine, if only he would listen. I tried, truly I did, but he will not. I cannot bear the pain. There is so much now for us to contend with, and I have lost the man that I love in the midst of it all," Alice said, her hopelessness growing ever more overwhelming by the moment. Josephine rubbed her back, and Alice leaned into her sister to cry. She had never been so heartbroken. She had never imagined that pain could be this sharp. But Alice could sense her sister holding back a question. She knew that there was much more that they had to discuss. "Josephine, I know that you must be worried," she said, sniffing against the tears. "Is that wrong of me?" Josephine asked. "Certainly not. But I have saved a good deal of money, so even though I have lost my position, you may rest assured that we will be taken care of. I can afford a small place for us to live during the winter months, and I shall hopefully find a new position," Alice said. She tried to hide from her sister the fact that finding a new position would be exceedingly difficult. Alice had no references. She had no one to recommend her, and her family name had been shamed through all of the drama that followed them. How would she find work now? How was she going to afford to care for Josephine as she was so desperate to do? Alice considered that she could always use the name of Ashbrook, but she had had her fill of falsehoods. The very last thing that she wanted now was to pretend to be someone other than she was and go through all of this misery again. "Everything is going to be all right, Josephine. I promise you," she said again, seeing the worry in her sister's eyes. There was a moment of quiet and calm between them, an understanding that they would simply have to push through this. But Alice knew that there was so much more at stake. "We may have to do a great deal in order to secure our future. Are you prepared to trust me?" Alice asked. "You know that I shall always trust you," Josephine replied. "You may come to regret that." Alice snorted in a hopeless laugh. "No, I shall always trust you. You needn't have any concern, and I am happy to go to work myself if need be," Josephine offered. Alice was horrified by the thought. Heavens, no! You shall not work. I am going to ensure that you are looked after until we can secure a match for you, Josephine. Unless you do not wish to marry, there is to be nothing else demanded of you, Alice said, urging her sister to believe her. Then I am forever going to be ready and willing to repay you for looking after me. I know that you did not choose this. It is unfair that we have been orphaned, that we have been abandoned, but we are going to be all right, Josephine said, echoing Alice's promise. Alice was choked by her emotion all over again. How had she been so fortunate as to have this wonderful young sister, and how would she have been able to overcome all that had taken place without the stronghold of Josephine to keep her going? Alice held her sister's hand. "Will you play for me?" she asked. "If it should make you happy," Josephine replied. She stood and made her way to the pianoforte and began to pluck out the notes to a happy tune. Alice listened and tried to smile, tried to be brave and support her sister's newly developing skill, but all she could think about was her worry. The pain and agony of not knowing what was to come had been overwhelming, and Alice just wished that she might be free of all of the dramatic and terrible things that were befalling her family. Josephine was remaining strong, and Alice watched her with pride. At least she was willing to try and see the good rather than be frightened by the grave possibilities ahead. Closing her eyes, Alice took in a deep breath and released it slowly. She could be strong. She could see this through. When Josephine finished the tune, Alice opened her eyes and the two looked at one another. "You really don't have any idea when he will be back?" Alice asked. "None. Aunt Hyacinth went with him, but he said that it was for business, and I assumed that she just wanted a trip away. But Charles was awfully determined when he left. I thought nothing of it then. But now I think he must have wanted to be gone when the paper came out against your Duke," Josephine said. "It is certainly possible, but, Josephine, you must stop calling him my Duke. He never shall be that, and it wounds me to hear it," Alice said. "I am sorry, but I do still hope that he shall forgive you one day. You deserve to be forgiven, just as any woman does. You did not mean to hurt him. He will recognize that in due time," Josephine said. "I wish I could have your optimism, but I cannot think that he should ever forgive me, as he has no reason to. What happened was dreadful. I did a horrid thing. If he should not forgive me, I understand. Although nothing has ever wounded me more, I do understand it," Alice said. And despite the pain not lessening, Alice was beginning to feel a little bit better just by talking to her sister about everything that had taken place. And she was not alone, even when she felt it the most. At least she had the savings to be able to rent a small home to share with Josephine. That was a small relief, but it was one that would make a very big difference. Alice had made a promise to Josephine and she intended to keep it. "No matter what. I see that your mind is working," Josephine said. "Yes. Well, it is very overwhelmed just now. You bring it a good deal of peace, but I was entirely unprepared for all of this," Alice said. "I understand. We have been through so much," Josephine replied, her own eyes filling with tears. Alice could not bear it if Josephine began to cry, and yet she utterly understood if she did. Alice had been constantly in tears, and she could not grieve Josephine for doing the same. "Come here," Alice said, wrapping an arm around her sister, just as Josephine had done for her before. There was such a deep comfort between the two of them. They would always have one another, and they could rely on that. "I told you. I shall make sure that we are taken care of," Alice said. "I know, but it really has been a difficult year. What with Father's passing, our family name shattered, and now even the hope of your love has been lost," Josephine cried. "We will be okay," Alice said again. "Are you going to be able to find new work?" Josephine asked, bringing Alice back to her previous concern. I may have to change my name again, for real this time, but I think I can. It is not going to be easy, but it is possible. I need only to try very hard and prove my worth, she said. I trust you, Josephine said. Yet, there was something in her voice that bothered Alice. It was as though Josephine was trying to convince herself she trusted Alice, but only because she tried so very hard to do so. Alice would have to prove herself. She would have to be stronger than she had ever been, and if Charles did not return soon to the estate, she would have no opportunity to confront him, and she would be in a worse place than ever before. But she would prove herself. Alice was determined not to allow any of this to hold her back. She could make it through, and she could push past all that had happened to her, and if the Duke happened to forgive her in the midst of that, all the better. Chapter 25. James was getting the last of the items that he would need in preparation for his trip. He was so close to being ready, and at the same time he was painfully unprepared. James had not ceased to feel the weight upon his heart. With all that had happened, he missed Lady Addington fiercely. He longed to see her, to hear her voice, to be in her presence, but he pushed those desires away. It was too late to go back now. She had ruined anything that they might have had, and evidently she had not truly loved him anyway. James was a broken man. He wondered if the people that he passed by could see his sadness. Could they read the pain that he was in? Was it evident for all? Please, in that shade, he said, pointing to a slightly darker ivory colour. He needed at least 2 more shirts in a light, breezy fabric for the heat of the days ahead. "What about the champagne?" asked the young man, helping him choose. "Ah, yes, that is even better. These stark whites are not so agreeable," he said, approving of the one he had been shown. "No, indeed, I am not fond. You have good taste, Your Grace," the young man said. "How soon might the shirts be finished?" James asked. 2 days, certainly no later, he replied. "I can see to it that they are placed before others. 2 days. That would be ideal. I leave in 4 days, he replied. The realization struck James all over again. In 4 days, he would be returning to the West Indies, far away from London, society, and Lady Addington. Yes, he was saying goodbye to his mother, and that was agonizing, but as to the rest, it was ideal. James finished his business in the shop and made his way out, knowing that he still had to purchase a cake for his mother that evening. It was a small gesture, one that she would likely ignore in her current anger. As he rounded the corner, James was startled by the face that he saw. Those eyes, the beautiful thick hair. Lady Addington looked at him with the same surprise that he knew to be reflected in his own gaze, but there she was in all her beauty. She stood in one of her more simple dresses, holding a box that he knew most likely contained drizzling threads. "Lady Addington," he said, unable to help himself. The sight of her stilled his heart all over again. No matter how frustrated and angry he was by her lies, seeing her before him was like a wash of relief. "Your Grace," she replied, curtsying and dropping her eyes to the ground. He saw the shame in her gaze, and a small part of him felt satisfaction in that. "What are you doing out here?" he asked, despite having a very strong idea. Lady Addington looked at the box in her hand. Then she looked back up at him, as if that explained it all. "I understand you must be selling your threads," he asked. "Indeed. I had a few gowns with gold and silver sewn into them. It is strange to remember the days in which drizzling was a hobby of mine. Now, I find that it is a necessity," she confessed. "Have you sold anything today?" he asked, feeling as though it was a rather foolish question. Lady Addington simply looked away from him again, her cheeks red. James wished that he could offer her some bit of hope. No, that was not what he wished for. He wished that he could invite her back to the house, comfort her, listen to her pains. He wished that he could tell her that he loved her and that he was sorry for the devastation that had fallen upon her. "You have found no other employment?" he asked. "None, but I must as quickly as possible. We left my cousin, of course, and now my sister and I live in a small cottage. I must find a way to continue making an income that we might afford to stay," she said. James was intrigued to hear that they had left her cousin, the new Earl of Drakemyre. Perhaps she really did mean what she had said. Maybe there was truth to her claims that it was entirely him, and she had nothing at all to do with the arrangement that had led to James's downfall. But it did not matter. She confessed to having been the one that spied and initially gave him information, the very information that had been so spun out of context. "You found a cottage to live in?" he asked. "Yes. I needed to ensure that my sister had somewhere, a roof over her head. This is as good as any," she replied. "Lady Addington—" "You needn't call me that. I hardly pass for a lady any more. I am no one now. Insignificant," she said. James felt a churning in his belly. How was it that his name had been ruined for wounding her family, and yet she was also paying the price? It hardly seemed fair on either of them. And yet, to hear that Lady Addington had so few choices, that she was selling the threads that she had meticulously extracted from old gowns. Yes, the hobby of the idle rich was now her only means of an income. It was rather sad. It was something that Theo had said she deserved, something that James wanted to bitterly wish upon her, but mostly it simply distressed him to know that she was in such a desperate state. "I trust that you find a number of people interested in your threads," he said haltingly and out of context from the previous statement. "Do you? I believe that most of those who can afford to buy them are the very same people who enjoy dismantling their own brocades," she said. James was at a loss for words. She was right. No matter what sort of hope he tried to give her, this was her lot now. She would have nothing else. He reminded himself once more that she had brought this upon herself. If she had been honest, if she had trusted him and had not spied on him as she had, Lady Addington would still be in his home. They would be planning for a future together. That is, if she really loved him. He still could not say as to whether or not she did. It was certainly very possible that she had no feelings for him at all, and that is what he had continued to tell himself again and again. "Well, I suppose there is little more that I can say, but I do wish you well," he told her. "Do you?" she asked, desperate for a morsel of kindness from him. James nodded. "I do. Whatever has happened, I am not the sort of man who wishes ill on those who have wronged me," he said. "Then you are a better man than most, and I am more ashamed than ever that I have caused you such harm," Lady Addington said, sighing in resignation. The regret was pasted all over her expression, and James wondered if it was genuine. Did she really wish that she could undo it all? Was he right to hope that she had truly loved him? It meant nothing now, of course. James glanced at her box and saw that there was really a significant amount of thread. The golds and the silvers had been separated, neatly stored on either side of the box. He wondered how she had managed to keep so much. Had some of it come from her late mother's gowns? Her sister's? The Earl of Drakemyre had never been a wealthy man. His poor decisions, his reckless schemes, had always doomed him to having very little. It was a very sad state of affairs for his daughters, yet the Earl had appeared rather oblivious to that. If he could have seen Lady Addington now, on the street with her little threads, trying to make ends meet, how would he have felt? Would he have been terribly ashamed? Somehow James was certain that he would not. But he allowed himself to dwell in these thoughts as he stood there, on the corner of the road very near Lady Addington. The two of them unable to engage easily. The rigidity between them, a painful reminder that they were no longer the paramours they had been only days before. "I must be keeping you from something," she said, as if desperate for relief. "Well, I do have a few things that I must take care of," he said. "Yes, a man of importance," she said. "Actually, a man who is preparing to return to the West Indies," he said, immediately regretting having told her. Lady Addington's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She looked as though she were in a sudden panic. Yes, he had now informed her of his departure. Theo would have been thrilled to see her in pain, knowing that her actions had sent him far away from her. But James could not feel that same righteous disdain. He felt only pity and regret. "You are leaving?" she finally managed to ask. "For a time. It must be done. My name cannot be associated with the business, and there are things which I must finish there. Duties that I have," he said. "I understand," she replied, swallowing and looking at the ground all over again. Oh, how James wanted to place a finger underneath that beautiful chin of hers and lift it so that she might be looking him directly in the eye again. How he longed to laugh with her, to bring her home, to plan their future. He stuffed it down. There was no future. He was leaving. She was remaining behind to sell threads. And James only wondered if she would still be doing this by the time he managed to return to England, whether that was a matter of months or a matter of years. "Well, I shall be off then," he finally said. "Good day to you, Lady Addington." "Good day, Your Grace," she replied, the last word fading into the choke of emotion. James cut off the yearning that he felt to turn back to her and sweep her into his arms, the craving to forgive her. He could not, he would not. He was stronger than that. So he turned away and made for home. Upon his arrival, he began packing up his things and realised that he had forgotten to purchase the cake for his mother. It was too late to do anything different now. Theo came by later that evening, and James told him about the encounter. "She deserves it," Theo said, rather predictably. "I thought you might say as much, but I cannot help being terribly sad for her. She is a good woman." "Why should she be subject to all of this?" he asked. "Because she is deceptive. You, of all people, ought to feel the weight of her lies," Theo said. "But to be out there, selling threads like that, she did not choose a father who was a waste of money, nor did she choose to have her mother die. Her cousin put her up to all of it, and she just wants to take care of her sister," James said, trying to defend her. "Think about everything else. Her choices. She betrayed you. She ruined our business name. She aided in a lot of very bad things for us," Theo reminded him. "Then why is it that I long to forgive her so easily?" James asked. "Because if ever there was a man who was happy to be duped by women, it is you." Chapter 26. The coach pulled up to the townhouse that Alice had been missing so dreadfully. She climbed out the door and made her way up the stairs. Charles was finally home. She had received word through Josephine, who had maintained a close confidence with one of the maids next door. Alice knocked, and it was only a brief moment before the door opened. "Good evening," she said to a maid she had never seen before. "And you are?" the maid asked. "The Earl's cousin, and the daughter of the man who owned this house," she replied, her voice sharp. The maid appeared intimidated, as Alice had intended. She stepped back and let Alice proceed forward. She went into the study where she knew he would be. Charles was not prepared for her, but Alice hardly cared. She wanted only to confront him, and that required nothing save for telling Charles what was on her mind. Bursting through the door, she found him, startled behind his desk. "Cousin!" he asked, surprised. Yes, she hissed. Your cousin. I am here. Would you care to know why? Charles appeared briefly uncertain, but he straightened his posture and waited for her to proceed. I am here because of what you have done. I am here because you have destroyed the reputation of the Duke of Wallasey, and you have used me in order to do it, she said. Oh, I have done no such thing, he refuted. You haven't. How dare you say that? You know as well as I do that the things which I told you were not certain, that I had heard small snippets of conversation. Why have you gone and claimed them to be truths? Out of context. It sounds as though my father was shot and the Duke pulled the trigger himself, she said. You are being dramatic. There was no such claim, he replied. Not of shooting, but you came entirely too close to accusing him of murder. Poor business practice is one thing, and one thing of which there is no evidence at all, but to claim that he had a part in driving my father to his death, she asked. I have done nothing at all wrong. Why is it that you are so angry at me? Do you not know why I have done this? There was no other choice for me, cousin, he said. What are you talking about? Alice asked, her voice raising in pitch. I did it for you, he shouted. Alice went silent. She could hardly believe this claim. What did he mean by that? She had never wanted this. She wanted quite the opposite. What exactly do you mean when you say that you did it for me? She asked, her voice deathly calm. You were clouded by him. He had fooled you in the most dreadful of ways. He had convinced you that he was a good man, when I assured you that he was nothing of the sort. I had to get you away from him, Charles claimed. You intentionally drove him away from me? That was your reasoning. You wanted us apart, so you decided to tell the entire public that he was responsible for all of the misfortunes that have befallen our family, she asked. Of course. You would not have pulled yourself away from him otherwise. You would have tied yourself to a liar and a thief. Please, I still wholeheartedly believe that he was responsible for all of it. The only thing which I ought to have considered more was making it public. But that does not change the fact that it was all true, Charles said. But it wasn't true. I told you that. I assured you that it was nothing but mere suspicion. How could you? She demanded. I did it for us, Charles replied, insisting. This was the only way to protect you, and I hoped that it would help you to realize that you do not belong with him. You belong with me. Alice was incredulous. Charles was now claiming to have done it all in order to be with her. Was he truly that mad? Was he such a fool that he believed she would ever love him? Had they not discussed this? Charles, she began, I have made it perfectly clear to you that I do not love you, and I shall never marry you. Beyond what I have already expressed, I cannot possibly understand what would drive you to the assumption that I would care for you at all now that you have caused such a terrible heartbreak for me. Charles appeared offended, as though he had been wronged somehow. Cousin, I wanted to do this for you so that you would know how I can take care of you. Always, I am here for you. I am longing to care for you. All you need to do is marry me. Don't you see that? He asked. I see no option in our future for which I would marry you, Alice insisted, stepping closer to him with a more aggressive gait than she had ever shown. It will not happen, ever. You are being selfish. You need me. I am the only one who can ensure that you and Josephine are well looked after. Without me, you are hardly going to have any opportunities. You need me, cousin. Marry me. I shall provide for everything, he said. Alice could hardly believe how he continued to beg and plead through this manipulation. Charles wanted her to marry him, but she would never do such a thing. How could she convince him to give up? How could she express that it would not make her happy in the least? Charles, I have told you many times, and this is final. I am not going to marry you. You may believe the worst about me, but it shall not change the fact that I have no desire to be your wife," she said. Charles opened his mouth to refute her again, but Alice would hear none of it. "I have learned to do it all on my own. I do not mind hard work. I have found ways that I might make a living. Through something as simple as selling threads on the street, I have earned myself work by cleaning and washing," she said. "I care not that these are menial jobs, things that many in families such as ours would consider shameful. I care not that they have such a poor reputation and that I am not important enough anymore to be able to do any sort of glamorous work. I care not that I do not have anyone to recommend me for something that pays better. The fact is, Charles, I have worked hard to earn my place. I have proven that I am capable of finding means for myself and for Josephine. I shall continue to use my wits and hard work, and I am going to be the best carer for my sister that I can be. You shall hear of it," she said. "You are going to do those things to provide," he scoffed. "I am, because I am independent now. You may think that I must marry you in order to be provided for, but I assure you that this is not the thing. I need no man for my safety or for my security. Josephine and I are taking all the precautions necessary to ensure that we live a life that is safe and fruitful and full of happiness," she said. Charles shook his head in dismay. "Charles, you do not love me. I am no fool. You ought to marry for love. I am not sure why you feel so compelled by duty as to marry me, but that is no reason to wed somebody. I would not wish that on you, no matter how difficult things have got between us," she said. "You think I must marry for love? That there is such a choice?" he asked, looking at her as though she were the biggest fool he had ever known. "What is so wrong with that?" she asked. "It does not happen, cousin. There is no marriage for love. It is only duty, and I trust that you shall change your mind soon enough. Once your life becomes hard enough, after a good amount of time has passed, you will realize just how miserable it is to live based on passions," he said. "Passions?" she asked. "Yes. All this talk of love and dignity. You wish to be independent, then you shall taste the bitter truth of hard work. You are going to find yourself in the midst of challenges, the likes of which you cannot fathom. That is the world of men. You are not cut out for it," he said. "You misjudge me," Alice replied. "I judge you quite rightly, but you needn't take my word for it. You are going to find out very quickly. As for the rest, you may leave my home," Charles said. Alice was furious that he would say such a thing. They both knew it to be her home. She had grown up in that home, had lived with her mother, father, and Josephine. Charles had only recently moved into it, but he was the male and, thus, the heir. What more could she have done? What else was there for her here? "All right, then. I wish you well. I wish you a release from the bitterness which holds you captive," Alice said. With that, she turned from Charles and made her way out of the study and out of the front door. She found a coach that could take her back to her cottage. Alice was unsure as to whether or not she could tell Josephine just how dreadful the meeting had gone. After all, Charles was her cousin too. There was no reason to go and make Josephine even angrier at him than she already was for her sister's sake. But Alice could not hold in her anger. When she reached the cottage, she went into the small room with the aged sofa and found Josephine pulling little silver threads from an old scrap of fabric. "What are you doing?" Alice asked. "Helping you," Josephine replied. "You needn't do any work," Alice said. "But this is not considered work. This is a hobby amongst the rich, is it not? You used to do it even when we did not lack for anything," Josephine said. "Yes, but now it is work, and I should hate for you to feel as though you must do anything to support us financially," Alice said. "You have too much pride. I don't mind helping," Josephine said. Everybody thinks me too proud, Alice growled, grabbing the fabric from her sister's hands. Josephine leaned back ever so slightly. What is it? What has happened? She asked. Did you go and speak with Charles? I did, Alice said, closing her eyes against her pain. What did he say? Josephine asked. He did it that I might marry him. He thought that it was the best means for getting the Duke and I apart, and that this way I would be willing to wed him, she said. Josephine gasped. I cannot believe it, she said. Nor could I. But alas, it is the truth. Our cousin truly believed that betraying the man that I love was the best way in which he might sway my affections. Alice said. Josephine shook her head. What are you going to do now? She asked. I have a very simple mission at hand, Alice replied. What is that? I am going to prove him wrong. For all the insults he gave me, all the lack of faith that he has in me, I am going to prove to Charles that I am more than capable of taking care of us. Alice said. Josephine grinned. I have no doubt that you shall succeed. Chapter 27. The trip was shorter than it had ever been. James was thrilled that this new ship was gliding even better along the water. He had made it to the West Indies and was going about his work as though nothing at all had happened. Each and every motion was done as a man who knew his duties, who was more than capable of ensuring that they were done to the very best of his abilities. It was not hard work. James had done enough in his time in the region that he knew precisely what he was up to and how to ensure that he was listened to and secured. But he did it all without emotion. No one dared to ask him about the difference in his behaviour, for which he was greatly relieved. How could he have told them all that he had been betrayed by not only the woman that he had spoken of so often in the previous years, but the woman he had come to love after her? It was humiliating, but there was no need to be embarrassed, James knew. He could simply stay silent on the topic and no one would ask. They would assume that he was busy or distracted by his work. One afternoon, after he had been back a full week, James was sitting with one of his other associates who had just arrived. Tales about you are finally beginning to die down, Mr. Coppers said. Really? Theo is coming within the next few days, and I expected that he would tell me I had ruined everything, James said. Not at all. It is England. A young, unmarried woman falls pregnant, or a gentleman is caught with too much debt. The tales will always move on. There will always be something more entertaining to gossip about than whatever was being gossiped about before, Mr. Coppers told him. That is a relief. I was not sure if Theo would even tell you that I was still involved in the business. We deemed it necessary that I should take a step back, he said. It was wisely done, but I would have been terribly disappointed if the two of you had agreed to something so futile. I only trust this business because of the integrity which you have. That is something that I shall never begin to question, he said. Thank you for having that sort of faith in me, James said. Certainly. But I have to ask, have you any idea as far as what really happened to the Earl of Drakemyre? Mr. Coppers asked. James had been trying to figure out that very thing since he had arrived. Thus far, he had gotten nowhere, and there had been no evidence to support any theories he had managed to come up with. I fear that I have not, he said. That is a shame. I was very surprised to see the tobacco that he had here. It was quite a good crop, and much of it. There was no reason that the Earl should have been so out of sorts with his finances, Mr. Coppers said. James was piqued with curiosity. He had never heard this before. Really? Is that so? He asked. Yes, I know what England has said about him, but I was actually rather impressed by his operation down here. I deemed him to be a legitimate competitor, Mr. Coppers told him. James was confounded. How had he not known this? How had Theo not known about this? Theo had tried the Earl's tobacco in England and complained about it, but if it had been of a better quality here, then that made no sense at all. Unless, of course, Mr. Coppers simply had a different taste than Theo. Anyway, I shall get back to it. I want to have a look at your work here and see if I can convince anyone else to take on shares in the business. Now that you are hidden in the background, Theo has insisted that I make myself more present, Mr. Coppers said. What about your other duties? As a man who worked for us only as you were able, how have you arranged for your other affairs? James asked. I am taking a leave from them just until your name has been cleared and you are able to step back into your role in the public eye, he said. With that, Mr. Coppers stood and left the little office, and James sat on his own to think for a time. How was it possible? How had the Earl been so poor, and so at a loss with his product if he had a good crop and a fine business? Did Theo know about any of this? Granted, Theo had not been around much in the past year and a half. Perhaps he had not been to the West Indies since the Earl had taken over the tobacco farm that he had been working. None of it made sense, but James was growing ever more curious. He began to think of his mother, growing homesick for her. He wondered if she was doing all right now, that she was on her own. But he also thought of Alice. All of these circumstances and all of this curiosity was beginning to bother him. By the time the evening had rolled around, James was wishing that he had not made these decisions. He feared that he had made a terrible mistake in leaving her behind like he did. What if something happened to her? It was a foolish thought. Nothing was going to happen to her. She was perfectly fine. Still, the nagging sensation at the back of his brain told him otherwise, as if there was something right before his eyes that he was missing, something that he should have known and recognised, something that could have made an enormous difference to his own happiness and to hers, something that could mean life or death. Theo arrived 2 days later, and James pulled him aside nearly immediately. "What is this all about?" Theo asked. "I know that you do not trust Lady Addington. I cannot blame you for that. So much has happened. But have you spoken with Mr. Coppers about the Earl of Drakemyre's tobacco farm?" he asked. Theo looked at him with confusion. "Number why? What about it?" he asked. "Mr. Coppers tells me that the farm was exceedingly good, that the product was decent, and there was a great deal of it. It was a very different story from what you told me," he explained. "I told you only what I knew from trying the tobacco back in England. I never did see his work here, only knew the stories that I had heard," Theo said. "Do you think we might be able to go? That we could see their farm and find out for ourselves what the product is like?" James asked. "Why? What if word gets back that you are here and sneaking about the property of the man that England thinks you stole from and drove to his demise?" Theo asked. James was struck that Theo would say that, would even bring up the possibility. "What must I do? I have to clear my own name, but I am curious. Something is not right. What we have from the Earl in England is so entirely different than what is here, and the volume of the product has changed," he pointed out. Theo appeared dubious, but finally he conceded. "All right then. If you are convinced that it is important, I shall trust you, and we may go about on our way. It is not too long a journey to get to his farm," Theo said. James was relieved that they should be going together and would be able to see where the inconsistencies lay. He was convinced now, more than ever, that something dishonest had taken place, and he wanted to know what it was. The journey was over rough, unpaved roads, but it was short, and they arrived with plenty of sunlight left. James got out of the little horse-drawn cart that they had been in. He looked around the plantation and saw the beauty of it. There were many men out, working, doing all that they could. "Have you heard who purchased the land?" James asked. Theo shook his head. "I was not aware that anybody had. Who were they working for? Why are they still out here if there is no one to pay them for all that they are doing? He asked. Do you think there is someone we might be able to ask? James wondered. We may try to check with one of the harvesters, Theo said. They attempted to ask 3 different men, but none of them spoke English or the dialect that James had learned during his previous visit. Finally, the 3rd man pointed to a small structure, and they made their way over to see if there was someone they might be able to speak with. The man inside was another local, but he immediately began speaking a heavily accented English. Ah, my friends, I understand that you must be coming to me so that you can take the tobacco for our employer, he asked. James and Theo looked at one another. We are not here on behalf of the Earl of Drakemyre, James said. Who? The man asked. The Earl of Drakemyre. He is the man who had tried to sell your tobacco in England. He recently passed away, James explained. Realising from the man's expression that the term passed away was unfamiliar, he clarified. I mean that he died, he said. Oh, the man said, looking sad. Well, I do not know this friend of yours, but I'm sorry that your friend has died. Then who are you working for? James asked. The nice British man. He pays us very well, the man said. But what is his name? James asked. British, the man replied. James realised that this man he was speaking with was an excellent English speaker, but he had learned only what he had been told. And if the man who had been working so hard to train him and use him had managed to keep his identity a secret, there was nothing that they could do. We would like to help him with his shipments, James said, forming a plan in his mind as he went. Theo looked at him and James smiled. We are friends of his as well, he lied. Oh, that is very good. He is a good man, the man told them. Yes, he is. But we are not sure how much he would like for us to transport back. Do you have any papers? Any books of information that he might have kept aside for such a thing? James inquired. Oh, yes, he has many books here, but for shipping it to your country, I believe it would be one of these, he said. There were 3 books, and James knew that they would have to go through them closely. Perfect. Thank you. May we take a look? He asked. Yes, the man agreed. James was grateful that this man was so friendly, but he also hated lying to him in order to get the truth that he needed. James and Theo each grabbed one of the books and began flipping through the pages. At first, there was not very much information, but then James finally stumbled upon the very thing he had been looking for. Theo, he said, turning pale. What is it? Theo asked. I need to return to England immediately, he said, breathlessly. Why? What is going on? You look like death, Theo said. That is the very thing that I fear. It is Lady Addington. She's in danger. Chapter 28. Alice Addington. There was quite a bit of commotion in the townhouse as workers came out through the door and walked past Alice with their various tools. She wondered what was going on that had called for work to be done in her home, and why had no one told her about it. Charles had been less than chatty with her of late. Although she had tried to make amends that they might live peaceably, he was not overly forthcoming. Alice dared not blame him for it. After all, she had wounded him, and he was still hurt. Not his heart, but his pride. Despite not having loved her, he still wanted the knowledge that she would be happy to marry him. Wasn't that what all men seem to want? For a woman to express keen interest in him and all of his exploits? Alice pushed through the door once the men had finished coming out, barely acknowledging her presence. She entered the townhouse and made for her father's old study. The door was open, but she was not prepared for the sight that met her therein. Everything had changed. The shelves had been ripped out, the walls no longer lined with books. Instead, there was some dreadfully tacky skull on the wall, Presumably, it was some creature from a foreign land, perhaps from the islands that her father had been procuring products from. The colour had changed from the hues of subtle tans and whites and browns to an egregious shade of bright green, as if someone wanted them to reflect a dying blade of grass that is clinging to its final wisp of life. "What are you doing here?" came a voice from behind her. Alice whipped around and saw Charles looming in front of her. "You have changed everything," she said, her voice hushed with the hurt that she felt. She had never imagined that anyone would change this room that had been her father's. "Yes, well, it needed an update. It was dreadfully out of fashion," Charles said. She could hardly imagine what sort of fashion this new room was. Terribly ugly and dreadfully obscene with the dead creature on the wall. Alice had never imagined such a vision. "You called for me to come," she finally said, answering his earlier question. "Oh, yes, of course," he said, as if pulled from his irritation at seeing her. In an instant, he was changed, softened and warm with a smile. "What do you need?" she asked. Charles went over to his desk and pulled the brandy and 2 glasses from a spinning tray on his desk. "You like it?" he asked, showing off the display. She smiled vaguely, not wanting to answer him. "Well, I called you here," he said, pouring the brandy, "because I have a question that I must pose to you once more." Alice groaned internally. She simply could not handle this all over again. When was he going to cease? "Charles, if it is the question that I think it is." "Cousin, I am making you this offer for your own benefit. How can you not see that? You should not be out and about, stuck working as you have been. For more than a month now, you have been on the street selling your threads, taking in laundry and pressing. Do you truly enjoy the things that you are doing?" he asked. "I do, because it is my own work. I like being in charge of my own affairs. I love that I am able to be strong and have control over what our life looks like. You underestimate me if you think that I should leave it all behind," she said. "Marry me, Alice. Just open your eyes to the fact that it is the only option you have left to you. Nothing else good will come of your life if you cannot lay down your pride and be my wife," he insisted. Alice had to hold back every bit of anger that had been raging within her, and it required all of her patience to do so. How many times did she have to refuse him? What would it take to show Charles that she didn't want him, that she never would? "Charles," she said firmly, "I am going to tell you one final time, and never again shall we have this conversation, for I am growing weary of it. But I shall never marry you. It is nothing against you as a man, and it is not simply my pride. I do not love you. You do not love me. I am perfectly happy to provide for my sister and myself. That is all. There is nothing more to discuss." Charles stared at her blankly, his pride evidently quite wounded, but he said nothing for a moment. Finally, he held out 1 glass of brandy to her. "No, thank you," she replied. "Take it," he said with a bitter edge. Alice didn't drink. Her father had loved brandy, but she had seen him overdo it on more than one occasion, and it had always put her off the idea of alcohol. She was not going to drink it simply because her cousin was demanding it of her. "Charles, I don't drink brandy," she said. "Take it," he growled. For the briefest moment, Alice saw a glint of true fury in his eyes. He had told her to take the cup. That still didn't mean that she would have to drink it. Alice took it from him and held it in her hands. "How is Josephine?" he asked, his mood shifting all over again. Alice felt her body ease up just a little bit, relieved that he was willing to move the conversation forward and into a happier topic than they had previously been addressing. "She is well," Alice said. "Trusting you?" he asked. Her gut twisted. Of course. I have given her no reason not to. Josephine is my sister, and she understands that I only want what is best for her," Alice said. Charles looked up at her with a knowing smile. "Well, that is good enough, I suppose. And if she believes that your Duke is a good man, then you have certainly trained her well," he said. Each little insult landed with a punch, but Alice knew that it was mere bitterness. There was no reason that she needed to be offended by his words to her. "I did not need to train her at all. She understands that the Duke of Wallasey has been lied about, exposed in ways that are untrue," Alice said, trying to refrain from accusing Charles of anything in reply. He looked up at her with her words, regardless of her intentions. Alice swished the brandy in the glass, pretending as though she intended to drink it. She had offended Charles enough already, but she still had no desire to try the amber liquid. "I do not like that we are in such a terrible place, cousin," he said. "Nor do I. But you refuse to respect my decisions," she said boldly, "and you refuse to accept that I want what is best for you and for Josephine," he replied, swishing the contents of his own glass. She observed him as he appeared to play with his drink more than consume it, just as she had been doing. But Charles turned and walked towards the window, looking outside for a moment. It appeared as though he was considering what sort of insult he might hurl at her next. Alice took the opportunity to dump a third of the brandy into a plant nearby, enough to look as though she had been drinking, but not so much that he might think she had consumed the full amount. "Charles, I know that we are not in agreement about my decisions, but we are family. I do not like fighting with you," she said. He turned and glanced back at her, glancing up and down. "Well, I am losing my patience," he said, turning away again. Alice dumped the rest of the glass and sighed, sitting in the chair by the desk. She began to wonder if she ought to just leave, but did not wish to appear rude. "You needn't lose your patience with me. We can be family still. We may enjoy the friendship that is between us. May we not?" Alice asked. "There is none," he replied. Alice was frustrated. She had been trying so hard to be kind to him, despite the fact that he had repeatedly wronged her. "Well, I have nothing more to say then," she told him, setting the glass on the desk. Charles turned to her. "You have ruined the only chance that I had in love. You have insulted me at every opportunity, and I have continued to make efforts to bring unity to our family. I am at a loss," she told him, standing and making for the door. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I am leaving, Charles. You have given me no reason to stay, no reason at all to trust you. I have had enough of this," she replied. "As have I. You might as well go. Leave nothing behind." "You don't care about us in the least," he accused. Alice stormed away, ignoring his jabs. She didn't need to hear him, to listen to his cruelty, and although she wanted to cling to the home that she missed so dearly, the townhouse was no longer the place that it had once been, and she didn't feel at home at all anymore. Making her way back to the cottage that she now shared with Josephine, Alice wondered what was to come. Charles would not stop in his incessant need to offer her marriage and the insults that always followed. But she was already growing weary of selling things and the meagre work that she had managed to do. It wasn't at all a problem with working. It was simply that she did not feel that it was sufficient for providing for herself and Josephine. Was it pride that prevented her from accepting her cousin's proposal? No, she was certain that it was not. But maybe she really was too proud when it came to the work that she had been doing. She was capable of so much more. Until she found an opportunity for better work, she would simply have to continue on in this, hoping that it would be enough to get them through. Alice had begun a small garden at the cottage, but she would not see the fruit of that labour for some time, and she hoped that there would eventually be provision from the work. The vegetables that she was growing would be much needed once her savings ran out, and she was simply selling her threads and washing clothes. Josephine had been trying to support her, but Alice hadn't been willing to allow her to work, nor had she pulled the threads from any of Josephine's fine clothing. Alice still wanted her sister to have every opportunity to marry and to be seen about in society. It would have been a grave situation if Josephine was left without the chances that she ought to have had because of Alice's failures. When she arrived at the cottage, Alice went inside and found Josephine lying on the sofa, reading a book. "How is it?" she asked. "Interesting enough, but I am dreadfully bored," Josephine said. "I'm sorry," Alice told her. She knew that Josephine missed having a pianoforte. That had become such a passion for her, something that she enjoyed more than anything else, but they couldn't afford that just now. And until their situation changed, there was nothing that Alice could do about it. "Maybe, when you find a husband, he will have an instrument that you can play," Alice said. "Maybe, but I shall never find a husband if we are in disgrace," Josephine remarked. Alice had noted a change in her sister's demeanour, as if Josephine was becoming contentious and bitter about their situation. "Did Charles propose again?" she asked. Alice sighed. "How did you know?" "Because he always proposes," Josephine said dryly. "Yes, well, he made another offer," she admitted. "And you refused him again?" Josephine asked. "I had to. It would be foolish for me to accept a man that I have no desire to marry," she replied. "More foolish than living as a pauper when you have every opportunity to live as a queen?" Josephine asked. Alice tried not to let it hurt that her sister would ask something like that. It cut her, but she immediately tried to mend it. After all, Josephine did not know the length and breadth of her sacrifices. "I should like to have dignity," Alice said. "I think that you and I must have a different idea as to what dignity is. I shouldn't like to be on the street, peddling my wares. I think that is rather undignified," Josephine said. Alice looked at her sister, her eyebrows drawing together in sadness, bordering on offence. Where had this come from? Why was Josephine being so rude? "Have I expected too much from you?" Alice asked. "From me?" Josephine replied in question. "Yes. Have I expected you to be patient with me when you are a young woman who has hopes and dreams of her own? Have I thought that you might be willing to wade through all of this with me when you have other things that your life deserves?" she asked. "I don't know, but I do believe that you are being rather foolish. Our cousin has given you every opportunity for a grand life, and you have said no to him every time. There has to be something more for us," Josephine remarked. Alice nodded, not sure what she felt. She wanted to support her sister, but this was all getting too difficult after all. Maybe Josephine was right. Maybe she was being ridiculous. But she couldn't bring herself to make any other choice. Chapter 29. It had taken 32 days to return to England from the West Indies, and James was anxious, frightened that he might be too late. There had been no news, no knowledge at all as far as what was happening in England, but he knew that it was not good. Nothing good could have come from the things that he had discovered, and he was dreadfully worried for Lady Addington. But, alas, the ship was docked. He was able to clamber off the deck and onto land. And from there, James rushed to hail a coach that might take him exactly where he needed to go. Lady Addington had told him that she had rented out a small cottage, but he had no idea where that might be. His first order of business was to find her. That meant checking the street corner where he had found her selling threads. But when she was not there, it meant that he had to question anyone who might have a clue as to her whereabouts. James went to his own home and asked his mother if she had heard anything at all about Lady Addington. "I haven't heard a peep from her since you sent her away. What are you so worried about?" she asked. "Mother, there is something very grievous at hand. Lady Addington is in danger. We must find her, he insisted. Well, she has not returned here. I think she believed that I would not see her after everything that you said to her, his mother told him, accusing him through the assumption. I was a fool. I did a dreadful thing. You were right, Mother. It was entirely wrong of me not to have heard her out. I regret it all. But I can apologize once I have found her. First, I must locate her. Do you know anyone at all who may have heard from her? He begged. I do not. Maybe ask the maids, she suggested. But they were no help at all, and James was still at a loss. He went into town and began asking around the corner that she had been standing at. Had anybody seen her? Did anyone know that young woman selling the products of her drizzling? Oh, I know the young lady, a Miss Ashbrook, right? Asked one girl who was trying to sell flowers. Yes, he said. Miss Ashbrook. Do you know where she resides? I believe she is in grave danger. The girl eyed him with suspicion, as if frightened to tell him what she knew. Please, I am not going to hurt her. I need to warn her about a man who is very dangerous, he said. Well then, I know she has a cottage on the edge of town, up by Culver's Way. Do you know it? She asked. Yes, I know it, he said, smiling with relief. For your effort. James placed a coin in the girl's hand and her face lit up. He was glad to have been able to properly show his gratitude. James had the coach take him up to Culver's Way. As soon as they arrived, he searched the road for anyone that he might ask about a Miss Ashbrook or Lady Addington. Stop there, he said to the driver. The horses were pulled short, and James hopped out. Excuse me, sir, he said, approaching a gentleman. Yes, the man replied. I am looking for 2 young women, by the name of Ashbrook or Addington. Do you know them? He asked. Oh, yes, them 2. They're right on over in that there cottage, he replied, revealing that he had no more than 3 teeth as he did so. Thank you ever so much, James said, still speaking even as his feet took him up the road and past 4 houses, crossing to the other side where he found the small cottage that must have belonged to them. James ran up to the door and knocked as hard as he reasonably could. When it opened, he saw a young woman with the very same complexion as the Lady Addington that he knew and loved, but she was younger and more rigid. May I help you? She asked. You must be Lady Josephine Addington, he said. She stepped back and crossed her arms. You're the Duke, are you not? She asked, appearing leery of him. I am. And I know what you have heard said about me, but I promise that I've done none of the things that I was accused of. Only, your sister is in danger. Is she here? He asked. The young woman backed up and called out. Alice! She shouted. James waited as Lady Addington crossed the cottage and came to the door. What is it, Josephine? The moment that she saw him, James saw her eyes widen and her jaw drop. Your Grace, she said, dropping into a low curtsy. Please, you mustn't do that, he insisted. Stand for me. Let me see that you are well. Lady Addington did as she was told, and James took her hands in his, entering the home without an invitation. My dear Lady Addington, he said, I have been dreadfully worried for you. For me? Whatever for? She asked. James glanced at Lady Josephine, who simply turned and walked away, going into another room. James looked Lady Addington in the eye and tried to hold her there. You are in terrible danger. I made it my business to inspect your father's tobacco farm while I was in the West Indies, he said. You did what? She asked. Lady Addington, it was all a theft, and not only was it a theft of his property, but of your very future and livelihood, James said. Lady Addington looked at him, dumbfounded. He realised that he had not done very well to explain himself. having instead launched into his speech and, most likely, distressing her a great deal. "Forgive me. This must be a shock. I have failed to explain myself," James said. I simply cannot imagine what you are saying. Who has stolen from me?" she asked. "It is your cousin, Charles, the new Earl of Drakemyre," he said. Lady Addington gasped and put a hand on her mouth. "Whatever do you mean, Charles? He cannot have. He offered to help us, time and time again. He asked to marry me, just so that he could ensure we were taken care of," she explained. "It was all a ruse, Lady Addington. It must have been. He had devilish intentions. For many years, he has been stealing from your father. I imagine that he was the one who pushed him to such an early grave," James told her. "This is a dreadful thing. Do you mean it?" "I cannot understand why Charles would do something so villainous," she said, not believing him. "I do not know the reason for it, but I assure you, Lady Addington, it is the truth. I have seen it for myself in the books that are kept at the tobacco plantation. It was plain before my eyes," he said. "Do you have those books with you?" she asked. His heart sunk. I fear that I did not bring them," he said. "I was in a rush to return to you, and I did not wish to bring suspicion upon myself from the man who worked there." "Your Grace, you are making a dreadful accusation against my cousin. I trust you a great deal, but this is quite a lot to take in. Moreover, there are those in society who do not trust you and may believe that you are seeking a scapegoat. You must find evidence," she said. James rubbed the back of his neck, thinking. But her eyes told him more than he wanted to know. "You say that you trust me, but I can see it in your face. You believe that I am lying," James said. Lady Addington looked away from him, unwilling to make eye contact. "You believe that I would lie about this?" he asked. "Much has changed between us, Your Grace. I cannot pretend to believe anything any more," she said. So there it was. It was not only society who might think that he was seeking a scapegoat. Even she suspected it a little bit. And why shouldn't she? He had proven himself to be a very different man than the one that he had first wanted her to see. He had not been kind or loving at all to her, despite his promises to do so. "We shall find evidence then," he said with determination. "And how do you expect to do that?" she asked. "Where does he keep his books? His business books, I mean. Where does he store all of his records and documents?" James asked. Lady Addington shrugged. "In his study, I suppose." "Then that is where we must go." "I have seen it all, and I know it to be true, Lady Addington. I cannot allow him to continue stealing from you," he said. Lady Addington shook her head, somewhat exasperated. "How exactly has he stolen from me?" "What sort of evidence is there?" she asked. This was going to be difficult. James was anxious that he should now have to tell her of his findings. But, alas, this was the very thing she most needed to be made aware of. "Lady Addington, I fear he has been exceedingly devious," he began. "Your cousin is a master at changing one thing to look like another." "How so?" "What has he done to change things?" she asked. "It appears as though the plantation is extremely profitable, more than double the amount of crops that we had thought were coming in. You know, as businessmen, we try to be aware of our competitors. Your father only ever had one ship at a time coming and going," he told her. "And?" she asked. "And there was at least enough for 2.5 shipments according to the records kept by the men working at the plantation. There ought to have been 2 to 3 ships coming and going at any time," he told her. "So when I looked further into the records, I could see that the shipments of the good crop had been signed over to another man for an exorbitant sum, and when I looked to see who had given the approval, I saw the signature of your cousin," he concluded. "I still don't understand. Why would Charles sign over the good tobacco for another man?" she asked. He was paid very handsomely for it. Your father was selling the dregs in small quantities, but your cousin had arranged something on the side so that he was able to profit greatly without your father's knowledge. He had paid nothing for it, James said. Lady Addington's face fell. She was clearly upset by the accusation, but he could not tell if she had begun to believe him or not. I should still like evidence. I cannot believe that Charles would be so devious, she said. James nodded, understanding her reasoning. All right, then. We shall find evidence. Where is your cousin's study? He asked. Something flashed across her face then. It was my father's once, at our old townhouse. Charles has taken it for himself, she explained. James was unsurprised. It sounded just the very thing that a man like Charles would do. It was clear in every way that he had arranged for all of this, and James had been the biggest competitor for his stolen tobacco. There was no question now as to why he had been the one blamed and accused. Charles had been trying to get rid of his fiercest competition in the business. Are you able to get me into the house? I mean, when your cousin is not there. It is very important that we find that evidence. I should like to clear my name as swiftly as possible, but that is not half so important as ensuring that you get your trust back, he said. I believe I can get us in, she told him, her voice quiet and resigned. Very well, Lady Addington, I understand that this is a lot for you to hear, but truthfully, I am gravely concerned. I do not know what lengths your cousin will go to in order to have wealth, but it appears that he is greedy beyond the pale, and I confess that if he was in any way responsible for your father's death, I am concerned for your safety, he said. My safety? Charles would never do anything to hurt me or my sister. You have made a series of accusations against him, but this is the worst of them. You mustn't be so harsh as to think him dangerous, she said. James wanted to respect what she said, but he had far too many misgivings. There was a horrible sense in his gut that Charles had been responsible for the demise of the Earl of Drakemyre. Without evidence of murder, he couldn't be sure. More than likely, Charles had simply driven him to his death through his grief, in his constant failings. But if Charles had done anything worse, anything more devious to cause harm, it was not safe for Lady Addington or her sister. Shall we go now? James asked. Number. It is too early. We must wait. He often goes out at night. So if we go late, the servants shall not see us. Charles will either be gone or he will be asleep, and we will be able to remain undetected. Otherwise he shall make sure that you are prosecuted for entering his home, she said. James knew that the law was not so rigid with men of his station, but he had been in a great deal of trouble lately, with the current state of his reputation. He knew that it was something better not risked, but he would go when she deemed it best, and if they found the evidence he expected, there just might be hope for Lady Addington yet. Chapter 30. The night was dark, and it had gone far past the time in which Alice would have liked to have been asleep. She yawned and looked out the window once more, waiting for the coach that was coming to pick her up from the cottage. It had been difficult to explain everything to Josephine that afternoon. Although Alice was not prepared to tell her of the accusations the Duke was making, she herself didn't know if she believed them possible. She still had to explain the Duke's sudden appearance. Alice had told her that he had come by to apologise. He had wanted to see her after realising that he had overreacted to everything and that he had thought about it while he had been away in the West Indies. The vague reasoning had not been quite enough to cool her sister's suspicions, but it was all she had been able to offer, and Josephine appeared to have accepted the explanation for now. She looked out the window again. Alice hoped that Josephine would not wake up in the night. She rarely ever did, so there would be no reason for it, but if Josephine found her missing, there would be a greater explanation needed. Finally, the sound of clomping hooves sounded outside of her window. Alice stood and straightened her dress, caring far more about her appearance than she reasonably should have. It did not matter that the Duke had come back into her life. Why was she bothered about how she looked? He had not shown a care regarding her romantically as he previously had, and she had no reason to want it after all that had been said and done. Still, she brushed her fingers along her hair as well. Alice crept out the front door and to the coach, where she climbed in and found the Duke sitting, his eyes wide. "You came," he said. "I did," she replied, flatly. "I was not sure that you would. You made it perfectly clear that I have made an outlandish accusation," he said. "And you have. But I should like to give you a chance to prove yourself. Honestly, I am not sure why," she said. "You never gave me a chance." It was the unspoken truth that she felt, and Alice could tell from his discomfort that the Duke heard the same. He knew that he had not treated her well. The coach pressed forward and they rode until the beginning of the street where the townhouse stood. "We ought to get out here," the Duke said. "Why is that?" she asked. "So that nobody sees us stopping right in front of the house. Are we going through the front?" he asked. There is a small door on the side, the one that servants use. We shall enter there and no one will be the wiser," she told him. The Duke nodded, appearing relieved that they had an entrance away from prying eyes. Climbing out of the coach, Alice led him along the quiet street and to the side door. She could not help taking a quick glance at the garden as she did so. "Through here," she whispered, the night sky protecting them from being seen. Alice felt for the latch and opened the door, careful not to step too hard or too loudly. She held her breath to listen, but there was no sound of another person in the house. The door creaked slightly as the Duke closed it behind himself. She paused, her foot mid-air, and waited to make sure that they had not been heard. "Shh," she whispered, gently, and saw the dim outline of his nod as her eyes adjusted to the dark of the kitchen. It was easy enough to get from there to the study. All it took was careful proceeding and frequent pauses to ensure that they were not heard. But with each step, they drew nearer, and she was confident that Charles was out. The maid must have been asleep. Well, maids. It had appeared as though Charles had hired new staff to replace those who had previously been released from their duties when the family finances plummeted. Alice shoved away the nagging sensation. If the Duke was right, that would have been an explanation as to how Charles could suddenly afford these things. "All right, it's just in here," she said, opening the door. The room was dark and still, only a hint of the half-moon bringing light into it. She grasped a candle and lit it, shielding it with her hand that she might be able to hide the light from anyone who saw in the window. "Now, what is it that we ought to be looking for? What do you believe that he would have that can prove your accusations?" she asked. The Duke glanced around, squinting as it was still fairly dark. "Papers, notebooks, anything which he may use for documenting numbers and trades," the Duke said. Alice glanced around and found a key for one of the drawers, while the Duke searched corners. She opened the first two drawers, but there was nothing that might appear to be documents. "I've found something," the Duke whispered. Alice watched as he brought over a stack of notebooks that had been in a small cupboard by the windows of the study. There were 8 of them, and the Duke flipped open the first. "This is from March of last year," he said, scanning through the words, skimming each page. Alice grabbed another notebook. "So is this one," she said. "What?" he asked. "Yes, right here." "It says March 8th, she told him. "That's what this one says. But look, the numbers are different, as is the handwriting," he said. "This is my father's handwriting," Alice told him. "It says that there is one ship scheduled to leave port, and the numbers are significantly smaller," he observed. Alice felt ill. She looked at the notebook the Duke had been holding. It was Charles's handwriting. "I fear that you were right," she said. "You believe me?" he asked her with eagerness. "These are the records that Charles must have kept. Look here. Nearly 4 times the amount of income is recorded than in my father's, and this says there are 3 shipments sold to a Mr. Sumner. I know nobody of that name. My father certainly did no business with any Mr. Sumner," she said. "Then this must be what your cousin arranged, selling the good product at a far better cost," the Duke said, confirming his earlier hypothesis. "He must have made a fortune, all while making my father believe that he had been a failure. How is this possible? How could Charles have done all of this?" Alice asked, her voice catching. The Duke placed a hand upon her shoulder in a sign of comfort. She needed the gesture as a simple act of kindness with everything that she was going through. To know that her cousin, the man that she had trusted on behalf of her father, was extremely depressing. It was a far greater betrayal than the others that she had been experiencing lately. Nothing that the Duke had done, leaving her behind as he had, compared to what Charles had done, and the show of trying to take care of her. It was all a farce in order to get what he wanted from her and make her believe him. "My father trusted him," she said. "Anyone would have. He was clever in how he went about all of this. Please, do not fret, Lady Addington. We have discovered the truth," the Duke remarked. "Yes, but that is so small a thing. It is too late for my father. Nothing can undo what he did," she said. The Duke hung his head. She appreciated that he was clearly upset on her behalf, but no matter how he appeared to care, she wondered if it was all down to the fact that he was now able to configure the story behind his soiled reputation. "Lady Addington, I am entirely distraught that you have been subject to all of this, but I promise you that we are going to figure out a way through it all. I am going to help you. We shall have your cousin brought to justice," he said. "And then what?" "My family's reputation has already been so dreadfully ruined, and now we shall have this mark against us? That my cousin is a murderer and thief?" Alice asked. "There are none who can speak against you and your sister, for the 2 of you have done nothing wrong. We shall see to it that you are protected from whatever claims society wishes to make," he said. But it was too late. The fact was that society had made its claims long before. She and her sister were stuck, 2 young women in the midst of a great ordeal for which they were not responsible, and there was nothing that could get them out of it. Not truly. Not when they had so few resources. What if Charles was convicted of his crimes? Was she somehow meant to take on the tobacco farm that had belonged to her father? Was she going to be in charge and have that kind of authority and responsibility? The thought of it was thrilling, but Alice knew that someone else would probably come along and take it. A man, of course, someone with power and authority. No one would take her seriously enough to do it herself. "So, where does your cousin go when he is out at night?" the Duke asked, changing the subject. "How am I to know?" "Men do not discuss these things with ladies," she replied. "Have you any suspicions?" he asked. Alice turned to him. "A few moments ago, I would have suspected nothing at all of my cousin. Now, I can see that he is a dreadful tyrant. What more would you like me to say?" she asked. The Duke remained silent after that. Alice knew that perhaps she was being quite rude, making every effort to keep him quiet and subdued. She had little interest in the Duke making conversation with her, after all that had happened between the 2 of them and how he had blamed her for Charles's errors. But her heart was still too tender to treat him entirely how she might have liked to. She still loved him, despite herself. Alice was ashamed of that fact, but it was one that she could not deny, and as she stood there, so close to him that she could smell cloves and citrus, Alice wanted to run away. "That beast is rather garish," the Duke said, looking at the creature on the wall. "I know. My father would have been appalled to see what Charles has done to this study. Everything has changed, and nothing for the better," she said. "What else has changed?" the Duke asked. "The ghastly colour, for one. Also, there used to be shelves lining the walls, filled with books of all sorts. I believe the only thing that remains from my father is that plant, which looks as though Charles has not tended to," Alice said. The leaves were brown and withering. What was once a fine piece of greenery now despaired, and yet it had not looked like this when she had last been in this room. "What is it?" the Duke asked. Alice asked, turning her gaze back to him. "You appear distracted, worried, perhaps," he said. "No, it's nothing. I only realised that it could have been my own fault that the plant is dying," she said. "Why is that?" he asked. Alice sighed, rolling her eyes that she would have to tell the silly tale of yet another proposal. "My cousin had called me here. He was being foolish, asking me to marry him again. I refused, as I always have. But he insisted that I partake in the brandy. Well, I do not consume alcohol," she said. "You do not?" "I appreciate that," the Duke said, although she was quite certain that he drank, just as most men did. "My governess as a young child said that women were not meant to, and I had seen what it often did to my father. Therefore, I had little interest," she told him. "So what did you do?" the Duke asked. "Whenever he was turned away, I dumped the small glass, little by little, into the plant," she said. "Was there very much?" he asked. "Number only a finger. I suppose I ought to have thought about the fact that it couldn't be very good for the roots," she said, staring at the plant with regret. "Lady Addington—" Alice looked at the Duke once more, his face pale against the room's shade. "What is it?" she asked again. "A finger of brandy should not have killed an entire plant," he said. Alice shrugged. She had no other explanation. "Well, perhaps it is not getting enough light over here, or maybe my cousin tried to force the drink on another innocent soul who could not easily refuse," she said with a huff. The Duke eyed the plant warily. "What is it? Why are you looking at it like that?" she asked. "I don't wish to say anything as of yet," he replied dubiously. Alice was frustrated, wishing that he would just be out with his thoughts. But if she had learned anything about the Duke in their time of knowing one another, it was that he understood how to be quiet when the time called for it. "Well, I suppose we have all that we need?" she asked. "I shouldn't like to stay too much longer than necessary, but I do want to check a few more things in these before we take them with us. We cannot go to the authorities and present these only to discover that we have misunderstood them. When we present our evidence, it must be full and complete," he said. Alice understood his reasoning, but she was growing anxious. There was no telling when Charles might return. "All right. I believe we do have what we need," he said. "Good. Then let us be on our way," Alice replied, taking a step towards the door. "Wait!" the Duke said, his voice tense. "What is it?" she asked with an irritated sigh. "He may come back soon." I am curious," he said, walking to the spinning display that held the brandy. "What are you curious about? Are you wanting a drink?" Alice asked. The Duke looked at her with worry. "Nothing like that," he said. She waited for a moment and watched as he pulled open the cap of the crystal decanter. Chapter 31. The cap popped off easily enough, and the amber liquid inside swished around. James had a terrible feeling about what Lady Addington had told him. There was no way that a plant could die from a mere glass of brandy being dumped in it. "Honestly," Lady Addington said, "now is not the time for a drink. My cousin could be home soon." The anxiety in her voice was sharp, but James had to put it aside. She still had not regained the trust that she had previously had in him, and he didn't want to share his suspicions until he knew them to be true. James could hardly taste the brandy to find out what might have happened. He didn't trust it. But how else was he to know? He would be lucky if there was a scent of any kind. Still, smelling it appeared to be the only option. James gave it a sniff and was appalled by the rancid stench. "Oh, that is terrible," he said. "What is?" Lady Addington asked, coming in close and looking at the bottle in his hands. "I know that smell," he said. "Of course you do. Isn't brandy the drink of gentlemen?" she asked. "It is not the brandy. Lady Addington, have you seen any little white flowers on the grounds?" he asked. "White flowers?" "Only from the hemlock in the garden. I have used the seeds to make a medicine that my mother always did when I would have a bad cough. I've used it for Josephine before. Otherwise, we do not touch the stuff," she said. "So you know what it smells like?" he asked. "Rancid," Lady Addington replied. "Lady Addington, I know little of its medicinal uses, but I know that hemlock can be used as a poison," James said. "Of course it can, if anyone is fool enough to do so," she replied. James realised that she was still not grasping the true weight of his words. He did not want to have to say it, but Lady Addington still thought too highly of her cousin to even consider it without being told directly. "Please, smell the brandy," he said. She looked at him with a sudden realisation before sticking her nose at the tip of the crystal and gently taking a sniff. Lady Addington straightened her back and looked James in the eye. "He wouldn't," she said. "He did," James replied. Lady Addington leaned against the desk, needing it to hold herself up, and James rushed to her side to aid her. "It is all right. You are going to be fine. Now we know," he said. "Charles." She could not speak beyond the curse of his name. "You are fine. I promise everything is going to be fine," he said. Lady Addington looked in his eyes, and for a moment they could not pry apart. "He was trying to kill me," she whispered. "Yes, and he probably did kill your father. No one would have thought to look for hemlock, not when there were so many rumours about your father already spread. Your cousin did a very bad thing, but he set himself up easily for it," James said. Lady Addington nodded, taking in the facts of it all. "What now?" she asked. "You and your sister must come home with me. You know that I am going to protect you both," he said. "Of course, I cannot allow Josephine to be in danger," Lady Addington said, fear soaking her voice. "No, you cannot. I never should have let you out of my sight, Lady Addington. You must forgive me, although I don't deserve it," James said, swallowing against the knowledge of his mistakes. "I cannot believe I never suspected Charles would do these things. How had I missed his villainous intentions?" she asked. "He is your cousin. You can hardly be blamed for wanting to imagine the best of him," James said. "But to think that he managed all of this, without my knowledge, without my father suspecting him, what a cunning, manipulative man," she said. "Indeed he is. I am sorry that you have had to suffer at his hands, Lady Addington, but everything is going to be all right now. I will keep you safe, as I've said. I promise you that you shall have nothing at all to fear," he told her. "And your mother?" "Would she ever accept me back into her home after everything?" Alice asked. James laughed. "My mother scolded me terribly for how I treated you. Nothing would make her happier than to see you return home with me," he said. Lady Addington appeared humbled by that, but he didn't wish to push his luck. They stood for another moment, but James was overwhelmed by the thought that he had put Lady Addington in danger by pushing her away. He never would have imagined that the new Earl of Drakemyre was so evil, any more than Lady Addington had. But once the pieces had begun to fall into place, he realised that there was so much more to the man than anyone might have thought. The Earl was truly conniving. He was also smart. Hemlock was the most ideal way to kill those who were in his path. A small part of James was almost relieved, however. No matter how he hated to think that she had been in harm's way, he recognised that he had every excuse now to take care of Lady Addington, and with all of this having occurred, she might even now be willing to let him. Lady Addington, James said. Yes, she asked, looking up at him with those beautiful eyes that had struck him upon their second meeting, the day he had finally seen them. I am never going to let you out of my sight again, he promised. Alice Addington. His words were the confirmation that she had longed to hear, but the Duke was trying to make up for his mistakes, and Alice wondered how long he might continue to do so. What if he, having rescued her, decided that he was still angry after all? Oh, it was all such a complicated mess. Did he still love her, or was he trying to make up for having let her walk into the midst of a trap? Alice could hardly bear the thought that Charles had arranged all of this, but it was too late now to go back. She knew the truth. A sudden commotion sounded down the hall, and Alice knew that it was the front door. "He's home!" she whispered in a panic, blowing out her small candle. The Duke quickly threw the books where they had been before he grasped her hand and pulled her to the curtains. Once there, they flattened their bodies on the other side of them, against the windows. If Charles should light up the room at all, they would be caught swiftly. Alice held her breath as her cousin's voice, and that of another man, drew nearer to the study. The Duke still held her hand firmly in his grasp, and did not let go, their mutual panic connecting them. Well, I have long since convinced Josephine that Alice was bewitched by the Duke. My cousin actually believes that her sister supports her, but Josephine is only working as my spy. It took some doing, but she was finally persuaded to question Alice's mental state in regards to the Duke of Wallasey, Charles said. Although betrayal was the first emotion to flood Alice's mind, she had to remember that she had once been a spy for Charles. And while she would have thought that Josephine knew her better than this, she also understood how persuasive her cousin could be. "So the younger trusts you rather than her sister?" the other voice asked. "Well enough. There have been times that I was unsure if I had managed to truly convince her, but I have put in great efforts. I have told her about all the means the Duke employed in order to convince her sister that he was innocent." Charles laughed. "It worked. She thinks that her sister is a good woman, just misguided by her heart in this regard. But I have told her that Alice cannot be reasoned with, and she must simply play along," he explained. Alice dared not turn her head to look at the Duke. She was frightened that the gesture might be enough to cause a ripple in the curtain. It appeared as though Charles had lit only one candle, but that might have been enough to reveal them if they were not careful. "So, what else have you told her?" the other voice inquired. "I mentioned that Alice would not be safe unless Josephine and I got away. I said that I would send for her elder sister once I had managed to get her away from the Duke," he said. "So she's going to go with you?" the man asked. "Indeed. Josephine will join me for the West Indies. It was rather easy to get her to agree to that, as I believe she has an adventurous spirit. She wants to see much of the world, and I convinced her that I will show it to her because it is the only way to escape the Duke," Charles said. "Well, that was terribly clever of you," the man said. "Yes, but the most ingenious part took place this evening. You see, while her sister sleeps, unaware of anything that has taken place, I had Josephine creep out of the house. I have already taken her to the boat. We shall sail away tomorrow, and Alice will know nothing," he said. Alice was certain that her heart could be heard as it thudded in her chest. Josephine. He had stolen her away in the night. He had made her believe that he was trying to protect her and that the Duke was the real threat in all of this. It was too horrible. How could she not have known? How could she have been so naive as to not realise that Josephine had been fooled by Charles? Overhearing these plans was the most dreadful thing in the world as she stood there, trapped and unable to do anything about them in that moment. And yet, she was glad that they knew what Charles was planning. At least they could make every effort to stop him from sailing away with Josephine. They had only to remain silent and hidden until they could get out of the study and through the back door. "Then what would you like me to do? How can I best assist you?" the man asked. "Dispose of the elder sister. Alice is no longer of any use to me, and she didn't die from the brandy. I've no idea how she managed to survive. I can only assume that she didn't drink it, after all. But I have no evidence. I ought to have watched her and not taken my eyes from her," he said. "Is there a means by which you would like me to take care of it?" the man asked. "No, I care not. Perhaps light a few candles in that cottage of hers when she is asleep in the night. Knock one over and let the fire rage, or maybe something less dramatic. I am sure that you will find something," Charles said with a nonchalant flair. Hearing how her cousin intended to murder her was a surreal experience. Alice was shocked by his casual manner as he spoke of it, of how little he minded to think about the idea of burning down her home whilst she was inside. "Anyway, I can get Josephine to marry me while we are in the West Indies. Before she hears anything about her sister's demise, of course. It will be easy enough, as she is far more inclined to marriage than Alice is," he said. "Very clever." "That is exactly the way to go about it," the other voice said. "Indeed, I can access both dowries, take them for myself. With the death of Alice and marriage to Josephine, I can have everything left of the late Earl's. That fool couldn't keep track of even the smallest things, had no idea what I had taken from him then. He shall have no idea what I can take from him now." Charles laughed. "What about the business? Once all of this is concluded, what will you do?" the man asked. "I shall make a grand show of turning the business around and improving our tobacco. It will be easy enough. Then I can begin selling in England as I am, and with the Duke of Wallasey defamed, I can continue to smear the name of his business," Charles explained. "But they have distanced him from it all," the man said. "Only a show. I have it on good authority that the Duke went to the West Indies to hide out there and do business, while his partner tries to clean things up here. It is all a game, one that I may win easily enough," he said. "Very well, then. I am amazed by all that you have managed to accomplish," the man said. "It was not easily done, but I have played my roles well, and now here we are. I am a man of exceeding wealth, soon to be married, and very clever indeed." He laughed. Alice wanted nothing more than to launch herself at her cousin, to scream and tell him to leave her sister alone. She wanted to do anything that she could to stop him from hurting anyone else. But, alas, she had to hold back. If she tried to attack or even alert him to her presence, there was no telling what he might do. More than likely, he would manage to turn things around and get her arrested along with the Duke. So she held back, continued to be flat against the window, and waited. The two men continued to chat, even making jokes about having a glass of brandy to toast the affair, both knowing that it was laced with hemlock. "You truly have done a marvellous work. You have taken everything from your uncle, his life, his title, his business, and now his daughters," the man said, as though impressed. "Well, my father often complained that he was the favoured one in the home growing up, so I do not feel as though it has been unjust. I am only making things right. If my uncle had so much growing up that my father did not, Why can I not be the one to take the fruits of it all? Charles asked. I am only saying it because I am amazed by how you have orchestrated it all, but I think that we can do well to finish it off. I have worked with many a man to secure a fortune, but no one has followed through on his promises as you have. You know that I am more than pleased with our arrangement, the man said. Mr. Sumner, you humble me, Charles said. Alice's eyes went wide. Mr. Sumner. Had not that been the name that the Duke said the tobacco was sold to? It had been signed over to this man, and he had been the one selling it, presumably under other names. They had been working together this whole time, doing far more than simply framing a business. Well, I need to pick up a few more things, but I am headed to the docks tonight. My future bride is awaiting our departure tomorrow, and I shouldn't like for her to be frightened as she waits on her own, Charles said. Does she know yet that you intend to marry her? Mr. Sumner asked. Ha ha, certainly not, but I shall make the intention known soon enough, and once I have her dowry, there is nothing more I really want from her. She is a pretty young thing, but obviously she is rather gullible and easy to sway, useful, but not necessarily worth anything more, he said. Again, Alice was furious. Every bit of the conversation held something that made her want to cry out. But hearing him speak about Josephine that way, that was, perhaps, the very worst of it all. The Duke squeezed her hand, and she heard a bit of shuffling around as her cousin and Mr. Sumner left the room, taking with them the light of the candle. In only a moment, they were all alone, and Alice was ready to end this battle. Chapter 32. There was a dreadful fear in James's heart when he thought about Lady Addington's sister. What Charles had planned for her could not have been further from what was most decent and pure in motive. The actions of this man were cruel and calculating. He must have been at this for a very long time. It made James wonder what else they had not known about, what other deeds had not been addressed. I never thought a man could be so vile, Lady Addington said. Nor did I, but it cannot distract us, he replied. The room was silent and still. All sound had dissipated from the hall, and James was confident that they could make a quick and easy escape. Still, it was safer to wait another moment, just in case anyone was still present. He held up a hand for her to wait, before he edged towards the door to listen for the sounds of the two men. When he heard nothing, relief flooded his chest. For the moment, they were safe. "We must get to the docks immediately," he said to Lady Addington, hushed in case they might still be heard. "We?" she asked, looking at him as though he were in stark contrast to her expectations. "Yes, of course. We have to rescue your sister, do we not?" he asked. "You intend to come with me?" she asked. He tried to gauge her mood in the dim lighting, but the shadows of her expressions only left him wondering. How could she think anything but this, and why was she so unwilling to accept his assistance? "Of course I intend to join you. You did not think that I would make you go alone, did you?" he asked. "Why wouldn't I think that? Anyway, it does not matter. I don't need your help anymore. We have the books, and that is the only thing that is important," she said. James was hurt, but knew that he could hardly tell her that. "The books have been found," she said. "Once Charles is discovered to be false, Josephine and I will be safe. But that isn't true. We have already seen that he has Mr. Sumner working on his behalf, and there could be countless others. Even if Mr. Sumner were charged, who knows how many people your cousin could have under his employ," James attested. "He cannot possibly have so many unruly men working for him and still maintain a clean reputation," she reasoned. "But there are many men who do just that. In London, you might never know a man's true intentions. We are all so excellent at hiding," James confessed. "Well, that is to be sure, but I cannot allow it to affect my mind just now. If I worry about other things, it is only going to distract me from finding my sister. It shall do me no good, Lady Addington insisted. I am only trying to look out for your safety, James argued back, his voice a frustrated hush in the night. That is for me to worry about. As for you, the books will clear your name. Your duty is finished, she said. You think I did this all just to clear my name? James asked, wishing that he could better express to her the reality of what he was feeling. There is nothing wrong in that. I did not say it as an accusation. I can hardly blame you for wanting to have your good name back. But now that you have the evidence to prove your innocence, you ought to take it and go, Lady Addington said. I don't want that, James retorted. I do not care about my name. I do not care about plantations. I do not care about wealth or a title or a business or anything else in this world if I cannot have you in my life. Lady Addington's eyes glistened. He could see that her heart was moved, but James didn't know if it was enough. Had he forever ruined his chances? Would she ever come to understand the depths of his love? How may I prove it to you? He asked. Shall I throw these books into the fire, burn them that no one should ever consider me as much of anything? People may think whatever they wish about me, so long as I am yours. Lady Addington looked away. You speak too intently, she said. I am telling you what is in my heart. Is that not acceptable? He asked. It is, and it isn't. I can hardly say. She told him. Then, what shall I do? Tell me what I can do, because anything that I have is yours, he promised. I am sorry. It is not the time for any of that. Right now, all I can think of is my sister, she said. James nodded. He had been foolish to think that this was the right opportunity to try and convince her that he loved her and that they belonged together. Forgive me, you are right. In that regard, shall we go? We must make our way to the docks before it is too late, he said. Yes, we really must, she agreed, growing breathless. As they made their way, rushing from the room, James saw the brandy on the desk. It was further evidence that he needed to prove not only that Charles was a thief, but also that he was a murderer. What are you doing? Lady Addington asked. I am taking what we need to show that your cousin tried to kill you. I have little doubt that he killed your father as well. It would have been easy for him to hide, James said. I still cannot believe that he is capable of all of this, she said, although the doubt tinged her voice. Yes, you can. You have heard it from his own lips. Your cousin meant for all of this to happen. He did this to you. I am terribly sorry, Lady Addington, but you know as well as I do that your cousin is guilty of these crimes, James said. I know, she said in defeat, a great tear spilling from her eye and rolling down her cheek. Anyway, that is all we must speak of it for the moment. The docks are not too far away, he said. She nodded and they rushed into the quiet hallway, taking care that they were not seen or heard. Through the servants' door, they left and finally made it out onto the street where they knew they were free. Regardless of her unwillingness to hear him out just now, James was desperate to get Lady Addington to listen to him. Everything that he said was true. He cared about nothing but her. And yet, he held his tongue, aware that they had to find Josephine. Lady Addington followed him, her footsteps quick and determined as his own. At least in this, they were finally together. At least in the matter of finding her sister, they would be of one accord. He only hoped that Charles was not on his way to the docks. There would be no reason for it, but that did not mean that he would not go. Get in, he urged, the moment they reached the coach. She did as she was told, but gave him a brief glare, as if she had really meant it when she told him that she didn't need him before. Although Lady Addington was clearly still upset at him, he didn't care. He would prove to her how much he loved her. He would prove that she was worth everything to him, even more than his name. The career that he had worked so hard to build was pointless if it meant that he had to do it all alone. Never had a woman, not even Adelaide, meant so much to him. All of this effort has been for nothing but her, and to ensure that they had a happy future, James was willing to risk it all. As the coach proceeded forward, he looked at the woman beside him. He saw that her eyes were glistening. "What is it?" he asked. "You heard him. He turned Josephine against me. He planned to marry her just for all the things that he couldn't get when I refused him," she said. "Whatever he has done, and whatever his plans are still to do, that is not your concern just now. We have heard enough to know that Josephine may be rescued. You said it yourself. That is the priority. You may worry after about ensuring that she understands your heart and the honesty with which you spoke," he said. "I don't know that she will, not with everything that Charles has said. She believes that I have been fooled by you. She thinks that I am blinded by love," Lady Addington said. "She will know the truth," he said again. They were quiet, but he could sense Lady Addington's anxiety in the shifting of her body. "If I could, I would spur the horses myself to get us there faster," he said. "I know, and I know that I must be at their mercy, but there is nothing more precious to me than Josephine. As you care for your mother, I care for her. Knowing that she is on the boat, waiting to be carried away from me, nothing could be more agonizing," she said. "Your cousin had only just left her there. I imagine that he would not have gone back immediately. That gives us some time. They will not be sailing away tonight, and you and I may still reach her," James tried to encourage. Certainly he knew not if any of this was true, but he had hope. Lady Addington nodded, trying to be appeased. James laid a hand atop hers, a sign of conciliation. The warmth of her hand underneath his was enough to move him to toggle it a gentle squeeze. Lady Addington looked up at him, her eyes a wonder. Yes, they would find her sister. Yes, they would bring Charles to justice. And when they did, he would stop at nothing to make her his. Chapter 33. The comfort of the Duke was almost more than Alice could bear, despite everything, the care between them, the love that she had felt, the longing and the determination. She could not have this just now. She could not indulge in anything until Josephine was safe with her. "I am sorry for how I have tried to push you to forgive me and accept my affections," he said, another sound to distract her from the hooves of the horses racing toward the docks. She gazed at him and nodded, as if to say that she would speak about this later. For the moment, they had but one mission. In that moment, she saw it. They were arriving. The ships were many, but she saw the crest of the Earl of Drakemyre on a flag, flying confidently in the night breeze, on one of the ships. "There it is," she said. "Are you certain?" the Duke asked. "That is my family's crest. My father's crest," she said. "Then let us be cautious," he said, tapping the roof of the coach to encourage the driver to slow down and come to a halt. He did so, and they were able to climb out, quietly and deliberately. "Do you really think he isn't here?" she asked. The Duke hesitated. Alice didn't see any reason why Charles would come back to the ship after having left Josephine there, but what if she was wrong? The last thing that she wanted to do was to be the cause of them getting caught. "We should be quiet, just in case," he said. "Yes, we shall be," she replied. The Duke stepped forward, taking her hand in his once more as he led her, with cautious steps, towards the ship. He stepped to the plank that bridged the dock and the ship, and it creaked underfoot. But Alice was inspired by his devotion to proceed. to ensure that her sister was rescued and brought to safety. It moved her heart in that way that she had been trying to ignore. Once they had crossed onto the deck, Alice's heart was moving quite differently in that it was now pounding in terror. What if Charles was here? What if he had known that she and the Duke had been listening, and this was all a set-up that he might be able to be rid of her this very moment? It was precisely the sort of thing that he might do. Of course, she never would have imagined that just hours before. Now, however, Alice had little doubt that her cousin was capable of exactly that. His manipulation was beyond anything she had ever imagined. Creeping down the stairs, from the deck to the rooms below, they maintained silence as best they could amidst the darkness. Before long, they discovered a room that had a dark figure lying on a white bedsheet. The Duke motioned for Alice to remain silent if she could, as well as to stay behind him. She nodded in agreement, and he proceeded forward to see who it might be. Once he was close enough, he turned to Alice with a grin of relief. Alice tried to hold her composure until she was in the room, with the door closed behind her. With a hand on her sister's shoulder, Alice shook Josephine gently and waited for those eyes to open. Josephine grunted. "Josephine, it's me. It is Alice," she said. Josephine opened her eyes wider and turned to Alice, surprise glistening in the faint lighting that spilled in from the moon outside the window. "Alice, what are you doing here?" she asked in a panicked voice. Then, suddenly she noticed the Duke standing there as well, and Josephine gasped, frightened and desperate to escape. "Josephine! Josephine! Calm down," Alice insisted. She was so elated at having found her sister that she could hardly pause to try and console Josephine. It was too much to know that she would now have to convince her of something that she could not believe. "But you don't know. You have been fooled," Josephine said in a voice that remained hushed despite its urgent worry. "No, it is quite the opposite. It is you who do not know. I am sorry to tell you, sister, that you are the one who has been fooled. Our cousin is a terrible man, a liar. What's more, I have the evidence. Evidence that he stole from father, evidence that he tried to murder me, and while I have no evidence that he was responsible for father's death, I do believe it to be true as well," Alice said. Josephine stared up at her, wide-eyed and silent. "I know that it is difficult to believe. You must trust me," Alice said. This was going to be every bit as hard as she had expected, but that didn't matter. Alice needed Josephine to know the truth, to know that she could trust Alice and the Duke. It was not something that she had expected to have to declare to her sister, but now that she was here and trying to convince Josephine of the truth, it felt even more impossible than it had before. How? How can I believe that our cousin is capable of those things? Josephine asked. I asked the same question, Josephine, so we decided to seek out evidence. What we found was unbelievable. But what we heard. Have you met a Mr. Sumner? Alice asked. Yes, he is a good friend of Charles. A lawyer, I believe, Josephine said. No, not a lawyer. Well, maybe he is. I'm really not sure. But for Charles, he is much more than that. He is a man who carries out Charles's horrible biddings. Just this evening, we overheard the two discussing their plan to take you away and for Charles to marry you so that he can have what remains of our family's wealth. Then he suggested that Mr. Sumner murder me by burning down our home, with me inside, Alice told her. Josephine's jaw slackened and tears filled her eyes. Oh, Alice, she breathed with difficulty. I know that he is our cousin, and we would like to trust him. But everything has changed now. I have seen and heard it all myself, else I would not have believed it to be true, Alice assured her. She meant every word that she was saying. To confess that Charles had done all of this seemed an impossibility, but she had accepted it, and now she needed Josephine to. I cannot continue to disbelieve you. I think that is the hardest part of all of this. With what you have told me, I cannot possibly trust Charles, and I never imagined that a day would come in which my own cousin was labelled a murderer. Josephine relented. I know, Josephine, Alice said. I am so sorry, Alice. I am sorry that I did not believe you. I am sorry that I trusted Charles despite the fact that you told me your Duke was not who Charles said he was, she cried. Your Duke. The words were heavy on Alice's mind as her sister spoke them, but she tried not to think about it in that moment. She had far too many other things to focus on, and Josephine was in a blind panic. What am I to do? I am on his ship, ready to leave. He will find me if I try to escape now, will he not? She asked, beginning to panic. Don't worry, I have a plan, the Duke interjected. What sort of plan? Alice asked, frustrated that he had not run any ideas past her before leaping into offering them. She had not intended to listen to anything he had to say in regards to how they might rescue Josephine. It was not simply a matter of pride or bitterness, but rather a need to prove to Josephine that she knew what was best for them. Alice longed to be her sister's hero and did not want the Duke stepping into that role. And yet, perhaps that was the best part about him. Although he had a plan to help, a way to assist them in these efforts, he was still giving her the position of being the one to rescue Josephine. She was the one who would convince her sister to go with them, to trust them, to follow them to safety. But Alice paused and waited for the Duke to share his thoughts on what the next step must be. You must both come back to my estate. You will be safe there. Please, trust me. I am going to take care of you both, he promised. Alice eyed him, feeling the surge within her heart. He was doing so much to look after them. He was so intent on ensuring their safety and security, knowing that the Duke loved her. Alice was more than ready to express her feelings. They both had things to forgive. They both had reasons to be forgiven. Josephine was safe, and her primary concern had been taken care of. With that in mind, she wondered if it was indeed the time to tell the Duke how she felt as soon as they returned to his estate. But Alice tried to be patient. She would still have time, and they needed to sort out the issue of Charles first. Once they were all safe, that was when she could tell him the truth. We cannot feel safe until we know that Charles is in the hands of the proper authorities, Alice said. So we must hie to the constables and take our evidence. But what are we to do then? James asked. We allow them to handle it, shan't we? Alice asked. We don't know where Charles is at. He is not here, and we know that he left the townhouse. What are we to do then? How can the constables arrest a man who has vanished? James asked. Surely he is going to come back here in the morning. He intends to run off with Josephine, Alice reminded him. If Charles was going to come back, they could always try to be there when he returned. Of course, that was not Alice's duty. That was the duty of the constables. Constables that she found herself not trusting to do the right thing in the right way. Yes, he told me, Josephine said. He told you? What did he say? The Duke asked. He told me that he would come early in the morning, that he would be here at 5 o'clock so that we may leave by 6, Josephine said. 5 o'clock? The Duke confirmed. Yes, she said. Then we are perfectly fine. The constables will come then and arrest him, Alice said, knowing that she would have to leave it in their hands, after all. She was no detective, no matter how much she had done to try and expose her vile cousin. Alice was simply trying to ensure that they were believed when they took their evidence to the constables. But she also knew that her word as a woman was suspect, and the Duke's reputation was also currently under attack. Would they be believed? She couldn't be sure. but she hoped that the evidence they had gathered would be enough. "You think he will abide by his plan?" the Duke asked. "There are many things that I know about my cousin, and this is one of them. He loves planning, and he follows his plans with diligence," she said. "It is true. I have seen it," Josephine agreed. "Very well, then," the Duke said. "Let us go to the constables and arrange for his capture." Alice was in agreement. Now, more than ever, she wanted to see her cousin taken in by the authorities. Only then could she tell the Duke that she loved him. Only then would she be free. Only then would she manage to live the life that her mother and father had meant for her, the life that she had wanted so badly to give to Josephine. With that, they crept out of the room, hoping that they would not be heard. Josephine had assured them that she had heard no one coming onto the ship, but then realised that she had not heard Alice or the Duke either, and there was no telling what she might have missed while she rested. But soon enough, they were off the deck and back onto the docks, rushing toward the coach. "Mr. Hawthorne, please take us to the constables. Quickly," the Duke instructed. Mr. Hawthorne appeared anxious, but he did as he was told, helping them into the coach and soon getting the horses moving. As they charged forward, Alice looked at her sister, who toyed with her hands, rubbing them and anxiously biting her lip. She reached a hand over and tried to settle her. They would be all right. They were going to get through this. She only hoped that Josephine would be confident and believe that. With the Duke by her side and her sister safe, Alice was convinced that nothing could stop them now, not Charles, not society, and certainly not her own heart. Chapter 34. The papers in his hands were heavy, not in that they were weighing him down, but James was exhausted by the responsibility of ensuring that the Earl of Drakemyre was taken to account for his crimes. These papers were the only evidence, aside from a decanter of brandy that the constables could choose to ignore. "Here we are," James said. He could see the way Lady Addington's chest rose and fell with laboured breathing. Her worry and concern were so deep that he wondered if she would manage to push through and tell the constables everything, or if she would allow her distress to prevent her from being firm about what had happened. And then, in the midst of that very thought, James scolded himself. Had he not seen this woman in all of her worth? Had he not seen the strength with which she fought to protect her sister, to rescue her? Had he not seen her diligence in ensuring that everything, every last worry, had been overcome? Indeed, Lady Addington was stronger than any woman that he had ever met. She was brilliant in all of her efforts, and had shown more than once that she understood what was required of her in any given situation. James stepped out of the coach and helped the two women down. He believed that between the three of them, there was more than enough testimony against Charles. They made their way into the office and found the first person they were able to speak with. "Excuse me, sir," James began. The man asked, looking up from a stack of papers. His lack of interest was clear, but James would not be deterred. "We would like to report a man of terrible crimes. We have evidence of theft and attempted murder. We believe that he is guilty of far worse, but this is what we are able to prove," he said. "Well, that is rather upsetting. Tell me, what is it that you have as evidence, and who are you trying to accuse?" the constable asked, still disinterested. James took in a deep breath. "Charles Addington, the Earl of Drakemyre," he said. "We have papers proving the theft and a bottle of brandy, which has been poisoned." "The Earl?" the constable asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, he is guilty of these crimes, and possibly more," James said. "Well, now, we shall have to look through what you've got. We are really very busy." The constable trailed off, and James eyed him warily. It was clear that the man was dreadfully lazy. Just then, another man burst through the door behind them. He appeared to be in charge, and the constable in front of them straightened up and cleared his throat, suddenly awake. "I should see those papers," the constable said. "Everything all right?" the man in charge asked. "We are here to report a theft and attempted murder," James repeated. After going through all of the information again with the captain, James felt confident that they would now be listened to and taken seriously. "I see. This is very grave indeed," the captain said, comparing the notes that evidenced the theft. "And the brandy?" James asked. The captain took a deep breath in. "I understand that what you have brought me is quite the incriminating evidence in your eyes, but you must look at this through the eyes of the law. You see, anyone might have poisoned the brandy," the captain said. "But it was in the Earl's study," James said. "Precisely, meaning that someone might have been trying to poison the Earl, not the other way around," the captain said. James was alarmed. He had never considered that the evidence might be used in this way. How had he missed this? I cannot imagine that. We heard him speaking about his plans to have Lady Addington murdered after he had offered her some of the brandy which she dumped in a plant that now happens to be dead, he told them. Perhaps he was unaware that he was offering poisoned brandy, and you say that you overheard this, but we cannot prove it, the captain said. James was dumbstruck. He had not anticipated that their proof would fall upon deaf ears. "Please understand, I am not saying that I don't believe you. I am telling you what the law requires. If you do not have evidence that it was the Earl himself, there is little that we can do. It is the same with these notebooks. There is no proof that he was the one to change the numbers," he said. "But they were all within his reach. He had them. And as I said, we overheard the conversation. We heard him speak about these things. He is guilty, and we were there," James insisted. The constable sighed as if in a difficult position. "I understand that. I honestly do, Your Grace. But the problem is that I was not there. No matter how I may believe you, that is still not proof. We need a confession that is heard by the law before we can arrest this man," he explained. "But he will never confess to you what he has done. That is unbelievable. Why would he admit to having done these things if he knows that you will take him in and arrest him?" James asked. "You are correct. He likely won't. But if you have further evidence, undeniable evidence, I will see it. Otherwise, a confession is the only thing that would be sufficient for what you are asking," the captain said. James looked to Lady Addington and her sister, both of whom appeared to be on the verge of tears. "You are not listening," Lady Addington said. "He took my sister. He had plans to marry her for what was left of our family's wealth. She knows his plans." The constable closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please listen to me very clearly. I am hearing every word that you are saying, but I cannot and will not be able to do anything at all on this matter with the current amount of evidence that you have brought me," he repeated. James was broken-hearted and looked at the blank, empty faces of his companions. They could hardly believe that all of this effort had been wasted. It appeared that Charles would get away with everything. After all, he would not face the consequences of his actions. James would still be suspected of those crimes, and Lady Addington and her sister would remain in danger. The three turned to one another in their defeat, each one feeling as though they had somehow failed. It was a tragic moment. "I am sorry," James said, hanging his head. He should have been able to salvage this. He should have been able to fix it, to make everything come together for the sake of the ladies that he cared for. "You needn't be sorry. We did all that we believed would be necessary, but, alas, here we are, and it has done us no good," Lady Addington said. I wish there was a way to get the Earl to confess. I know it is impossible, but if only we could. I cannot bear to think that the two of you will be unsafe because of this, James said. Lady Addington's face showed her deep thought. What is it? James asked. I believe that I have an idea. One that could do very well to catch my cousin and to bring him to the justice that we are seeking, she said. Oh, and what is that? James asked, intrigued. I can confront him, she said, simply. The very idea of it was terrifying to James. How could he allow Lady Addington to face this man? How could he bear to let her face someone who wanted her dead, a man that had already tried to kill her once and would happily try again? Lady Addington, you cannot be serious, James said. She raised an eyebrow, as if to let James know that it was not his place to make this decision. I shall have you know that I am perfectly serious. You know as well as I do that it is the only plan. There is no other way of getting a confession aside from tricking him, she said. But you cannot go out alone and see him. He will kill you, James said, looking then to her sister to plead with Lady Josephine that she would talk some sense into Lady Addington. He is right, Alice. You cannot face Charles. I was fooled by him, and even I am terrified by the thought, Lady Josephine said. But I shall not be alone. If we can convince the constables to lie in wait, I shall be protected, she insisted. James thought of all the ways that this could go wrong. Charles might take the ship out to sea before the constables were able to apprehend him. What if he made it out with Lady Addington? What if he killed her once they were gone? Or what if he refused to admit to anything even then, and they found themselves in no better position than they were in just now? The risks were far too great, and James couldn't consider allowing this plan to proceed. I know exactly what you are going to say, Lady Addington interrupted. You have a great many objections to this plan, and I do understand them. They are probably wise and justified, but I have no other choice. You do have a choice. You may come and be safe at my home, James said. For how long? She asked. You said it yourself. Charles probably has others under his employ, men who would have no qualms murdering you and your mother as well as us. Do you really think that your estate can protect us from the evilness of these men? The challenge was posed, and James knew that she was right. There was nothing that he could do to keep them safe beyond the moment. It would be a temporary safety, a pretend peace. But to risk losing Lady Addington to the vile nature of her cousin was still the first and foremost worry on his mind. Please, Your Grace, understand that I have to do this. It is the best thing for us, I assure you, she said. James released a laboured breath. She was right. This was the only thing that they could do. Finally, silently, he nodded. Yes, you are right. This is how it must be done, he agreed, hoping that he would not live to regret this concession. Lady Addington appeared relieved by the fact that he had agreed to her plan. She gave him a sad little smile, evidence that she was not fond of this plan either, but believed it to be the only solution. Well then, we must discuss with the constables and come up with an appropriate plan, she said. I shall make every effort to remain safe. Yes, you shall. But I am going to be right there with you. Lady Josephine, you may stay safely at my home with my mother in the meantime, James suggested. Lady Addington nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, on that point, we can absolutely agree. Josephine must be safely away from the docks, but I am going to be all right, Lady Addington said. Lady Josephine had an objection on her face, but one look from her elder sister silenced it, and James admired the care that this beautiful woman took to ensure that she was doing everything to help and look after the younger. There was a terrible danger ahead, but James was feeling confident that Lady Addington could handle it. After all, she had handled so much thus far, and she was all the stronger for it. Chapter 35. Alice stood in her position behind one of the boxes on the deck that had yet to be put under, when she finally heard the footsteps of her cousin, the same gait that he always walked with. Alice took a deep breath and jumped out from behind it. In making herself known, Charles staggered back, glancing at the plank as if considering whether or not he should run. Instead, he gave her an innocent smile. "Ah, my cousin, I did not expect you," he said, face rife with confusion. "I imagine that you did not," she said. "What brings you here, dear cousin?" Charles asked. This was it, the moment that Alice had been waiting for. This was her chance to confront Charles about everything that had happened thus far. Her heart was anxious and her mind was full, but she would not give up, nor would she be appeased by having anything other than his guilt made known. Alice stepped forward and looked him directly in the eyes. "I have come to seek justice," she said. Charles scoffed. "Justice? Whatever do you mean by that?" he asked. "I mean that you have spent far too long lying to us, that the time has come for your lies to be brought out into the light," she said. "I have done no such thing. Who has filled your head with this nonsense? Is it that Duke of yours again?" Charles asked. "The Duke has done nothing but help me uncover the truth," Alice said. "Truth? The truth about what? Everyone knows that he is a dreadful man, filled with pride and crime. Everyone knows that he is responsible for the deeds done against your family," Charles said. Alice was frustrated. How could she trap him into telling the truth? How could she get what she wanted out of him? "I know everything, Charles," she said. "I know that you stole from my father. I know that you and Mr. Sumner have had terrible dealings to destroy my family and to bring my sister and me to ruin." Alice could see the disbelief in Charles's face. He had never expected her to know these things. It was obvious. But still, he was not confessing. "I know nothing of what you are saying," he told her. Alice clenched her fists. She was tempted to look back behind her, to gauge the impressions of the constable that hid behind her, and the one that was over to the left and behind another stack of boxes. But if she had done that, Charles would have noted it, and he would have sensed that something was amiss. She had to remain strong and firm, focusing on nothing but getting the truth out of him. She could not worry just then about whether or not the constables believed her. She could worry only about convincing Charles to tell the truth. "You know nothing of the brandy that you used to try and poison me?" she asked. Charles laughed. "Ha! Poison! Why would I poison you, dear cousin? You know that I was actually seeking to marry you," he said. "Of course you were," Alice shot back. "You wanted what was left of our family's money. You wanted a dowry that I would have had to negotiate myself. That is a very cruel thing to accuse me of. You know that I care for you. You know that I wanted only to keep you and your sister safe," he said. It wasn't working. To everything that she said, Charles had a retort. And if she couldn't make him angry enough to tell the truth, she was at an utter loss. Anger. That would be the key. But what would make Charles angry enough to confess? Already she had told him so many of the things that she knew, and they had not led to a confession. True, she had seen the anxious swallow in his throat and the slight hesitancy in his gaze, but that was all. She had told him everything that she knew, but Alice had not yet told him how she knew it. "You wanted only to keep us safe? Strange. That's not what you told Mr. Sumner," Alice declared. This time there was a genuine shift in his face. Charles began to look nervous. "Mr. Sumner, what has he been saying to you?" Charles asked. Alice was more delighted than she had expected to be. Her intentions had been to inform Charles that she had overheard everything. Instead, he had believed that he might have been betrayed by one of the men who was meant to be working on his behalf. What has he been saying? Why, a whole manner of things, she replied. It was not a lie. He really had been saying all manner of things. Although they had not been directed at Alice, she didn't mind if Charles assumed differently. Well, he is a liar. I have done nothing wrong, Charles said. So you did not order him to burn me in a house fire once you went off with my sister. You did not suggest that you would marry her and take both our dowries, Alice asked. Charles was growing frustrated, breathless even. He spluttered at his loss for words. Well, what is it? Alice asked, urging him to say something. He is Mr. Sumner. I mean, you do not know what you are talking about, he said. But it was clear to Alice that she was pushing him along nicely. She was getting the information that she wanted. She needed only to push a little bit further. Oh, don't I? So you did not tell him just last night that you have all of these plans. You did not tell him to ensure that I am killed once you depart from here with my sister? She asked. You do not know anything, Charles shouted. I know everything, Alice shot back with aggression, stepping forward in an uncharacteristically offensive move. Charles stepped back, looking frightened, realizing that he had lost control of the situation. It was not my fault. Your father was a fool. He knew nothing of business. He was the one who ruined you and your sister. It was my lying that ensured that his business survived. I only did what I had to do, Charles said. And you had to kill him for it, she accused, knowing that she did not have to provide any forewarning on this matter. Her other accusations had built up to this well enough that Charles believed she knew everything without a doubt. He was starting to figure it out. He began asking questions, and I had to get rid of him, or he would have known that I had made his business a success. I did it for him, for all of you, Charles said. No, you did it for yourself. You are a greedy, evil man, Alice shouted, stepping forward again. I deserved that money. My father was his brother, and it should have come to me, and not you foolish girls. So what if I had to get rid of you too? You could have married me. You could have made it easy, Charles said. You had to try to murder me just because I wouldn't marry you, Alice asked in anger, cornering him into a confession of this as well. There was nothing else for it. I tried. I really did try to make it easy for you, but you were so stubborn in your love for the foolish Duke. You know, it was his product that made ours so hard to sell. I should have killed him along with you, Charles said. Alice's heart slowed from the rhythmic thump of power. She had done it. She had achieved everything she had set out to do. Charles had confessed to the theft, to trying to murder her, and even to the killing of her father. He had even gone so far as to admit that he wanted to kill the Duke as well. His reputation was enough to destroy, wasn't it? She asked, now in a calm, easy voice. I thought it would be. But he would not cease to fight, Charles said bitterly. No, he would not, Alice said. Charles looked at her with curiosity in his eyes. He is not a man to lie back and accept whatever comes, nor am I. You see, I came here in order to seek justice for what was done to my family. Alice said again. Charles looked frightened then, but this time with a slick dread. He knew that he had missed something of grave importance. The thing about those who seek justice versus those who take it away from others is that those who take believe themselves to be invincible. Those who seek it know that it is always possible, Alice said. Charles stayed silent, as if waiting for whatever was about to happen, as if he already knew that it was too late for him. Well, Charles, justice is served, Alice said, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. She turned around and nodded, signalling for the constables to come out from their hiding places. 4 men were on Charles at once, causing great protestations from her cousin. "No, I didn't do anything! She lied! She lied!" he screamed. She stood and watched, unsurprised when the Duke came up beside her, and stood, silently. Charles was dragged from the ship, still screaming and denying the confession that he had just made, still believing that it was not too late to convince the authorities that they had misheard him. But it was too late. They had heard everything, and Charles would be taken away for a very long time. Alice was confident that his confession would turn into the apprehension of Mr. Sumner as well, and any others who, perhaps, worked for Charles. She turned and looked up at the Duke, and he returned her gaze. "Well, it is over," she said in a sweet voice. "Yes, it is over," he replied. "Thank you for all of your help. Thank you for ensuring that we were able to get through all of this," Alice said, wanting to say so much more to him. "There was nothing else that I could do. You could not go through all of this on your own. I know that you are more than strong enough to handle it, but I would not have forgiven myself if I had not done all that was within my power to help," the Duke said. "I think I could not have done it myself. Thank you for saying that, but I am certain I could not. Josephine and I would still be in danger without you. She would be on this ship, and I would be none the wiser until later this night, when I was burned in my sleep," Alice remarked, knowing that it was the truth. "You give me too much credit," the Duke said. "Or not nearly enough," she replied with a gentle laugh. The Duke looked at her once more with that intensity, and Alice wanted to profess her love in that instant, to tell him how she wanted to be his wife. But she was exhausted. It had been a difficult enough morning. There was still time to tell him about her love, but she needed rest first. Alice saw in his eyes that he wanted to talk about it as well, but was choosing to respect her and wait. She was grateful, even if a small part of her did want him to push. Alice took in a deep breath. "Let us go and tell Josephine it is over," she said. The Duke nodded. "Yes, it is over." Chapter 36. The days had passed with all manner of emotion for James, as he worked through his thoughts and feelings regarding the things that had taken place. Now that his reputation was being rebuilt, Theo had ensured that he was back to being a part of the business, and everyone was well aware of it. There was no longer any shame associated with the Wallasey title. Of course, there would always be those who would doubt, of course, and a few voices of dissent still claimed that the whole thing had been arranged to set up the Earl of Drakemyre. However, most people understood the truth now and had faith in the Duke and in Lady Addington. Charles, of course, the disgraced Earl of Drakemyre, was now in prison. As he awaited his sentence, the constables had also arrested Mr. Sumner, who gave them the names of 2 other associates. At least, for now, it appeared as though everyone was safe and things had come together for the best. Lady Addington and her sister were safe, back in the townhouse that ought to have belonged to them from the start of all of this mess. "Are you on your way out?" his mother asked as James descended the stairs. "Yes," he replied, his hopeful smile evident. "I do hope that everything goes well for you. She is a most wonderful young lady, and the 2 of you have been through more than most," she said. "Yes. Well, I hope that enough time has passed, and she is willing to even discuss the matter. I know that I have pushed and pursued her more than I ought to have before she was ready," he said. "I trust that Lady Addington will respond positively. She loved you once, and I cannot imagine that such a love would ever cease. Forgiveness is easily found when 2 are as devoted as the 2 of you are," she told him. "But I was not always devoted to her. I thought her filled with betrayal," he said. But you are devoted to me, to her, even to her sister. And she understands that same level of devotion as can be seen through the care that she has given to us all. It is in the nature of you both, she told him. James nodded, agreeing with his mother. Both he and Lady Addington were people who chose to give of themselves wherever they were able, and if that should be a benefit to their future, he would take it. Well, anyway, enjoy your conversation with her. I have hope, his mother said again, a finality in her voice. James nodded, hugging his mother before taking his leave. It was time. Time to go and tell Lady Addington everything that he felt, and to ask her if she felt the same. He got into the coach and made for her townhouse. By the time he arrived, he was more than ready. James went to the door and knocked, waiting impatiently for the moment the maid opened the door. "Lady Addington is in the parlour," she said. James made his way there with the maid, who opened the door. And then, there she was, before him. "Good morning, Lady Addington," he said. "Good morning, Your Grace," she curtsied. Lady Addington looked beautiful. She was always beautiful, but the cream-coloured dress that she wore was elegant and subtle against her skin. It appeared to be new, but he had grown to respect that she took great care of the things that were hers, and there was no telling what might be new and what might be very old. She was the sort of woman who would always be cautious that she looked after what was within her responsibility. "I trust that you received my card," he asked. "I did. I have been expecting you," she told him, a smile in her eyes and on her face. "Please, have a seat." James did as instructed and looked at her with eagerness. The sofa was comfortable, and she took a seat in the chair across from him. Her eyes were alight with expectation, and James wondered if she knew what was in his heart. Of course she did. She was a wise young lady, and he was not so subtle in his affections. Lady Addington could probably sense exactly what had brought him to her home, and already had her answer ready for him. "How have you been these past couple of weeks?" he asked. "Very well," she said, honesty in her voice. "We were anxious at first, uncertain if there were others who might come for us. But now, we are happy." "I could not be happier to hear it," James said. "You know, I have begun taking the steps to re-establish our finances. It is strange because I have never been given authority over money before. As most women, I have always been subject to the whims of the men around me when it comes to my wealth. But it happens that I have a knack for understanding it," she said, clearly proud of herself. James was proud of her as well. He wanted to know more, wanted to make sure that she understood his interest, not just in her hand, but in her life. She had lived a very full life thus far, and it would only grow more and more intriguing now that she was taking control of things. He wondered if that would give her any pause in what he longed for, but he had decided that he would reassure her at every turn. He would do all that he could to make sure that she maintained the control that she desired. He would also commit to looking after her sister and helping to secure a decent match once Josephine was old enough. Until then, she would be able to live with them for as long as she wanted. She would have all the freedom due her as well as the respect in society that she deserved. But James had to remind himself that Lady Addington had not yet agreed to marrying him. He had to be patient. He had to take it one step at a time, one moment at a time. "That is magnificent. I am so glad to hear that you are doing well and that you are in the process of getting these things arranged," he said. "Yes, as am I. And I intend to work towards achieving more, not just for the sake of wealth, but for my own enjoyment. And I am showing Josephine all of it, so that if anything should happen to me, she knows what to do," Lady Addington said. "You mean so that she is not at the mercy of others?" he asked, He sensed in her voice the small bitterness that she had been trying to let go of. He knew that she wanted to be rid of the pain, but he also knew that it would take time. Yes, just as I was, she agreed. I am delighted that you are able to take charge over your own life, and for the benefit of your sisters as well, James said. Now that Charles and his men are all in prison, I feel a freedom that I did not know I was missing, even before I knew the truth and about all of his crimes. I had been subject to him, and all of the things that he wanted for me and my sister. I had been imprisoned by his desire for wealth, and I had not even known it, she said. But now you are free, James said, happy that she felt it. I am, indeed, she replied. What else do you wish to do? Now that the plantation is under your control, are you wanting to sell it or keep it? He asked. Oh, I should love nothing more than to keep it. Of course, that means hiring men who may come and go to look after it. Someone that I can trust, of course. I shouldn't like to leave Josephine behind, and I cannot think they would take a woman seriously, she said. If you need suggestions for gentlemen who would respect your authority and go on your behalf, I am sure that I can find someone, James offered. Thank you very much. That may very well be necessary, she said. It would be my pleasure, James said. They were quiet for a moment, eyeing one another with smiles that conveyed more than just the friendly chat between them. Lady Addington, James began, unable to wait any longer. I think you know that I have come for another reason. She was patient and gentle when she replied. I had hoped as much. James was encouraged by her response and took a deep breath, ready to profess everything that he had been keeping within his heart for all this time. I have come that we might have the discussion regarding my feelings for you. I know that it was too early when I previously tried. As such, I have made every effort to be patient and give you time to rest in your new position, he began. I appreciate that, she said. Am I still too hasty? Is it wrong of me to come in the hopes that we may finally have the conversation that you know I have been longing for? James asked. I assure you that it is not too early. I am delighted with your timing and grateful for the respect you have shown me by being patient until now, she said. In that case, James said, feeling as though his heart would burst at any moment. I wish for you to know that my love for you has remained unchanged, even when I was angry at you, when I misunderstood things and believed you to have betrayed me. My heart still yearned for you. Lady Addington's eyes filled with tears of happiness. I should like confirmation from you as to whether or not you love me as well, he said. I do, she replied eagerly. I love you more than I ever thought possible. Very well, then. If our love is mutual, I believe there is only one thing left to us, he said. And that is, she asked, clearly knowing and prepared for the thing that he would say next. James stood from the sofa and made his way to where she sat in her chair. He knelt before her and grasped her hand between both of his. Lady Addington, would you do me the greatest of all honours by consenting to be my wife? He asked. She giggled through her joy, and a tear of happiness fell on her cheek. I would love nothing more than to be your wife, she told him. For the rest of our days, he asked, his own voice choking with emotion. For the rest of our days and beyond, she promised. And you understand that I shall never seek to control anything that belongs to you. What we do together, James said, making a vow that he intended to keep. Lady Addington had been taken advantage of time and time again by those around her, but he would not be such a man. He didn't want her dowry. He wanted her. I trust you, she whispered, and your sister shall always be looked after. No matter what I must sacrifice, she is going to be taken care of as well, he said. Again, she whispered, I trust you. James breathed in relief. drawing ever closer, raising himself up until he was level with her. His lips drew towards hers and found a welcome there. The kiss was soft and innocent, but filled with so much passion and affection for one another. Yes, they had been through much in the past, but now was a day to look to the future. Now was the moment that their life together would begin. Epilogue. Alice sat up from her bed, stretching her arms upward and releasing a satisfied yawn. She was strangely calm. The day was not going to be like any that she had lived before. It was going to be a new start. A start for a life that she would cling to for as long as she lived. She was slow and deliberate as she went to the mirror and began brushing through her hair. Each stroke of the brush was a promise of the days to come, a vision of what was going to be. Once it was smooth, she tied it back, waiting for Josephine to pin it up for her later. Alice went to the wardrobe and pulled out the gown, a gown that had been made special just for this day. With help from her sister, she had designed a dress that would suit her, one with flair and elegance, but a subtle humility that would truly represent her. She slipped out of her nightclothes and into her chemise, tightening it as well as she could before pulling the gown over her head. It was heavy. Alice thought it might be wise to wait, to put it on last minute, just before leaving for the church. But how could she wait? How could she bring herself to pause in the midst of what lay ahead and be settled? As she debated what to do, Alice heard the sounds of the house waking up and others milling about outside her room. Quickly, she threw on a simple dress and rushed out. "You're awake?" she asked, seeing Josephine in the hall. Her sister grinned. "Of course I am. I can see from here that you have not laced yourself tightly enough." Josephine teased. "You thought that I would trust you to get ready on your own." Alice shrugged and gave a smile. "All right then, let's to it," Josephine said. The two went back into Alice's room and made her look her best. With the gown on and her hair secured, she thought she had never looked so lovely in all her life. "Your Duke is going to be in awe at the very sight of you," Josephine said. "You think?" Alice asked. "There is certainly nothing for you to fear. Trust me, he will be delighted," Josephine confirmed. Once she was ready and the time came to leave, Alice led Josephine from the townhouse to the coach. This was it, today. She was finally going to marry the Duke. She would become a duchess, not because it was something that she had cared about or fought for, but because of the very man that she loved. Alice was more than happy with how things had turned out in the end, even through the tragedy of betrayal. It had brought her here. "Look out your window," Josephine said. Alice did, and saw that they were arriving at the church. Friends milled about and went inside to be seated. When the coach stopped, Josephine jumped out first, before the coachman could help, and rushed to Alice's side. Alice looked at the church and took a deep breath. This was it. She made her way to the door and waited for the moment that she was signalled to begin her walk. It came, and Alice took each step, delighted and optimistic, towards the man who would now be her husband. James looked exceedingly handsome in his shirt-tails and a fresh shave, but the sight that thrilled her the most was the smile that beset his face, a smile that told her everything that he felt for her. Standing before him, James took her hand, and the minister looked between the two with a joy of his own. What began in the house of God is now brought to fruition in the house of God, beloved. This is the day that two join together as husband and wife, through all that is good and all that is bad, through the past and into the future. This day is a gift, he began. Alice felt those words so deeply in her heart. When she looked at her husband, she recalled how they first came to know one another that day in the church. So much had passed since that day, good and bad. But it had culminated in this moment, staring into the eyes of the man that she loved, committing to spend her life with him. Lady Alice, do you commit to love, honour and cherish this man for all the days of your life? The minister asked. I do, with my whole heart, she replied. And you, your grace, do you commit to love, honour and cherish this woman for all the days of your life? He repeated to James. I do, with my whole heart, James echoed. Then I pronounce you man and wife, he said, using those words that Alice had longed to hear. Her heart leapt and the guests cheered, rejoicing in this union. James took her hand once more and clutched it as they departed from the church, with only hints and looks to convey the message of their love for the moment. By the time they reached the site for their reception, her heart was already shimmering with the joy that overwhelmed her. Alice looked from her husband to the guests that were there for no other purpose than to celebrate them and enjoy the presence of their company. She could hardly believe that they were so fortunate as this, that they could engender such a wonderful celebration when they had been through so much. Despite both of their reputations having been ruined at various points and for various reasons, Alice saw that there were many people who were simply glad to be able to interact with her and with James, people who saw them as they were. Now that Charles had been charged with his crimes, she and James were free to enjoy the fortune of love. They did not have to worry about rumours or guilt, or the shame that had been cast upon either of them in the midst of all of the tragedy. Alice turned to her husband, ensuring that he knew that she was there with him. I am going to go and find my sister for a moment. I promise that I shall return, she said, flashing him the biggest smile that she could muster. You had better return. I cannot live my life without you, he said, grinning back at her. Alice giggled and leaned her forehead to his for only the briefest of moments. She did not wish for anyone to see the intimacy between them, but she also longed to be close to her husband. Restraining herself from kissing him then and there, Alice got up and rushed into the crowd of guests in search of Josephine. Milling about, she was frequently stopped by a guest here or there who wanted to chat and congratulate her. Many of the faces were some of the same that had abandoned her in her time of struggle, or who had gossiped about her in the midst of it. But Alice was ready and willing to forgive. She was more than happy to enjoy her time amongst them, proving that she was a better person than the one that they had grown to accuse her of being. As she came upon a group of people dancing, she saw Josephine there, spinning in the midst of the tune of a violin and enjoying her time with other young men and women. There was one young man who looked at her with a special intensity, and Alice's heart groaned, realizing that Josephine would not be her little sister forever. A day would come in which she found a match of her own. It was something that Alice had wanted for her, but that did not make it any easier. Concerned about interrupting her sister in the middle of the dance, Alice started to walk away when she heard the voice of Josephine calling out after her. Alice! She cried. Joe, I didn't mean to disturb you. You ought to continue. It appeared as though your dance partner was rather smitten. Alice teased. Oh, him. He does appear to be, but I honestly don't believe I am all that interested in return. Perhaps, if you take me away for a moment, I might be able to escape him without having to refuse and hurt his pride. Josephine said. You are rather conscientious, are you not? Alice pointed out, proud of her sister's soft heart. I hate to wound a man. Anyway, you were coming over. Did you wish to speak with me? Josephine asked. I only wanted to see you and thank you again for helping me to design the gown and to do my hair so beautifully. I should hate to think what I would have looked like at this wedding without your assistance, she said. You would have been my beautiful sister, regardless of gowns and hair and anything else, regardless of the church or even of the groom. However, I am glad for the groom that you chose because he is lovely, and I regret every moment that I ever doubted him, Josephine said. Alice laughed. Yes, Well, those days are over. The two of you are getting along quite well, and he understands the reservations that you had. They were utterly justified. Alice said. Perhaps, but they were also false. Anyway, I am glad that you are having the loveliest of marriage ceremonies today, and I really do hope that I get to meet at least one potential gentleman, someone who can make me a fraction so happy as your Duke makes you, Josephine said. Ah, yes, her Duke. Alice had never cared much for titles, but now, as the Duchess of Wallasey, she was amazed that she was married to a man who made her so happy. The title was nothing in the midst of who she was married to. You know, if any young men do catch your eye, you must speak with my husband's mother. She can tell you precisely whom to avoid and with whom you ought to dance. Alice suggested. Josephine grinned at that and glanced over at a specific young man. Alice watched her sister but said nothing. There would be time for that later. Well, I should like to dance again, Josephine said. And so you must, Alice replied, giving Josephine a hug and then taking her leave. When she returned to where her husband sat, he was no longer alone. Instead, a kind, elderly woman in a wheelchair sat beside him. My lady, Alice greeted. Ah, the Duchess of Wallasey. I remember back when I first inherited the title, but it is yours now, and I can think of no one more worthy than you, she said. James looked to his mother and beamed with pride. You think I made the right choice, mother? He asked. I think you could have chosen no one better. Miss Ashbrook has proven to be quite full of surprises, she said with a laugh. Alice laughed as well, confounded that so much had changed in such a short time. The life that she had lived had been filled with some marvellous moments. There had been seasons of great pain, seasons of great joy, and seasons in which she was simply lost. But here she was, now. With her husband, everything had transitioned for the better, despite each step that had threatened to cast her down. And although she had longed to be a hero many times, Alice was beginning to realise that she was strongest when she was with another. She was strongest when she was not alone. And after this day, she would never be alone. After this day, she would forever be Alice Hastings, wife of James Hastings, the Duke of Wallasey. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.